Good morning, everyone. Today is October 11, 2017. This is a regular meeting of the members of the State Liquor Authority. Present today are Chairman Bradley, Commissioner Ford, General Counsel Riano, Deputy Commissioner of Licensing Held, and myself, Secretary Donahue. The next meetings of the authority are going to be October 25th, November 8th, and November 21st. That is a Tuesday, that last date. Items will be called in the order they're signed in, first in Buffalo, then in Albany, and then in New York City. When your item is called, please approach the podium, speak clearly into the microphone, and also announce what your name is. When the members have voted on your matter, that's the end of it. Okay, please move on so the next item can be called. Please don't continue arguing your case if you don't mind. If you have any cell phones, please turn them off or put them on silent and take your calls outside, please. Before we call the first item, it's my understanding that Deputy Commissioner of Licensing Held has an announcement to make.
Yes, good morning, everyone. I'd like to update you on a new fingerprint procedure for out-of-state residents. We were recently informed, and we need to change procedures. Any of your clients who are out of state will go directly online and pre-register. All the information is on our website, and at the end of pre-registration and prepayment, there's a form. Those forms will be what needs to be tendered to the Liquor Authority. The reason we're letting you know here and on our website is the fact that as of October 27th, we will no longer be using the current SLA form that's on. I think we've already taken it down. So if you have forms for your out-of-state clients, destroy them and use the follow the new procedure that we have on our website. If you have questions, email us, call us. We'll help you through this, okay? I'm done.
Chairman, do you have any announcements? No. Okey-doke. The first item in Buffalo, 2194, Kohut Properties, Inc.
Good morning. John Kohut, K-O-H-U-T.
Do you have anything you want to say?
Yes. I sent in 3 letters of support last week, and one letter of support wasn't accepted on, it was emailed out Friday. Something to do with the format of the letter, and it wasn't accepted until Tuesday, yesterday, and you were supposed the day before. I wish you would accept that letter. We could reconsider.
What was the letter from that we didn't accept?
It was from Pamela Reese, the head of the Neighborhood Association of Fort Rochester.
I mean, you have a letter here from the police department, which is pretty positive. So you have enough letters here. I wouldn't worry about it.
Okay.
Yeah, you offered $4,000 for the fine. I'll accept. It sounds like you've got your business back in order.
Yes, it's been 2.5 years, going on 3 years now, and I suffered quite a loss there. You can see in my tax returns there, I had a loss of about 80%, and I'm still continuing with closing early from 10 a.m. to midnight every day, and I haven't had any calls in 2.5 years. The neighborhood still has a high crime rate. I haven't, the police department verifies it, the councilman and neighborhood association, that I've done everything I possibly could do. I asked them to do. I did it voluntarily. They asked me for first, and it was supposed to last for a year, and the neighborhood has not improved, and so I'm still closing early. I haven't had any calls. I suffered, like I said, $80,000 loss in business, and kind of had to pay out of my own savings, and
All right, do you want to vote?
I've been a cancer patient for the last year.
The members are voting, please.
Okay.
I vote to accept as well. It seems like you've done everything to remediate the issues, nothing since 2015, so I vote to accept the offer of $4,000 as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
I would like to reduce that offer. That's what I'm here.
No, we're not going to reduce it based on what happened. So I'm glad it's back in order again and everything, but we're gonna just take what we have. Thank you.
Have a good day.
Thank you.
Again, just a reminder, as I mentioned 2 minutes ago, Once the members have voted, please move on. We have lots of people waiting to be heard. Next item is 2160, Trowbridge Again Liquor and Wine, Inc.
Good morning. My name is Tricia Cifuentes Inglesi, and I am here with the applicant principals of Trowbridge Again Liquor and Wine, Inc. First, I'd like to confirm, did you receive our letter of support that we sent in on Friday morning?
From who?
It was a letter
Yes.
that came from me that has.
They have it.
Excellent, excellent. And
So
I
let
would
me
also-
stop you there. Is there anyone opposing this there?
There's no one in opposition present.
Okay, go ahead.
And I'd just like to introduce Signa Trowbridge. She wants to say a few words regarding the application itself.
Okay.
Good morning. My name is Signa Trowbridge, and I'm here with my husband, Walter. We are residents of this little hamlet of Cheshire near Canandaigua, in the town of Canandaigua. And currently, we own a business already in Cheshire. We've been there for 12 years. We're going on our 13th season next year. It's an ice cream, candy restaurant shop. And when our customers heard that we were proposing or thinking about a liquor store, our customers are continually asking us, you know, how's the process going? We're really looking forward to it, and our letters of support that you presently have support that. The hamlet of Cheshire is a hot spot in the summer. There's wine country tourists. We've got Canandaigua Lake visitors,
Can you just
vacationers.
Can you just tell us what your business plan is going to be? I'm familiar with Canandaigua, but can you tell us what your
Okay.
store is going to do?
Yep, we're going to work with Matt Healy, who's from the Southern Wine and Spirits of upstate New York. He's going to kind of guide us through this process. We want to create an atmosphere of nostalgia, just like our ice cream shop is. We visited
What
some
do you mean you're going to
several-
work with him? You're paying him?
Nope, he's doing it out of the generosity of his heart.
Yeah, you might want to reevaluate that.
Just what she means is he's going to be offering some early on support as they're new to this industry, and because he's in the industry, he has some tips that he's going to provide as far as, you know, getting everything set up.
Okay, but I mean, I would minimize his involvement because he's obviously working for a wholesaler, and
Correct.
so I think you should probably advise her on that.
Sure. Will do. Now, as far as the store itself, like she said, she wants to create that nostalgic atmosphere. The hamlet of Cheshire is a historical town or historical hamlet, and it has a very distinct feel to that. So they want to make sure that feel it goes throughout their store. They're also planning on offering weekly tastings during the summertime, monthly tastings during the winter time. They want to make sure that, you know, they're having those tourists that are coming in from the city of Canandaigua down through Naples, that they will have a place to stop, might be able to do a couple of tastings if they're available at that time, and then, you know, buy the wines that they're interested in purchasing. They will offer many wines from New York State, not just the ones that are in Canandaigua, but also from Cayuga Lake, Seneca Lake, so that the tourists can get a variety.
Do you know if Vineyards Wine and Spirits is open, which is the closest store 5 miles away?
It is,
It is open?
yes.
Okay. So I don't see any protests, so I'll vote to approve. I think the closest store is 5.4 miles away. I think just based on that distance alone, plus the sales numbers of the closest competitors, that there is a public convenience and advantage to adding another one.
I'm going to vote to approve as well. I think there is a public convenience and advantage to be met by the location of your store, which is several miles south of Canandaigua. It's on the west side of the lake. So I definitely see that as well, so I vote to approve.
And let me just reiterate what was said by the chairman. We take tied house problems very, very seriously. So I strongly advise that you're very, very careful about anything that has to do with somebody who represents or works for a wholesaler, as you will be a retailer.
I will make sure that she complies with that.
Thank you.
I mean, there are businesses out there that will provide that service for a fee, and you won't be in any kind of trouble.
Okay.
Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Welcome.
The next item in Buffalo, 2167, Discount Food Market, Inc.
Good morning. My name is Miguel Reyes. I am an attorney and I represent Discount Food Market. This particular violation is based upon a crime that occurred on July 23, 2015. So the matter is a little over 2 years old. The conviction actually took place on September 29, 2016. The licensee actually went to jail for his conduct. He served a year of weekends. He had $50,000 in cash that were in his store confiscated. He had to sell his business.
So we're offering cancel and bond?
Yes, we are.
All right, I'll accept.
Accept.
Thank you.
Ms. Bo-
Oh, no bond, I'm sorry,
No,
just,
it-
It says bond claim.
so we're canceling and bonding, right?
Good.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Michelle, I have no other items in Buffalo?
No, there's no other items in Buffalo.
All right, we're going to move to Albany then. The first two items, 2278, 2280, Sirius Brewing Company, LLC.
Hi, good morning. My name is Bill Felter, owner of Sirius Brewing Company. Thank you for your opportunity to reconsider my applications.
You were good with this, Jackie?
Sorry.
So you're not working at Price Chopper anymore?
No, I am not, as of the 22nd.
And you have entered into a concession arrangement with a restaurant?
That is correct.
All right, I'll grant the reconsideration and send it back to licensing.
Same here.
So it's going to go back to licensing, and the review of your application will continue.
Okay, thank you very
Yep.
much.
Good luck.
Thank you. Have a good day.
The next item is 2163, Lucas Bar and Grill, LLC.
Good morning, my name is Charles Saris. I'm an attorney doing pro bono work here for the Lucas Bar and Grill.
Good morning, my name is Lucas Kroll.
Good morning, my name is Tiffany Kroll.
We're here today for being reconsidered for a beer and wine license, which had previously been denied based on a couple of points, one being the previous owner's involvement. Since then,
Hold on, just so I can clarify something. This isn't a reconsideration, is it?
No, this is their second application.
Oh, so it's a new application, okay.
Yes.
yes, the previous one was denied based upon the previous owner being involved in holding a promissory note for the payment of the business. Lucas can explain what's been done, but he's been paid off. There was another investor that came on board, and she sold some of her retirement to invest in the business, and the previous owner was paid off. Lucas, you want to?
Yes, so since the last application, business has increased, and we've been open 3 years and 4 months right now. But we are trying to get our beer and wine to get more of people coming into our restaurant, because right now we're really just making it by pickups and deliveries. We would like to also get more customers in there, doing some light jazz in there. Our hours stay the same. We're open from 11 a.m. to 10 p.m. during the week, and 11 to 11 on Friday and Saturday. We're not looking to extend those hours at all by getting beer and wine. We just want to add this on for our customers, for our food.
Now, we revoked the license at this location in 2012, and both of you were working there when that happened, correct?
No.
Well, no.
Neither of you were?
No.
No.
Not at the, prior to 2012, I didn't work there for 3 years.
And I believe I was even 4 years before that.
It says here in the letter, or at least in the paperwork I have, that you, sir, that you were working there in June of 2011. So that's not 3 years prior, that's 1 year.
Well, I worked for the post office for 3 years prior to purchasing it in 2012. So I don't know, that's probably an error.
So when's the last year you worked there?
We opened 2014.
Right, but we took over in 2012. I'm sorry, it's, geez, 2009? I'd say, would be like 2009, it would be the last, right, because I left there because I got a position for the post office to make a career change, and
Okay.
It was 2009.
And ma'am, when's the last time you worked there?
Way prior to 2011, so probably the same amount of time, 2009, 2010.
Commissioners, also, while you're considering that point, Lucas is going out to ensure that underage people don't names. He's purchased a scanner, an ultraviolet light, also to
This year's 2017 ID referencing guide, just in case we do get somebody that, we can verify those ages, but again, we're not.
Just in case, I mean, the problem here is, and I think you're aware of it, is you're 100 yards from Union College.
Correct.
And the last time this place had a liquor license and we sent people in there were 32 people in there that were under 21.
Yes.
And that resulted in us revoking the license.
The other.
Now we have letters from not only the police department, but the director of the dean of students from Union College asking us not to license it again for that reason.
May I ask, Commissioner, were those letters of protest previously back in 2012 or 13, or were they recent?
No, they're from this year, July of 2017.
When we saw the one from Union College in the previous application, we reached out to them to see whether or not their position had changed.
I mean, if you can get there, I don't see how I can open this back up with a liquor license. If you can get them to change their position and show them what you're explaining to me, then maybe I can, but I'm not going to put them in that position again.
I spoke last year prior to, we didn't know they protested again this year, but I spoke with the head of Union College, and he told me last year that they did not submit again. I didn't get a chance to speak with Patrick McGuire. I tried to go reach out, but it was too late, and the meeting was the following day.
Well, it was July of this year that they sent us a letter, and then we also got one from the Schenectady Police Department asking the same thing. It was
that this year also,
we actually have two signatures on the Union College letter that it's the director and the associate director both signed it, which I don't know if that means that they're even more.
Their concerns are about the college drinking, but the issues that were for the underage people, very late hours. I mean, that business operated from 7 p.m. till 3 in the morning. We are closed. We're not extending any hours. We're closed at 10 p.m.
I went to college. And I know that I don't really care what time of day it was. If I could go get a beer and I was under 21, I was getting one. So I don't know that the hours have anything to do with it. It was discovered that only about 20 of the 75 patrons in the establishment were in fact 21 or over. That to me, and the fact that the college is not really confident that that's not going to happen again, is confident that that's going to happen again, is enough for me. And based on what happened there before, so I'm going to vote to deny. Like I said, if you go meet with the police department and meet with the college and then get them on board, I would probably reconsider. But they are clearly against this opening again, and I have to agree with them.
May I ask you, sir, if we will approach the police and the school, and if we are successful, can we submit, will we have to redo the application again, or submit, can this be stayed?
No, it can't be stayed, but we do grant reconsiderations. You have how many days, Tom?
I think we give them 30 days, but I know that we do accept, later.
Do you know, Jackie?
It indicates in the letter 30 days.
Yeah, it's 30 days.
But they need to receive their reasons for disapproval.
And and that's after you receive the reasons for disapproval, which probably won't go out for several weeks, a couple weeks at least.
Good, we're going to get on that today and tomorrow. Thank you.
He has to vote. Not that it matters, but
It matters.
it matters to him, I guess.
I like to feel important, too. I'm going to vote to deny as well for the same reasons that the chairman mentioned, but I was going to suggest the same things that the chairman did, was, go back and get support from them now. You apparently have a pretty clean history the past couple of years, correct?
Correct.
I think you have everything working in your favor to show you're not trying to run the kind of business that was there before, and you've proven yourself. So I would think you might get some support this time. So I would go that route, and good luck.
I mean, if you show them the scanner, I'm familiar with the scanners. If you show them the scanner that you're going to use, I think that would probably go a long way with the college and the police department.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your consideration.
You're welcome.
I hope to hear from us very shortly. Thank you.
Good luck. Thank you.
Next item in Albany, 2213, Tolani Cabinets, Inc.
Good morning, respected chairman and board members. My name is Shankar Tolani.
1 second, please.
Say that number again.
2213.
Okay.
Morning, respected chairman and board members. My name is Shankar Tolani. I am the owner of Tolani Cabinets, Inc. We are proposing the approval for a liquor license in Owego. It's like a quarter mile from the exit, and it caters. There are some motels, Lockheed Martin over there, and some traffic from the highway. So we are not in competition with anybody in the town, which is like the nearest closest liquor store is 1.5 miles away.
Are there anyone
go
here
ahead.
in protest, by the way? Anyone in protest? All right, thank you.
We did get 2 letters of protest from 2 of the closest stores. Why does Owego need a new liquor store?
This is convenience for the 330 hotel rooms. There are 4 hotels right across the liquor store, and there's a Lockheed Martin with 1,200 employees just behind that, and plus traffic of the
Yeah, but
highway.
Lockheed Martin's been there for my entire life, hasn't it?
Yeah.
It's been there a long
It's a
time.
convenience to them. Instead of going inside the town, it is like on the outskirts, and it won't generate the town business anyway, but we are going to generate from the hotels and the traffic on that Route 17C.
Why did you decide to open a liquor store? I take it you're in the cabinet business?
I work for liquor stores in Canada. I know the business, and I had a cabinet factory there. I'm a Canadian citizen, and I'm on a investor visa here. And I have the experience, and I saw this location, I saw the potential, and I think so there is a need for a liquor store in that area.
And what are you going to do that the other stores aren't doing? Because you do have 2 stores within 3 miles.
I will have like wine tastings. I saw in the other stores the variety of liquor is not there. I went a couple of times, wanted to buy some liquor, they don't have it. And I have, due to
Like
my
what?
past experience, I can keep like a lot of variety of liquor, and I have a good sized store. It's 2,000 square feet, so I can fit in a lot of products which nobody else carries over there.
What liquor were you looking for that they didn't carry?
There was some Scotch Black Label. There was Chivas Regal. There were some other scotches and wines from Australia, which I'm familiar are, they don't have it. Wolf Blast, a lot of Wolf Blast variety, they didn't have it.
How long has this hotel across the street been up?
I don't know the exact amount of years, but I saw their Hamptons, Red Roof Inn, they have like 330 rooms. They're pretty busy during the summers, and that will generate quite a bit business. And it'll be inconvenient for them to, just across the street I am.
Where do you think most of the residents who stay there are from? Why are they here? What are they in Owego for? What do you think?
There are a lot of festivals around here in the summertime. They come in conferences in Binghamton. You know, the overflow. Binghamton is normally the hotel capacity is low, it's full. So people like to stay outskirts, and you know, the one who was driving by, a lot of people go from there to Pennsylvania also, where there is shortage of, always liquor store is a big shortage in Pennsylvania. That is about 10-15 miles from there. They travel from there.
Yep. All right.
I have nothing else. What's the population of Owego, do you know?
12,000.
And is it going up, down, staying the same?
It's been steady, kind of steady, yeah.
Are you committed to 1,300 square feet of space? You need to have that much retail space?
Oh, there's 2,000 altogether.
Yep.
And the back of the house, like for storage and everything, I will reserve 400 to 500 square feet, and rest of that will be store. Minimum 1,300 plus. I have a lot of storage in the back.
Okay. You ready? It's not that I don't think it would be a convenience for the folks living in the rooms right across the street, but I'm looking at the closest one in town, 900,879. He had a better year. It's 2016, but I'm looking at the other three, and they're all in decline. So I'm not sure that there's a public convenience and advantage for the entire area, so I'm going to vote to deny.
I'm going to vote to deny for the same reasons. Two of the closest stores are in Owego, which, as you stated, is a town of 12,000 people. One has seen its sales go down over the last 3 years by almost 300,000, and the other one's sales are flat at best, which is the closest store. So I'm going to vote to deny. I don't see any public convenience and advantage at this time to adding another one.
But if they don't have variety, their sales will deny. They will be down anyway.
All right.
They don't have.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
I don't have any other matters in Albany.
No, sir.
All right. New York City. First item, 2295, John Luke's Wines, LLC.
Good morning, Leonard Fogelman, attorney for the applicant. This is Jean-Luc Ledoux, who's the principal of the company, who's had a liquor store for the last 12 years, and he's now seeking to move it to another location in Manhattan.
Is there any opposition here for this? No. Why don't we let them go? We do have some over your right shoulder. Do you want to come up and speak? Yes. Come on up.
Good morning. My name is Jamie Wolf. I'm one of two partners in Chambers Street Wines at 148 Chambers Street in Tribeca. We are not geographically one of the closest stores. We're probably another 90 seconds walk from one of the closest stores. We've been working on Chambers Street since 2001. I lived in Tribeca from 1980 to 97, and so I feel I know the neighborhood very well and very familiar with how it has changed over the years. I think from a commercial point of view, from a public convenience point of view, the last thing Tribeca needs is another wine shop. If you approve this new location, someone who now lives as far as a 3 or 4 minute walk from wine shop would be able to reach one in 1 or 2 minutes. Residents of the immediate area currently can choose between several shops, all within an easy stroll. Between them, these shops offer pretty much everything a consumer could want, from mini bottles of liquor to crazy biodynamic wine to old vintages of Romani Conti. No new store can possibly add to this mix. I have great respect for the applicant, who's a consummate professional and a connoisseur. But his perspective and interest in wine are already very well represented by shops who would become his extremely close neighbors. In short, no public advantage or consumer interest is served by this application. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Ben Aniff, and I am a partner at Tribeca Wine Merchants. We opened in Tribeca in June of 2001. We were initially denied a license at the time and told that Tribeca had too many stores. We were eventually given a wine license, and since then, at least 6 new wine and liquor stores have opened. We love the neighborhood. We have been here through 9/11 and the financial crisis, the stock market crash, and Hurricane Sandy, and Tribeca feels like home. I'm here to protest the relocation of Jean-Luc's Wines from the West Village to 112 Hudson in Tribeca, and I will be honest, this is a bit awkward. Like my colleague Jamie, I have respect for Jean-Luc and have absolutely no issue with him having a store in Manhattan. But there can be no doubt whatsoever, his store relocating from the West Village all the way down to Tribeca in the middle of so many existing stores makes absolutely no sense. It cannot possibly serve the residents of Tribeca.
Are you aware, though, that a store just closed?
I am, absolutely.
Okay.
I have 3 main points I'd like to speak just briefly about. I believe it will show, without a doubt, adding yet another wine and liquor store into Tribeca does not serve the public.
But that's what I'm saying. We're not adding another one because somebody closed.
Someone closed precisely because there were too many wine and liquor stores in Tribeca. I'm happy to articulate specifically the quantity so you can better see. Tribeca is one of New York City's smallest neighborhoods. We rank only 92nd in population out of 118 total neighborhoods. We have 18,000 residents, a quarter of whom are children, and most of those children under 14. 14,000 eligible drinkers versus the West Village's 22,000. We have almost twice the number of liquor stores in Tribeca than what the West Village does right now. And not only do we have that many, but our reputation is starting to precede us. You've heard of the flower district or the garment district. In the wine industry, Tribeca is now known as the wine district for the incredible number of stores squeezed into such a small area. And to your point,
I'm not saying that that's incorrect, but I think it's also because of the quality of the stores squeezed into that area, including yours.
You're absolutely right. In fact, the executive editor of the Wine Spectator, Tom Matthews, recently wrote and told us that for wine stores, Tribeca has, and I quote, an embarrassment of riches. He said this in October after that store closed. For the executive editor of the largest wine magazine in the world to know offhand that Tribeca, one of New York's tiniest neighborhoods, has such an incredible number of great wine stores is remarkable. And no, he does not live in Tribeca, nor does he live in Manhattan. To be specific, I'll tell you, we really do have some of the most remarkable stores in the country. Frankly Wines has been called an ambassador for small wine producers by Food and Wine and highlighted in Edible Manhattan. Verve has a celebrity sommelier at its head and was featured in Bloomberg. My friends at Hudson Wine and Spirits were featured in the Real Housewives of New York. My colleagues at Chambers have been in the Wall Street Journal and have been called one of America's best wine retailers by the New York Times. My store, Tribeca Wine Merchants, I'm proud to say has been highlighted by collectors as a collector's favorite in GQ, and Food and Wine called us one of America's best wine shops. The most recent Wine Spectator listed my store, Tribeca Wine Merchants, and my colleagues at Chambers Street as editors' favorites in the reviews of New York wine retail scene. Regardless, it is easily shown that the residents of Tribeca are extraordinarily well served by many fine wine stores. And Jean-Luc's, whose business is essentially a redundant version of many of our own, while serving extremely well a neighborhood like the West Village, which is not so stacked with extraordinary fine wine stores, would not add anything for the residents of Tribeca. As I list these stores, it's incredible to think that a town the size of 18,000 has so many. And to better illustrate how closely packed we are, we're not just a small neighborhood. You can walk across us in seconds. Jean-Luc's Wines is trying to be wedged directly in between 2 long-standing stores on the same street below Canal, less than 1,200 feet to a whole series of others. His proposed location is actually visible by two existing stores, Hudson Wine and Spirits at 165 and our own at 40. Then, according to Google's distance measurer, it's only 250 feet west and you find Tribeca Wines and Spirits. Or 500 feet south and you come to Chambers Street Wines. 600 feet east and you find City Hall Wines and Spirits. Or go 300 feet south and you come to Frankly Wines. From Jean-Luc's proposed location, you could walk 1 block west and a couple north, well less than 1,000 feet, and come to Verve Wines and Spirits right around the corner from Hudson Wine and Spirits, where again, you can literally stand in the door and see Jean-Luc's proposed location, which your materials have shown. Only 500 feet to the east on Canal and you come to Vin des Amis, or you could cross Canal again hundreds of feet and you could go to Wine Spring Wine and Liquor. As any resident of Tribeca will tell you, I assure you, wherever you live, walking from your home to the subway or to just about any destination, and you will invariably pass a series of wine and liquor stores. And these mentioned are only a portion of the stores. The distributors love it, by the way. They joke they get off at Chambers Street and they can see half their most important clients in 20 minutes. But to the residents of Tribeca, so many valuable spaces in such a tiny neighborhood for a single type of retail is far less than ideal. Even if you're a book lover, you do
So I'm going
not
to ask
need,
you to wrap it up.
Sure. You don't need 13 or 14 of the same store. Lastly, I would just compare the differences between the West Village and Tribeca. It is very well established that we are a significantly smaller store, or significantly smaller.
Well, I mean, whether it's in the West Village or Tribeca, that's not really what we're considering here. We're considering what you were talking about before, so you don't really need to compare the two.
That's completely fair. Yeah. Look, by any metric, Tribeca has many of the nation's finest wine stores. The neighborhood has developed a well-known reputation with great stores and a very small footprint. Our neighborhood is extremely small. It has already shown it cannot support another store by this store's closing. The residents deserve to have more diverse retail options and not be subject to block after block after block of adjacent wine stores. Jean-Luc's is asking to relocate to a space visible by multiple wine stores and surrounded by a dozen. His products are available for sale within seconds walk of every single building in Tribeca and every single subway stop. There is not a single product in his store.
You're now starting to repeat yourself.
The neighborhood he's asking to has roughly half the number of eligible drinkers, and I honestly know of no logic that would find the public convenience and advantage served by this move. I respectfully ask the board to deny Jean-Luc's Wine's request to relocate. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Himanshu. I'm the owner of Hudson Wine and Spirit, located at 165 Hudson Street, 3 blocks north of proposed location at 112 Hudson Street. As mentioned earlier, I wrote the letter, protest letter. There are many residents living around, but they have multiple houses, so no one is around for the whole year. And the apartments are few apartments in the building because of the landmark historic Tribeca area. The Tribeca community has many retail stores already, as Ben said, and we don't need anyone. The last 5 years, there were 2 new stores came up. I'm here for last 14 years. And the business is just, we survived 2009 economic collapse, but we are surviving. And it's very complicated. The numbers are so bad. The summer is very, very bad. Nobody is around. And no public convenience or advantage would be served by squeezing another liquor store in middle of so many.
Sir, you said you've been there for 14 years.
Yes.
Okay. What's happened the past, year or two, especially it looks like your sales have declined.
Yes.
Substantially. What do you attribute that to?
I think competition and spending. Spending has gone down. You can see the distributors' number too.
And Lorna's, the liquor store in Greenwich Street, is that open?
It's open, yes.
Okay.
And also, the liquor store which closed down, he didn't open another store. he could not afford the rent, and he didn't even open any other store around, which he could have done it. So I strongly advise you not to grant another license.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you very much.
Did you see the? Go ahead, Mr. Fogelman. Oh, we have another, I'm sorry. That doesn't make
Hello.
sense, does it?
Yep.
Hi.
Hi, my name is Liz Nicholson. I am the buyer and manager of Frankly Wines. Frankly Wines has actually been in Tribeca since December 2007,
Where are you located?
66 West Broadway, so we're about 7 blocks south.
Okay.
So as this past spring, on March 7th, my business partner Tim Donahoe actually purchased Frankly Wines from Christy Frank. So we are now 6 months in as the new face of a 10-year-old business. So as somebody who most recently came to the neighborhood, I definitely was very aware of what my competition was around me and what all of my friends who I did know many of these folks, what they were already had available. So I can certainly say for sure I was aware I was breaking into an incredibly dense neighborhood as far as wine and spirits were considered. Now, it's been easy to kind of pick up the people who are within the 1 block radius, but it's very difficult in Tribeca considering there are so many great options within such short walking distances to really expand and get our guests in to come in and see our new look and our new management who are from beyond just a block away. Additionally, it is for me, I come to the retail scene coming from the restaurant world, as I know that Dustin Wilson, who was at Verve Wines, also did too. So we both kind of come into the retail side with a direction saying, this is like coming to a restaurant and speaking to a sommelier, which has very much always been Jean-Luc's approach to how he sells wine. So currently, there's already 2 very recently previous beverage professionals from the restaurant side working at Michelin-starred restaurants who have come to run wine stores in Tribeca. We certainly don't need a third. His business model is certainly already replicated, and so I strongly say deny on the application.
Thank you.
Thank you.
First thing I'd like to do is approach with an exhibit which is within your package, but I want to bring this to your attention first. This is Exhibit H, which shows where Jean-Luc's proposed store is, right in the middle of the other stores.
Okay. You got to go back.
Yes, sir.
Exhibit H.
As you stated earlier, this is a replacement store for a store that was at 90 Hudson, and Jean-Luc's proposed store is at 112 Hudson.
So why is he moving?
Well, I will let him answer, and I will let him make a presentation, and then we can proceed
Should
from
I-
there. Yes, go ahead.
Good morning, Your Honor. My name is Jean-Luc Ledoux. I am the owner and manager of Ledoux Wines, Jean-Luc's Wine LLC. We've been located in the West Village for the past 12 years. We opened in 2005. We opened in the far west of the West Village, and there were a lot of construction projects at the time that were either starting to go up or about to go up, and we took a chance on the neighborhood. Unfortunately, that neighborhood never caught up, and with the economic crisis of 2008, a lot of projects were stopped.
What street are you located? Oh, I have it right here.
Washington Street between Morton and Leroy, sir.
His current location is
Our current
Washington
location.
Street.
So, it made it very tough for us for business for a few years, and we really had to work very hard through tastings, through wine education, through philanthropic things that we've done, and really with trying to move the neighborhood to come to us. Now, today in 2017, where our lease came up, the building is increasing tremendously the rent, and I cannot afford any longer to be in this neighborhood, but the numbers just do not work. I did look all throughout the cities, not only in Tribeca. I looked in the 20s. Actually, I almost put in a bid for a space on around 28, bless you, and Park Avenue South. and that did not work out. And then I found this space at 112 Hudson Street. The reason why I signed a lease there is because I found out that 90 Hudson was closing down for reasons that are known only to the owner. And also, about us going very close to those other locations, Mr. Hanef must have very good glasses because I cannot see store from 112 Hudson. I cannot see Hudson Street. I mean, those are pretty far away store.
He actually sent pictures, I think.
Huh?
He sent pictures.
I mean, I saw the picture. I can't.
Okay, go ahead.
You clearly cannot see 112 Hudson from the park where Tribeca Wine Merchant is located. And I appreciate the concerns of Chambers Street Wines, but they are pretty far away from us. They're across from Chambers Street, and they're actually more...
I mean, I don't know that anybody's pretty far away from you. You have 4 stores within 0.2 miles, which is really 4 blocks.
Yeah, but if you look at the map that we have shown you, there is nobody around us. Everybody's clustered below Chambers Street or up on Church Street and Broadway.
Well, two of the stores that spoke here today are on Hudson.
On Hudson, but where, by Chambers Street, I'm sorry, that's what I meant to say.
You seem to be like in the center of them, in the map.
Well, we're the center and right next to the number 6 train station, the Franklin Street station, where there is nobody serving that area. I think it's important to show that in the past year, there are 25 new buildings going up in the neighborhood. That's 1,700 units. That's about another 3,000 people coming into the neighborhood. Plus, there is a Citibank building getting built now with 5,000 employees. The ridership of the number 6 train has exploded in the last few years, per our exhibit in a document here. And so I think we actually add to the neighborhood, and we are not doing a service, but a new service that the neighborhood needs. Also, I think we add something that's not really present in the neighborhood. Tribeca Wine Merchant does not sell spirits. Frankly, wine, I do not think sells too much spirits. If you want to buy a bottle of vodka, I don't think that you can buy it there. Verve is also very concentrated on wine and has very little spirit. Also, I'd like to mention that Tribeca Wine Merchant doesn't sell any wines from New York State, except for one rosé, which is a seasonal wine. I mean, as far as their websites show. So I think we add really something to the neighborhood.
But you haven't really, other than spirits, which you mentioned 2 places that don't sell them, but you're not really telling me that the other 8 don't sell them as well.
I am not saying that.
So what are you adding other than that? And obviously you have a tremendous reputation, but it sounds like, well, I know for a fact that one store has a similar reputation. So
which one?
The Tribeca. So,
well, Tribeca Wine Merchant, also per the letter that they sent you.
Other than that, what convenience? Why is there an addition, or why is there added convenience to adding or not adding, but replacing a store when there literally are 4 stores within 4 blocks of each other already?
Okay, well, I think in the case of Tribeca Wine Merchant, they cater mostly to collectors, and they showed in their letters that a lot of the wine that they sell actually goes out of state. So they really cater to collectors. We cater to the neighborhood. We're really a neighborhood shop with an interest in our neighbors, per the witness that I brought with me today.
Who would also like to speak a little bit? But let me add a couple of things, please. We also sent in a letter, a petition with about 100 signatures of people from the neighborhood who want this store at 112 Hudson Street. We
have all of that.
Okay. And we also have provided, which you already have, obviously, the gross sales of the closed stores. Hudson, I believe, is the only one that went down, and it did not go down considerably, and its figures for the first 6 months will show that it's going to be back should be, based on the last 6 months, including, obviously, October, November, December, they should be back over $1 million. City Vines in 2014 was $1.4 million, then it went to 15 was $1.4 million, 16 was $1.9 million. In 2017, the first 6 months are $1.4 million.
Yeah, but I have questions about those numbers myself. I'm not even paying attention to those numbers because, as you can see, the numbers that were sent in are $1,400,000. That was his sales, and that happens 4 years in a row. So clearly, I don't think that we're getting an accurate number from the store. I don't know why, but we're going to find out.
But it's not. Well, he's not giving you precise figures, which
is what he's required to do.
Correct. But he's also not showing a diminishing sales. He's showing an increase in sales.
Assuming that the numbers that we have are accurate. I'm not assuming that.
Okay. And Tribeca Wine Merchants has, except from 2013, they dropped in 2014. They're back up in 2016 to a pretty high figure. I won't say it publicly. And for 2016, their figure, again, considering what should happen in the next 6 months, they should be in excess of $3 million for 2017.
Okay. Do you have any questions?
I'd like a moment to confer with counsel, please.
On the record.
I think what you said, Mr. Chairman, when the first gentleman in opposition started his presentation, you yourself said that this is not a new store, it is a replacement store for downtown, which was, I don't know exactly how many feet, but obviously from 90 Hudson to 112 Hudson is a very, very short distance. I think they're hypothesizing that he went out of business.
Well, well, I don't know that they're hypothesizing because much like we get these sales numbers, we have gotten the sales numbers for that store previously. And I know as well as you do what the rents in this neighborhood are. And based on his sales numbers, I don't think that he could have been surviving. And if he was surviving barely.
Okay. Well,
but he has a question, I think.
What kind of numbers are you doing where you are now?
About 2.2 million.
And he's obviously willing to take a chance, willing to pay the rent in this new neighborhood.
Well, I'm sure his rent is comparable. I'm not insinuating his is any less.
No, it's actually going much higher.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
For a store that's not considerably larger than his other store. His current store has 1,000 retail and 200 office and 1,100 storage. The new store will be 1,234 feet in sales space and an 840-foot basement. So he'll have, he's going to be paying more rent for approximately the same size store. We did give you a list of all of the spirits, the New York State spirits he does sell, which I believe is considerably more than any of the other stores. And Jean-Luc has told me that he is not considering, he is going to carry more spirits than he has carried in the past.
You have any other questions?
No.
All right.
Witnesses.
I'm ready to vote.
Yes, we have a couple of other individuals who would like to speak.
Okay.
Hello, good morning. My name is Yannick Benjamin. I'm the sommelier wine director at the University Club, and I've known Jean-Luc for 12 years now. And on behalf of him, I've known him for quite a long time. You know, I had my car accident in 2003, and I had a very difficult time finding an opportunity to get back into the wine industry, and he did give me that opportunity. And from that, it also inspired me to finally find another job where I'm now currently at the University Club now for 5 years, gainfully employed, happily married, and I also started a 501c3. It's called Wheeling Forward. It's an organization where we help other people with disabilities and help improve their quality of life. And this all started because we had our fundraisers and the support of Jean-Luc. So very, very gracious for that. We just opened up a wellness and physical fitness center right here in Harlem on 112th Street and 5th Avenue. And we just recently opened up a second one out in Brooklyn on Church Avenue. So as far as community service and the support, he's always been there and very gracious as an organization and on a personal. So that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Before the next witness shows up, I also, obviously you have it in your paperwork, but we have provided you with pictures and descriptions of the approximately 25 newly constructed or currently under construction sites in the Tribeca area.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Lauren Mallory. I'm a resident of the West Village. I am a recovering lawyer, thanks to Jean-Luc.
You and me both.
If he did
Look where I
anything
ended
good
up.
for the community, he got one lawyer off the street. So, no, I'm a wine professional now, and I attribute much of that to Jean-Luc. I've known him for a decade. I remember when his shop came into our neighborhood, and we pretty much had a dearth of good, interesting wines to buy. That's why I think it's interesting that there's opposition today to him as a retail shop, because he brings more than just selling bottles of wine and alcohol and spirits. He brought to the West Village the community. He brought professional development to the staff that he's trained and hired and trained. He's an altruist. You may know his background, but he's a James Beard Award-winning sommelier. He has been the #1 wine shop in New York City, voted by Zagat for multiple years. He's a great supporter of charitable causes. Over this weekend, he raised $70,000 at his wine shop by hosting an auction for Yannick, in fact, his Wheeling Forward charity. And Jean-Luc was actually so admirable in the fact that he auctioned himself off twice to take 2 buyers to Burgundy and open doors to wonderful wineries, and raised just on that alone $36,000. So he promotes workplace diversity. I've never been in a wine shop that has had the diversity of women, African Americans, Mexican Americans, and of course Yannick, who is a wheelchair sommelier. His staff, he has engendered loyalty from them. I've seen many of the same faces there for the last 10 years. That's unusual in a retail shop because most people come in to just sell wine, and they actually have built careers in the wine world because of their opportunity at Jean-Luc's store. He creates community around his wine shop. I've met many of my neighbors just by going to tastings at that store. And he will be greatly missed in our neighborhood. And it's a tragedy of the West Village, actually, that the rents are contributing to the loss of some of these great small independent retail shops. Personally, I was a lawyer, always interested in wine, and through meeting Jean-Luc and his staff and the educational opportunities that they provided, I went on to study through the diploma program, and I'm now in the Master of Wine Institute, which is the pinnacle of wine education, and only 350 people in the world have ever achieved this accolade. So fingers crossed, I'm taking the exam next year.
Good luck.
Thank you. And I'm now writing full-time for Forbes, Wine Enthusiast, USA Today, Wine and Spirits magazine, and I give education, lectures, and other professional development in the wine industry. So I fully support his application, and I hope he gets the opportunity to share his knowledge and experience with the members of Tribeca.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. It is still morning, isn't it? Yeah. My name is Maury Schott, and I am a resident in the Far West Village. and also a customer at Ledoux's. And until recently, I was a member of Community Board 2 in Manhattan, which is the village and basically everything just north of Tribeca, and also chair of its Sidewalk and Street Activities Committee, which handled sidewalk cafe permits. So I was always very integrally involved with our SLA chairs, who I think, particularly Carter Booth, you know very well. I think the first thing that I would like to say is that I am very disappointed that I am here this morning, because I am very disappointed that once again a pretty treasured small merchant can't afford to stay where they have built a reputation. I won't speak to the needs of Tribeca because I of course, live in the West Village and not in Tribeca, and I won't step on their toes by doing so. I did notice that that in looking at the maps, there seems to be 1,200 feet distance between the proposed location for Ledoux's and the nearest stores. I'm not sure how the 500 feet of that's the rule for restaurants works with retail stores, but that, of course...
It doesn't.
It doesn't. Okay. Well, then we can just move on. But what I can speak to is the feel that I have going into Ledoux's and have had for many years, and it's why I shop there. All of these stores, or many of these stores, I certainly can speak a little bit to. Chambers, Tribeca, and a couple of the other stores have incredible reputations, but for stores like this and like Ledoux's, much of that reputation is earned from sales that aren't somebody who happens to walk in the door. It may very well be people who live on the Upper East Side, and New York is, or in Brooklyn or in New Jersey. That's the kind of city New York City is. I wish it had been easier for Jean-Luc and possible for Jean-Luc to find space in the West Village. Closer to me would have been best, but that just is almost impossible. I don't need to tell you how difficult it is in New York City to find space for anything, let alone anything with a liquor license. All I can speak to is his dedication to his community, both in the Far West Village and in the wider community, both in the wine community and the general community. And I have lost count of how many fundraisers Jean-Luc has.
Well, I'm going to stop you there simply because I don't think, regardless of how this application goes, it's not going to be because we have a problem with his character or his expertise, or it's obvious that his reputation precedes him, at least to me. So I don't know that we really have to get into that any further.
Okay. Just,
in fact, his closest competitors have all raved about it as well. So.
Yeah. And, I would like to reiterate that stores of this caliber particularly are only partially dependent on the what we'll call walk-in traffic. A great amount of their business is from people who know them by reputation, who have a relationship with them that supports their, in this case, their interest in wine.
So are
and
you
I
saying
think
who will travel to go see him in his new location? Is that what
yes,
you're extrapolating?
yes, and many of those customers don't travel at all. They pick up the phone. That's how they deal with. And I suspect also with Chambers and Tribeca. But I think that's very true of Jean-Luc's because of his reputation.
All right.
Thank you
very much.
I don't have anything else
I
here.
don't have anything else either, so. Are we ready to vote here?
Yes.
Looking at the closest store, their sales, they went down a bit, but it does look like they're rebounding a bit. The second one is failing. Third one is questionable, which the chairman said we will look into it because the numbers just don't make sense. Fourth one, we got no response. The store that closed that we're talking about replacing a couple blocks away, I mean, they surrendered their license in August. And if I look at their sales, that they were around about $500,000 a year, I'm thinking that, I'm not sure why, but it could be the reason that there's just one too many stores there. So I don't have enough in front of me to convince me that there's a public convenience and advantage that would be met to have another store there. So, and I think you are a great applicant, fantastic, It pains me to deny you, because I'd love to approve you, but not here. So I'm going to vote to deny.
I'm going to vote to deny as well, based on the factors he just said. And also, I am very familiar with Tribeca. I worked in that neighborhood for 11 years. Most of the buildings there are made up of enormous apartments, which goes to the argument that there is less density in that neighborhood of population than there is in other neighborhoods, and at least in other neighborhoods downtown. And right now there are 4 liquor stores, wine and liquor stores within 0.2 miles, which is really a 3-minute walk. And 2 of them provide similar services, and I'm not going to say they're better or worse or whatever, but they provide similar services in the area of expertise that you have. And I think right now, as Commissioner Ford said, we need to see what happens with the closure of that other store, and whether another one needs to be put in there or not. I'm not convinced, based on the sales numbers right now, that we do need another one. So I'm going to vote to deny as well.
I think you're a great applicant. I'd love you to come back with another location to have to look at it again. All right? Thank you.
Someone show up in Albany late.
Say again?
We just had someone show up in Albany late. Do you
Okay.
want to entertain that, or?
Tom, I have one other little
Well,
discussion.
they can wait for after his next one. Is this your last one?
I don't have you as the next item.
I signed in for it.
I understand you signed in for it, but somebody else signed in before your other matter.
When is his?
It'll take a minute and a half.
I know.
What item is it?
The Executive Cafe Corp.
What number?
I have the serial number.
2273. It's about 10 ones after this one.
It's a $500 civil penalty matter.
I'll accept. It's a CNC.
Oh.
Here.
I'll accept.
Thank you very much for taking it.
Yep. You can do Albany now, Tom.
Can you hook up Albany, please?
What number is that?
It's going to be 2177.
Oh, yeah.
All right, they can wait. Just email somebody and
I am, yep. All right, the next item is going to be 2157, Bruce and Son LLC.
Good morning, Stacy Weiss, for the applicant. On June 8th, I was here, I appeared before the board requesting a reconsideration, and which you had granted at that time. You had directed me to refile the application, which I did.
Right, no, I recall it.
Yep.
I'll approve.
Same here.
Thank you very much, appreciate it. Thank you. Also, we had applied for a temporary.
Yep, I'm aware of it. We'll take care of it.
Thank you so much, appreciate that too.
The next item is 2164, Jenkins Rest Corp.
Stacy Weiss again for the applicant. I have here Gerald, president. Applied for this this license, and
So we had the prior license here canceled in 2013, and is this, which Mr. President is this, Andrew or Gerard?
this is
Or Gerald, I'm sorry.
This is Gerald, and this is Gerald, president. Andrew is his nephew. Gerald was not on the prior license. Just Andrew was on the prior license. I've since found out that Andrew had some problems on the prior license. And it hasn't been licensed since 2013. It's been empty since then.
He had a lot of problems.
Yeah,
I mean, we took the license.
it was canceled, yes. So considering what the difficulty, I'd like to remove Andrew from the application and just keep Gerald on the license. He was not on the.
Well, I don't know that's not just my only concern, and it's not going to really clear it up because they are related.
Yes. Well,
And it seems to me that the problems that they had were based on the type of business they were running, and it looks like he's trying to run the same exact thing.
well, I would like to add a new manager to the business, and I'd also like to add security to the business. So I'd like the opportunity to. We're going to have Andrew resign from the resign from the business, from the corporation, and add a manager who has some experience. I have a letter from a security company.
It would sound like it would be more convenient to file a new application.
That's what I was just going to
Fair
say.
amount of
Okay, we could do that. We could file a new application.
And I would, and I don't know that he should be asking for all of this. The problems that this place had, and you can investigate them yourself, but there was disorderly premises, there was unlicensed cabaret activity on multiple occasions, there was failure to comply with regulations. They had a lot of stuff going on here, and a lot of it was because of the type of business they were running, and now he wants a DJ with a DJ booth, karaoke, wants to be a dance hall. And, they're not just handing out cabaret licenses. So I don't know whether you really want to reevaluate the business model as well. But I'm going to deny this since it's obvious you want to take some.
Well, do you want to let them withdraw?
Can I refile this?
Yes, you want to withdraw it? Yeah, you can do that.
We'll withdraw and refile it.
Okay.
Because they're not going to, you don't want them to deny it. This way, we withdraw it, we can refile it without prejudice, okay?
Yes.
Okay, well, that'll be the best way, okay? All right, thank you very much. That's the best.
Next item is 2207.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Amity Harbors, Inc.
Is there any opposition here for this? Okay, go ahead, Mr. DeLuca.
This is an application to, just to increase the size of a currently licensed premise. Mr. Abroli owns the building, and he wanted to expand the store. Currently, it's 504 square feet, and he wants to add the next door, which would add another 412 square retail feet.
So he's going to have approximately 900 square feet retail?
916 square feet retail, yes.
And what's he adding, another storefront? Is that?
Yes, he's adding the 91 is being absorbed and being moved to the back of the building because he's going to rent that to a car dealer.
Can I have a moment
Yes.
with counsel on this, please?
There's
Hold on, Mr. DeLuca.
I'm
hold
sorry.
on. All right, we are back on the record after conference with council.
Where are you going to put your office?
It's already at 58 Albany Avenue. It's been there since March. I sold home the building in 2014, about 6 months after we moved him across the street.
So now, so previously, before this alteration occurred, your current store, he had an exit into your office?
No, he had
Emergency exit?
an emergency with the alarm on it so that the...
Into your office?
Through my office.
And then what's on the other side? There's a door over there too, which is now marked as storage? There's a door right across from that emergency exit in this hallway? Well, look, here's a diagram that you handed in. I'm seeing a doorway.
All right, so as you go out the back of the alarmed,
Right.
there's an alarm on the rear door, right next to the bathroom.
Right.
That's where my office ends.
But what's across that hallway?
If you would walk in, there's a kitchen area, and then you go in through, and it's gone now, but you would go through a door into a storage area. And then there's...
So he would go through that barred door into a hallway that led to your office or a storage area?
He would have to come through the rear exit of my office.
So your office arguably was licensed as a liquor store?
Never. No. No, my office there's still an exit sign is still there, actually, along with the alarm.
So there's going to be they're moving number 91 to the back of this building now?
91 itself, there's double doors in the back, and that's going to be a used car dealership. So that has access to actually, there's a letter in there. The post office changed the address as well.
But he's not going to have a door into the used car dealership?
No, no. They made us have that door because if they didn't have that door, they said that my office would have been illegal when I bought the building.
And I'm telling you, it probably was anyway.
Well, no, I mean illegal, not from the liquor authority's perspective, but from the...
Well, that's the only perspective I'm worried about.
They said I had to be able to get out.
Mr. Luke, when you filed that application originally, you never delineated your office as
It's
part of
in
the
there.
floor plan. Not for the diagram that I have.
There's
right
no, it wasn't part of the premise. The premise, I ended it at the...
You outlined just the place, not the whole building.
We didn't realize the building had additional spots that weren't part of the liquor store.
Well, like when I do,
I don't think you should continue talking about this because now I don't want to go back and start looking at your other diagrams, and we probably should move on. We do have one objector.
oh, yes, can I address that?
No. Since your 500-foot retail space and you're only adding 412 feet to it, plus a little 169 feet of storage, I don't see it affecting the other store sales, even though that they have been flat. But I think that there is certainly a public convenience and advantage to making it your store bigger, and it's still going to be a small store, so I'll vote to approve. Plus, it'll get Mr. DeLuca out of your liquor store.
He's been out since March.
Yeah, well, I don't know if they were going to stay.
I'm going to vote to approve too, and I think we should go now.
Chairman, can I show you something?
Yeah,
that
sure.
I was kind of happy that they objected, because this is one of the reasons he had to make his store bigger. This is the lady that objected, and she advertises together with the other part of her family with combined coupons.
And so then hand that to him, and maybe...
This one's 3,200 square
Oh,
feet. This is
don't worry,
5,000.
Mr. Luke. I
Donald, why don't you go ahead and call Albany while we're waiting? Nothing.
Thank you.
Thank you. You're all set.
Thanks.
I assign this to you. Thank you. Welcome.
Hello from Albany.
All right, so the next item is 2177, Ramsey Market, Inc.
My name is Adnan Al-Jofi. I'm the owner of Ramsey Market, 1202 Halden Street, Syracuse, New York, 13210.
Your store is open right now, right?
Yes.
Why, do you have any idea why the residents are so against you having a beer in your store?
It's only one person. It's across the street from the building. He owns a flower place, and if you call to the city, they tell you how many times you complain about the neighborhood. He doesn't have nothing to do except just complaining about everything.
Well, there's a petition here with about 50 or 60 signatures on it.
And I have more petition too from the neighborhood. The neighborhood I got, it's more than a convenience store. It's a supermarket. We offer fruit, vegetable, bread, milk, meat coming soon, and the neighborhood needed it. The closest store they gotta go, it's about 15 minutes driving. And I think the neighborhood need that. And I have more than 200 signature that they need it.
The entrance is on Colvin or Henrietta. It's on Colvin, right?
In Colvin.
Colvin, I'm sorry.
And I have in the other street, behind it, it's a parking spot too.
So is there a Henrietta entrance to the store on Henrietta Ave at all?
Yes, yes.
Okay. And what, is that for customers to use or for?
They could walk from the sidewalk. It's not too far, it's just sidewalk.
I'm not following you. What did you ask? Harriet?
Henrietta, it's on the corner of Colvin and
Right.
Henrietta. So Henrietta is the side that faces the residences, correct?
Correct.
Right. So my question was, is that entrance ever needed? Do you use that? And that's what I was asking you. Was it just, I was wondering if it was for deliveries or what, or is it for customers who would be?
You mean onto the road, not into the building?
No, entrance into the building, parking.
there doesn't-
It's for the delivery.
It's off from the corner. If you look on the Henrietta Street side,
Yep.
it's like a couple feet.
Oh, I see it. Okay, yeah, there is, it's in the back of the building.
Right, right.
Or whatever the front, I guess, would be. Well, the residents seem to complain that your store creates traffic issues or safety issues for people pulling in and out of it, but, I mean, your store's there, and it's obviously zoned for that, and they let it stay there, so I don't know why it would be my job to make sure that the exit from your store is safer.
It was previously licensed until, what, 2002? Commissioner, can you tell me any reason?
I'm sorry.
The store was licensed, location was previously licensed, but not since 2002. Can you tell me if there's any adverse history with that?
Absolutely. Hold on.
You're right around the corner from Carmelo Anthony Athletic Center, Basketball Center, correct? And Manley Fieldhouse is down the street?
It's about a mile. Not too far.
No.
You have a parking lot as well, right?
We have a parking lot.
So I don't understand.
I had a free meeting at the city of Syracuse before I took over that building and spent all my money and make it look good. And we had a free meeting. Nobody showed up. The city decided to say go ahead and open it, and it was a zoning for commercial and everything. And now after I did everything, now they come up with signature.
The license, there was no license since 2002. That license just expired, and it appears to have been previously licensed into the late 80s, and there's no adverse history.
Okay. All right. Anything else?
No.
I'm going to vote to approve. I really don't see the issue here. It's just for beer and wine product, and your main entrance and everything is off of Colvin Ave, is that correct?
Correct.
Which is a pretty busy road. So, yeah, I'll vote to approve.
I'm going to vote to approve as well. The objections, to me, are more about whether a store should be located there or not at all, which really isn't for me to say, so I don't see any reason to deny you, so I'm going to approve it.
Also, for the record, that it was licensed before, back to the 80s, up through the early, this part of the century with no adverse history. So good luck.
Thank you.
Okay, we're done now with Albany? Again?
Yes.
All right.
Yes, sir.
The next item in New York, 2179 MJK Foods LLC.
Good morning, Donald Bernstein. On behalf of the applicant, with me is Mr. Kenneth Cohn, who is the principal owner. This is a new application for a new license. It is going to be a sushi omakase restaurant. We had appeared before Community Board 3, in fact, on 2 occasions, once in 2016 and once in 2017. For some reason that I don't quite understand, we had gotten a denial by the authority claiming that we had withdrawn our 30-day notice. We had not withdrawn it. The denial was rescinded. But we did go back to CB3. We actually were approved by them both times, and we have entered into a stipulation with Community Board 3. I'm not quite sure why we are here, because we also signed an agreement with the Chinatown Core TCC, the Chinese Freemasons, the Chinatown Residents Block Association. They had proposed another document to us with additional terms in addition to those set forth in the CB stipulation. We signed that. Ken has engaged in many numerous discussions with
I think you're,
representatives.
correct me if I'm wrong, Jackie, but I think you're here because the previous license was canceled, is it? That's why you're here.
Okay.
Not,
So
I mean, at this
prior-
location.
So the reason for cancellation of the prior license was that they closed and they had it in safekeeping for too long. They actually engaged me for that purpose. I did not represent the prior owner before.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying there wasn't a lot of bad history. It was basically because they shut and never handed
Yeah,
it to
and
us.
we canceled the license. You accepted.
Is there any opposition here for this? Oh, well, were you going to come up?
Good morning. My name is Christopher Casey. I'm a resident of 40 Mulberry Street, 2 doors down from the proposed location of MJK Foods. Basically, during the day, this is a very busy, active street. We have a number of neighborhood businesses, dry cleaners, cafes, everything else, church. At night, it turns into basically a very quiet block. The prior operator there, Bond LLC, basically turned it into a nightclub where we had people infringing on our quality of life, where they...
Do we have any complaints about that?
We submitted numerous documents on Friday for this.
No, I have the documents, but I don't see, they were open for 5 years, or at least 4 years, and we don't have any charges.
They were open for 3 years. I know that they were investigated by the SLA. I don't know that any of the charges were, I do have actually here.
Weren't sustained? So we do have charges, but they weren't sustained, okay. So go ahead.
So basically, cut it short. Our fear here is basically this is all ripe for a bait and switch. One of the stipulations that they did agree to with the community board was to install a transparent door in the middle, basically to give the appearance of a restaurant and not that of a nightclub as it was before. What the current...
Well, there's no, and I understand your concern if that's what actually occurred last time, but there's nobody, to my knowledge, associated with this place that was associated with the old one. Correct?
Correct.
So, and I don't see any history amongst the current owners that would lead you to believe that that's what's going to happen here.
Well, you know what, and that can be argued based on one of the other principals, Max Levi, who is not here represented, who is a former owner of Happy Endings at 302 Broome Street, which actually was the 5th precinct's worst offender with, if I have it here somewhere, it was well over 100 complaints.
I don't have him as an owner on this. Is he an owner?
He was filed as one. He's been removed. We amended the application.
No, so is he going to work there?
It was also stated actually at the community board meeting that they want the 40 private events per year, one being Mr. Cohen's birthday, the other 39 being run by Mr. Levi. Is that no longer the case?
Do you throw a birthday party for yourself every year?
No, I was 60 on the 6th.
Oh, congratulations.
Unfortunately, due to the objections, I did not have my birthday.
No. So how many, we can find out, I'll ask them that question, whether they're going to have the private parties.
Because that, again, that was stated at the Community Board 3 meeting. Now, Community Board 3 voted to deny unless they agreed to the stipulations. Basically, the one stipulation that I'm really pointing out right now is, again, the installation of the transparent door, which they also did agree to with the Chinatown Core and Chinese Freemasons as well. Again, to change the look of the space so it does not look like a nightclub, so it does look like a legitimate restaurant.
And I think they've agreed to that, correct?
They may have agreed to it, but what they did was they painted the door black, which was included in the submission that I sent on Friday.
Well, we'll find out what that's about as well. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And just for clarity, Chairman, we just have the one adverse history from 2014 for a $250 fine for health regulations.
Okay. So what is the situation with the door?
I've got several quotes. I'm trying to figure out whether I'm going to do an aluminum or a wooden door with glass.
Okay, so you just haven't done it yet?
Haven't done it. We
Okay.
painted the outside and covered graffiti that was on the metal gate, so we painted it just.
And the private parties, how many are you having? Or does the community board weigh in on that or no?
They did, 40.
How many?
40.
40 a year?
Yes.
Okay.
Which we disclosed to them.
But it's the same hours and okay.
Yes.
And are you running the place?
I am, yes.
What do you do now?
I'm a real estate developer.
So you're going to give that up and
No, I've hired a full-time
manager? And no live music, recorded background music?
ambient
No DJs?
Sonos speakers.
Okay.
And just 10 to 12, Sunday through Wednesdays, and what, 10 to 2, Thursday through Saturdays?
Correct.
That's
No,
in
I
the-
got it.
That's in the stipulations, though, right?
I believe that's correct.
Oh, okay, yep. All right. So, I mean, some of these stipulations I'm not going to include in the license because I don't think they're enforceable. I don't know why you would agree to them.
I was trying to have good community relations is why.
For instance, it says, number 12 says you'll limit seating to 104 people, but I thought it's 150 capacity. Did I read that correctly? 150-person restaurant.
Well, they have to have employees, I guess. I mean, that we can enforce, but I mean, I don't agree with stipulations that tell you can't apply for something. So the number 13, it will not apply for a cabaret license. You know,
Is that for us or is that for the city, for dancing?
that's for the city. But it still would have to come before us anyway as a method of operation change. So, but I'll approve based on the stipulations. Since you agreed to all of them, I'll put them all in there, but a couple of them are not enforceable.
I approve as well.
Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you.
Good luck.
Next item is 2208, Liquid Assets Ocean Hill LLC.
2208?
2208, yep.
Good morning. My name is Nigel Frankson. I'm one of the co-owners along with Natasha Flores. She's not here today. And we're first-time small business owners. And today we'd like to apply for a license for a wine and liquor license.
Is there any opposition here? Yes. Why don't we let him go?
Jamie Markman, representing the opposition Blue Crystal Enterprises. With me is the sole principal.
My name is Daniel Chung. I'm a president and a manager of Blue Crystal Enterprises.
Are you a bulletproof store or are you open?
It's bulletproof.
And do you know, is Jason's Liquor Store open?
Jason's store.
18 Rockaway Avenue?
I don't really look around.
18 what? Yes,
Rockaway Avenue.
so 18.
I don't really recognize it.
I'm not sure which one is.
This one I seen before.
Well, if you don't know, that's all right.
The brand-new liquor store is only 122 feet away from the applicant.
I got 190, but it
No,
certainly doesn't make it much further.
Right. I measured it with a measuring wheel. It's walking distance is 122 feet. There's only 2 storefronts separating the 2 stores. There's 5 liquor stores within a half a mile.
Okay. And his sales have been increasing pretty consistently, I see?
It's been
Up and down.
going seesawing.
Right, okay.
This year, if you look at the first 6 months, it's way below the previous year's first 6 months. And
I think I get your argument, so why don't we hear from him?
sure.
You don't see any public convenience and advantage to adding another store 150 feet away?
That's correct.
Hi, so.
So first, let me ask you, is Jason's Liquor Store open, or don't you know?
I do not believe it is. We scoured the area, and his liquor store is clearly the closest and the only one in Rockaway that I'm aware of.
And why does Rockaway need 2 liquor stores within under 200 feet of each other?
So the way I've observed the competition and the 5 liquor stores that they mentioned is they're bulletproof liquor stores. They lead with liquor, and they backfill with wine. Most of these.
So every one of the 4 closest is a bulletproof store?
Yes. And a lot of them do not take credit cards, and they're very transaction-oriented businesses versus a customer service experience. What we would like to bring to the neighborhood and address a demographic that lives in the neighborhood that I think is underserved is we're going to lead with wine and backfill with liquor. We're going to provide an open store layout and provide a customer service based on our expertise. And we would like the neighborhood to see.
What's your expertise?
Well, I'm on the business side. My partner is the one with the expertise. She's somewhat of informally a wine connoisseur. She can tell you everything you need to know about the different wines, what they pair with, etc. Again, it's an open layout. There's no bulletproof. It's going to be very welcoming. We're going to accept credit cards, and we'll have wine tastings, and it's an amenity that I think the neighborhood would greatly appreciate. I honestly believe that we're targeting a very different demographic. I honestly believe that their sales will be minimally impacted by ours. And as far as the leading with wine and backfilling with alcohol, the alcohols that we're going to provide are from a number of local New York State distillers. It's not the typical alcohols that we're all probably aware of, like, say, Grey Goose vodka and Hennessy and so forth. It's going to be small batch producers, more difficult to find varieties, and I think the neighborhood would appreciate it. I think both businesses will coexist very nicely. Our hours are also going to be very different. We're not going to be open late. We intend to stay open between 3 and 9 most days.
And are you doing tastings or anything like that?
Absolutely tastings.
So we don't know if Jason Liquor Store is open.
It's nothing in the file. It just says it's open.
Says it's open.
They renewed in January 2017.
Okay.
What did you do to find out it was open?
No, I just said, just what the system says that it's open.
That they renewed in January 17.
For what it's worth, I've lived in the neighborhood for 13 years, and it's something that I personally think the neighborhood greatly needs and would appreciate having nearby.
I tend to agree with you. The only problem I'm having is to get over that 150 feet.
I understand. And again, it's different hours, a different target demographic, a different experience. It's a customer service model, not a transactional model.
My client also accepts credit cards, so that's not it.
Okay.
Also the tasting.
You do tastings in a bulletproof store? How does that work?
Outside the hall, salesman sometimes send somebody to tasting outside the hall. We got pretty big.
In the open.
Okay.
I don't believe two stores could survive at one location, and I don't think they're gonna complement each other.
Any other questions, Chairman?
No.
All right. You know, I'm looking at this sales of Blue Crystal, and your sales seem, they're like a zigzag, up and down. No response from Jason Liquor, so can't factor that in. The other one, closest one, was just in July, 2014, and their sales they're not looking very good at all. So, understanding you have an open floor plan, I still don't have enough in front of me to justify another store at this particular location right next door.
The closest wine shop is, I believe, is Manny's Wine Shop at 526 Halsey Street.
Yeah.
And when you look on that side of the neighborhood, which is creeping closer to Manhattan, if you will, there are a number of wine shops that coexist with bulletproof liquor stores nearby.
Not next door.
And they service, they're not next door, but if it's 2 blocks away from each other, I don't think that it really matters if it's next door or 75 feet. I guess what I'm getting at is these two business models coexist in neighborhoods like Fort Greene, Clinton Hill, and so on throughout Brooklyn. It's a very different business model.
Mr.
All
Mayor,
right.
I understand all that. Thank you, but I'm still going to vote to deny for the reasons I just stated.
I actually would have voted to approve only because I think that since the closest stores are all bulletproof, that there is a need for, we generally try to promote open stores for and the type of business that you're trying to run. But since Commissioner Ford, voted to deny, it's denied. So, thank you. Yeah, and I think if you were a couple blocks away, and I realize you don't think it makes a difference, but I think it probably would have in his mind. And it would have helped me a lot, too.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Next item is 2283. It's the proposed advisory, proposed changes to the bill and hold advisory.
Good morning, Kevin Dano, Empire Merchants. We are in favor of the change to the advisory with regard to allowing people who put their goods in before October to keep their goods in, because we feel many retailers may have ordered those goods not knowing that they would have to take them out in 18 months and it didn't go into their mix. And we think that's a very good idea, but we do object to the idea that the Liquor Authority could set that the price that is charged for that storage, although Empire at the moment has no
I
intention
think
of
you
raising.
took that out, didn't you? Oh, it is in there? Okay.
It's in there, and we feel respectfully that the Liquor Authority shouldn't be setting prices and indefinitely.
But my only, we all know why we did this, and I think that to go along with that 18 months, I don't know that we're setting prices, because to go along with that 18 months, and they didn't plan on having to remove it in 18 months, but they also didn't plan on paying more for the bill and hold, and perhaps there are a few retailers out there that bought 1,000-case purchases on with the idea that my cost is going to be this much, and now we're jacking it up without giving them the benefit of selling the 1,000 cases.
Well, respectfully, I don't believe that that's the case, and the reason I don't believe that that's the case is that Empire, at least, deals with warehouse receipts, which are in a form that have been approved by the Liquor Authority, and those warehouse receipts have the Empire has the right on reasonable notice, which is in the warehouse receipt, to say to a retailer that you must take these goods out of storage, and in fact, I don't.
At any time, you're right.
And so the concept, and in the past, over, it's been some time ago, when evaluating the prices and finding that the prices were no longer in keeping with market rates and the needs of the company, they were raised, and the retailers at that time were notified that they had a period of time in which to decide whether or not they would accept the higher rates or find other accommodations for their goods. And so, in as much as this has been part of the market plan at the time that these people bought these goods, right, and keeping in mind that it is not either Empire or the markets, the rest of the wholesalers' usual and customary practice to suddenly jack up prices beyond what's reasonable in the marketplace, the idea of the Liquor Authority saying that you must continue to store something after it's been placed in storage for an indefinite period of time and to keep the prices the way they are is stepping, I believe.
Well, I don't know. I think you're making a jump there. We're not requiring you to do it because, as we all know, that the bill and hold can end. You can end it anytime you want. It's completely optional. So, by the wholesaler. So, I don't think this advisory is saying that because we all recognize that it's optional. And if you choose not to do it and tell them to come get their stuff, then you're welcome to do that. So, but they can go beyond the 18 months because that was the expectation. But you don't have to.
We absolutely, Judge, I want to make sure we're clear here. We absolutely believe that it is appropriate to allow the retailers to go beyond the 18 months. In fact, if the liquor, I believe that when you put forth this advisory, I was before you opposing the 18 months altogether because I don't believe that there's any justification for limiting the 18 months. But that's a decision that you've made, and we feel that having made that decision, it's also appropriate to say to the retailers, stay in if you want, get out if you want, but it's not appropriate to say to the wholesalers, if they stay in, you must charge them a specific amount, because this is...
I got it, okay. Do you have any questions?
No, I'm good.
Thank you.
Thanks. Go ahead.
All right, well, I'm going to vote no to the changes, to the change.
To both?
To both, yes.
Okay. I would have voted to approve the changes, but here we are. Thank you.
Next item, 2178, Miani Long Island Corp.
Good morning, Chairman. My name is Henry Warakomsky. This is a Village of Hempstead case. My client is applying for a transfer of a beer license in a gas station.
Have we heard from,
No.
we don't hear from him much now, do we?
We got the new mayor now, maybe.
No, we met with him and we notified him, but has your client met with them?
No. This is a convenience store in a gas station that's been operating for years.
See a copy of it.
And she owns a liquor store as
No,
well?
No, she sold it.
Do we have any adverse history on the liquor store? It's New Lucky Star Wine and Liquor.
Let me see if I can find it.
Oh, no, I see there's none. Don't worry about it.
No.
The mayor's office may not have been notified. Tom's looking
Oh, okay.
at it. I don't know.
What are the hours?
Well, the gas, the gas station is going to be open 24 hours a day. The convenience store is going to, sell beer within the legal hours.
Has this place ever been licensed before?
Yes, there's a license there now.
Said minors.
Right, I see that. What is she going to do to sell to minors?
She's taking that alcoholic course on the computer, and she's going to have her employees take that course too.
Does she have a scanner or?
Well, she intends to get one in.
Because there was some sale to minors here. He had a significant problem. He's got 3 of them in a year.
If I approve this, I would insist on a scanner.
Okay.
Okay. I'll approve with the,
She has to get a scanner?
yes.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Next item is 2212, 274 Nagel Liquors, Inc.
Charles Lynn for the application, which is a retail liquor store. With me is Abner De Los Santos and George Garcia, the two principals of the applicant.
Any opposition?
That's how you make sure there's no opposition. You hire Mr. Lynn.
Which it was that easy.
I forget what side
The
it
one,
was sometimes.
the one major issue is that this is just one store replacing another store. The previous licensee of this location was 207 and Nagel Avenue Liquor Store, INC, doing business as Fiesta Wines and Liquors at applicant's address under serial number 1165302. It was licensed since 2005 to expire in November 2017, which would have been over 12 years, but its license was canceled by the authority around March 2016. The charges was for availing and purchase from an unauthorized source. The principals of this applicant have no relationship
Do
whatsoever.
they know him? Do they know those people?
The one individual, no. Do you know the individual at all?
Well, the father or the son.
I don't know who the individuals were, but
This is the buying from out of state, right, Chris?
So you know of them, but you don't know them, is that what you're saying?
We know of the business because we live in the area, but we don't know the person.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Lynn.
also, another liquor store has closed. It's Dykeman on Sherman Street Spirits at 178 Sherman Avenue. That's about 1,000 feet from applicant, and it would have been the second closest store, a little less than 1,000 feet away, and that license expired this year on February 28, 2017, and I was told that the principal deceased, and that's why the store closed. I don't know the exact date when it became inactive. I have letters of support that I attached from the United States Congressman Adriano Espaillat, State Senator Marisol Alcantara, State Assemblywoman Carmen De La Rosa, and City Councilman Donis Rodriguez, all in support of this application. Finally, the population of this neighborhood has grown from 2010 to 2015 from 31,000 to well over 43,000, a growth rate of greater than 10%, and I have that as part of my supplement, Exhibit C, that I supplied to the authority.
So why do these guys want to get in the liquor store business? They don't really have any background in it. That I can see, at least.
No, Abner De Los Santos was in the pharmacy business, changed dramatically. The amount of profit in that business has changed enormously. Again, both gentlemen are from this community.
Say in the pharmacy business?
Pharmacist, yes.
Don't tell me it's going down.
No, I'll let him speak to yourself. The bureaucracy is unbelievable.
For independent retailers, it's going down. All right. If you go to any neighborhood, you only have it in the minority neighborhoods. now. If you go to Tribeca, like we were talking about before, see how many retail pharmacies you find unless it's CVS or Duane Reade, and even they are selling their stores. Target had pharmacies inside their stores. They sold it to CVS. CVS is taking over everything.
All right.
When you see the CEO of CVS sitting next to Michelle Obama, then you know you have problems.
I'm curious, just how'd you guys find this place?
Find it? Well, we live in the neighborhood.
Okay.
Yeah, speak. Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
We live in the neighborhood. I live in Riverdale now. George lives in the neighborhood. He has a business in the neighborhood. It's just an area that I'm always around. So we know
So you've
him.
known this location for a while?
Yes. I actually shopped at the location before.
And you weren't on the application that was filed in March of last year? It wasn't you guys, because it was the same name, Fiesta. Oh, no, you're Uptown Wine and Liquors. So you were not on the Fiesta application?
No, they were not, no.
Okay.
And you don't know the individual who did apply there? So who did you go to get this?
They went for the lease. It's owned by New York City. I forget which gentleman had a contact with that individual.
I saw the place was vacant, closed. And I approached the manager in the building, and we went through, it was like a waiting list.
Mhm.
And went to the list, they called us, we submit the application, and we got accepted.
Okay.
Do you know when that was, approximately?
The application?
When you saw that it was vacant and you went and spoke with them?
Oh, the place has been closed like for a month.
But do you know like what time period you spoke with them? Was it early summer? Was it early this year?
The place closed in
yeah.
March of 2016.
Yeah, it was closed in March.
I mean, are you familiar with what went on here?
With
The old store?
No.
No. They were breaking a lot of laws. Our laws, in that they were buying liquor from unauthorized sources, smuggling it in to the state, and then they also had somebody as a front, basically, for their store, and then they tried to do it again, which is why he's asking all these questions. So our concern is that you're doing the same thing.
No.
I don't believe you are either. But if we come to find out you are, whatever money is invested in this thing is going to go up in smoke. There's no protests. I do see that there are the support letters that Mr. Lynn talked about. It is replacing another store, so even though the sales numbers are down, the closest one is 0.2 miles away and their sales are flat, and then the other two closest are down, and the fourth closest is up, and that's 0.4 miles away. But given that it was a store previously, I will vote to approve.
As will I. You have letters of support, like you said, from the Assemblywoman Rosa, Senator Alcantara, Assemblymember Rodriguez, and your Congressman. So I approve.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Next item, 2159, Bar Giacosa Corp.
Charles Lynn for the applicant for Bar Giacosa Corp. With me is Giovanni Tognazzi. He's the principal owner, and Michael Kelly, who's their authorized representative. I did not go through the whole process with regards to going before the community board and the problems that arose. I think there is opposition from the community board that's here today because it involves that's come before the board about 18 months ago, and it was approved, and the client did not proceed with finalizing the construction because of the problems that are with the little schoolhouse there and park construction. So if to go into the specifics, I would defer to Mr. Kelly, but...
Well, why don't we let them go into it, and then he can respond to it.
Okay.
I'm not sure how much detail you've looked at this already. The main issue here is the sidewalk cafe in front of the premises. We don't believe that this should be under consideration at the meeting today. We think that it should be removed from the application. And I can go into detail on that. We don't believe that the Department of Consumer Affairs has authority to issue a sidewalk cafe at the location, and therefore the procedures that are generally in place about why you would okay the sidewalk cafe are not present, and as such, we think that issue should be resolved before.
But wouldn't that be, I mean, obviously, should we grant that portion of the license, it would be conditional on the Department of Consumer Affairs approving it.
Absolutely, but I don't even think that they will, and I think that
Well, then it's irrelevant.
I think that the applicant should come back and present it. They've shown that there's nothing that's shown, that they haven't shown that they can actually get a sidewalk cafe at this location.
But Jackie, did we approve it last time? Has anything changed on this application since the other conditional approval?
I don't think it included the sidewalk cafe last time. That's the.
Hold on, you'll get your chance.
The Department of, currently right now, the Department of Consumer Affairs and the New York, the Department of Parks and Recreation, the City of New York, are trying to determine the specifics of the legality regarding this.
Yeah, I have it here.
And we've had
Mr. Booth, that it was part of the last one. Will not operate, one of the conditions that I put on it was will not operate a backyard garden or any outdoor area for commercial purposes, not including a licensed sidewalk cafe. Sidewalk cafe area use is pending upon New York City Parks Department decision.
And that decision is still.
And the sidewalk cafe will close by 10 p.m. Sunday through Thursdays and 11 p.m. Friday and Saturday.
I think that it's clear. I can provide you with documents. I'm sorry, there's still an issue with the community board notice from the Liquor Authority, and I would have submitted a detailed package to you. I have a letter from the Department of Parks that shows, and diagrams that shows that the sidewalk cafe is within their proposed project. And as such, the Department of Consumer Affairs doesn't have jurisdiction over that area. And the concern that we have is that you're moving forward, and our concern is that there's a grandfathered situation that's potentially being created, and there's nothing more important than a New York City Parks to the residents of the city. And therefore, we don't think that you should be considering at all adding this until you have.
But we already added it. We've already voted on this, and it's already been granted previously, and we took it back because they didn't finish it. I'm assuming it's the same sidewalk cafe, right?
I believe so.
And the issue existed then.
Right, and we think it's wrong, and it's now before us again, and we're.
No, I know you think it's wrong, but I think that whether there should be a sidewalk cafe there or not is really up to the Department of Consumer Affairs or the Parks Department. It's not up to me.
And that's why we're asking that you not make any determination on this until.
Or make a determination and make it conditional and then getting approval. I mean, your issue is going to be with the city, not with me. It's either going to exist there or it's not, and it's not going to have anything to do with what I do.
That may be, but we don't think that you should be even considering it, since, I mean, that's like a.
Well, then I disagree. Then under that theory, I shouldn't, because there's no C of O, I should never consider any application.
It's like not having a lease, and I don't think that you guys consider applications without a lease in front of you, and that's no different here.
I disagree. So we've done it once before. I mean, they didn't. The only reason we're here is because they were not able to get the construction done. I'm assuming I'm going to find out why. Because I don't know why, but I understand your point.
Well, the point is to us and to our community board and to the residents of New York City that New York City parks are the most important thing.
And they are to me as well, and you should take that up with the Parks Department.
Okay. Well, we don't think that you should be considering license when.
I've heard it. We're going in circles now.
Can you ask the applicant to provide proof that they have some sort of right to the space?
They're going to have to get an approval. We're going to have a written approval from somebody before they serve a drink on it. That I can guarantee you. Do you have something, ma'am? No, hold on. We have another.
My name is Catherine Quinn, and I represent the West Village Residents Association. My concern is very similar to that expressed by Mr. Booth. My concern is this area desperately needs the park construction that has been approved, we understand, funded to begin in the spring. And my concern is that if you were to approve the service of liquor at a sidewalk cafe that is planned to be within the middle of this park, that it could in fact impede the building of this park. And likewise, that if you were to approve...
How is me approving liquor going to impede a building of a park? Because all the Parks Department has to say is, this is not allowed here. And if it's not allowed there, they can't serve liquor there.
because I am concerned that if you approve it and through an oversight, the DCA approves it, that the Parks Department will find itself in a position where it alters its plan for this park. And I see assuming that the park goes forward, there's no legitimate reason for this applicant to be here today asking to have that sidewalk approved for the service of liquor along with their restaurant. I believe that what they're doing is attempting to leap ahead of the decision-making process of the DCA and of the parks.
I might agree with you if they had not come here back in June of 2015 and asked us to approve the exact same thing that they're doing today. So what were they jumping ahead of there?
Because the park construction process was at its beginning when they were here in 15. Now,
So they should wait another 2 years until the park, or 5 or 10, until the park department get their act together? Is that what you're insinuating?
you understand that the park department is getting its act together this spring, and the reality is that this, if in fact they are granted this sidewalk cafe with the service of liquor, which a sidewalk cafe without the service of liquor doesn't make any economic sense. If they are granted that will, in fact, has the potential of impeding the current plan for the park, which is gorgeous, and this community desperately needs. I walked my dog there last night again. This particular area outside of Little Red Schoolhouse is in terrible disrepair, and it's filled with people all the time. This is a very busy intersection. It's a lovely section of New York. The plan for the Parks Department is to hit all 3 corners of this area, to disrupt that for no real apparent.
But I'm not, I keep going back to, I'm not disrupting anything.
But why are they here then today? Because if they're going to wait for the DCA and listen to the parks, why don't they do that and come back and then ask for the...
Because then they would have to come here twice, and it doesn't make any sense. That's why, I guess. But they're not required to do that, because I can condition that approval on the approval by either the Parks Department or the Department of Consumer Affairs. If there's not supposed to be a sidewalk cafe there, that's their job to say, not mine. And I'm hoping that they do their job. If Mr. Booth is right, then there won't be a sidewalk cafe there.
I'm hoping you're right on that.
We can only say if they can serve alcohol there or not. We can't say if they can have one or not. That's not in our jurisdiction.
No, I think part of it, and you may be right, is they're going to go in and say, look, the liquor authority says we can serve alcohol here. We have it on paper. I get that. But that's not, they should still do their job. I should not be, whatever I do here should not be influencing the Department of Consumer Affairs or the park. If I am, then they have a big problem.
I agree with you, and I hope that you're correct on this. My fear is that you're not. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Sir, do you have something to say, or?
No, he's with them. So come on. So,
Lost track there for a second.
Mr. Lynn, why did this not go forward?
Well, I'm going to defer to Mr. Kelly, who's been involved in this.
Well, I can start, Mr. President. It didn't go through because the architect that I had before, I had to fire them and then put a stop work on the store because they did the exhaust system completely in the wrong way, which I said, and the landlord doesn't want it. It was going behind the building instead of coming out straight and straight up. So the landlord was against that, and I was against that. And I said, guys, this isn't the right way. You design it in the way that I and the landlord didn't want it, and they did it anyway. So I fired them. Once I fired them, they stopped working on the building. So it took me times to restart again. Last week we start again, and we start to build up the exhaust system the way the landlord wanted, and what I wanted. The landmark have been accepted, and the building department. That was the delayed.
So where are you now? As far as the process is? I guess my point is, if I give you another one, are you going to be back here 2 years from now?
No, I think I'm able to do it the beginning of December, open. With all the permission, I think the beginning of December, I think I'm able to do it. Because to do the store now, it's a very small store. It's less than 1,000 square feet. or 1,000 square feet. It's going to be 1 to 3. We had to do the storefront. I had to put in 10 burn in the kitchen. I did a wall a little bit smaller so I can fit the 10 burner, and I think we are there.
And where are you in the process of getting the Sidewalk Cafe approved?
I have
Right now, it's with DCA's legal department. And I'd like to talk about the stipulations. We wanted to agree with Community Board 2 on it. We agreed to stipulate that we would not use the Sidewalk Cafe once the construction started. We also agreed not to be grandfathered in if the Sidewalk Cafe did not meet legal clearances required to operate after construction was completed. We did and still agree to stipulate that we would modify the Sidewalk Cafe to meet all legally required clearances and submit new plans if necessary.
So what's the problem they're having with it? How long has it been with them?
They're going back and forth with the Parks Department trying to figure out when they're going to start construction. It was supposed to be started 15 months ago.
So when it starts, you're going to close your Sidewalk Cafe down?
Yes.
Okay.
For the length of that project, at least.
I think they say the city will start next year in the spring. I don't think they start to dig a hole in that park for another year and a half.
Okay.
Respond to something for clarification. When that city park is built.
Tell Mike, please.
When the city park is built, they will not be able to have a sidewalk cafe here pursuant to the Department of Consumer Affairs regulations.
And now we're getting back into.
No, but this is the important part. There's nothing within the law that says that they need to give up the license at any point prior to its expiration, and that there, from our understanding, is that there's potential of creating a grandfathered situation. And this is where our issue is.
He just said he agreed that that's not going to be the case. They've stipulated to that. Didn't he? Didn't you say that? Yes. And is that in writing?
So what the
Okay.
The issue is that when the park is built, they won't be able to have a sidewalk cafe there. The applicant clearly stated at our meeting that he would not pursue this application without a sidewalk cafe. And
listen, these issues that you keep bringing up, and I keep going back, and I said the same thing to this woman who spoke after you. They're not for me. This is a Parks Department issue. I'm not grandfathering anything in. If they say that can stay there because it's been there and we put it there, then that's their problem.
I understand. And
so then deal with them.
Well, this issue, which is what I had said before, and I'll say it a little bit differently, is that our issue here is that this is not the normal course of everyday business of the applications that are before you. Generally, probably accept that an applicant can pursue an application for a sidewalk cafe. And usually.
All right, so here's what we're going to do. We've had this. Now I'm recalling having this argument 2 years ago. I'm not going to have it again. So I'm ready to vote on it.
I am too. I'm willing to approve based on them getting the proper permits from the city to go forward, just like we've been discussing here for the past half an hour.
I'm going to approve too. There's 13 conditions that were on the prior approval. Every one of them is still in effect. Good luck.
Thank you so much. You're not including the stipulation requiring that they.
I'm assuming you guys already got it.
Not on there.
No, then and any stipulations that the community board and the applicant agreed to.
No, they didn't. No, they didn't. My understanding is Mr. Lynn was proposing, for example, the one about closing the sidewalk cafe once the construction started. So there have been. You can say that again.
Rarely I would ever say that. We would stipulate, and we could put on the conditional approval, that we will stipulate that it will not be grandfathered. That has not been in writing with the community.
Well, it is now.
Okay, that's what.
So that's on there too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item is 2153, 6 Sudam LLC.
Good afternoon, Michael Palutis on behalf of the applicant. I'm joined today by Carla Munoz, the sole member of 6 Soydam LLC.
And is there a protester here? No.
This was just.
And you actually raised did you raise it in your papers that you question whether the protester even is who she says she is?
So there are letters from the landlord who owns the building that the protester purports to live in, indicating that no one by that name lives in the building, that there are no children in the building. I also have letters submitted by the two residents whose apartments do actually overlook the outdoor area, both of whom say that they support the new business and that they don't have any children living there, and that they're happy to see this new business in the neighborhood.
So what time is the outdoor going to close?
So the community board has asked for no restrictions on the hours of operation, but my client is happy to, close before the 4 a.m., of course. I think what she'd like is 10 p.m. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, and midnight Thursday, Friday, and Saturday.
That's just the outside?
Just the outdoors.
And the
right.
indoors is going to be open till 4?
Until 4 o'clock. Yes, Chairman.
And recorded and live music, no dancing, it's acoustic music only?
Yes.
No promoters, no DJs? Okay.
It's a small space, Chairman.
Yep.
I'm okay with all that if the chairman is.
Yes. Did you get those hours, Tom?
Yep, I'll get them.
So I'll approve on the, open till 4 on the inside, and then the hours that he stated on the outside, which was Monday through Wednesday till 10, and
Sunday-
Thursday through Saturday until 12.
Yes. And
Okay.
on Tuesday also, or Sunday also, they'll close at 10. So
Okay.
it's midnight on Friday, Saturday.
Okay.
Thursday, Friday, Saturday only.
And only acoustic music only, no DJs, no promoters. And that's it. Good luck.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Can we just take 5 minutes? Is that-
Yes.
Sure.
All right, we are back on the record. The next item, we can keep it down a little bit, thank you. Maybe a little bit more, all right. Next item, 2154, Fantastic Restaurant and Lounge Corp.
2154?
2154. Mr. Cooper here? He was here, he signed in. Okay. Next item, 2281, Good Luck 689 Corp. 2281, Good Luck 689 Corp.
Good, good. Where'd that come from? Okay, go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Bruce Fenton. I represent the applicant. This is a request for reconsideration. The initial application that my client submitted was approved in July of this year, and then it was disapproved in August based on the finding that there was a church within 200 feet. It's our contention that there is a building within 200 feet that would like to be a church, but it's not a church at this point, and specifically, it wasn't a church at the time my client applied to the Liquor Authority in March of 2017. The church had filed permits to convert a storefront and 2 apartments into a church back in September of 2016, and at that time it was denied by the Department of Buildings. There were 27 open items, not one of them had been completed. Then in December of 2016, the church submitted a new application, this time never even mentioning that it was a church. At this time, all they said is that they wanted to renovate the store and the 2 apartments. Specifically, the permit said there was going to be no change in use, meaning the apartments were going to be remaining as apartments. The denial of the Liquor Authority was based solely on a letter, or at least it seemed solely on a letter that they received from the pastor saying that it was going to be a church, or it's going to be used as a church, and there were no residential apartments.
That's because we asked him.
Right. But and he specifically saying there were no residential apartments. Well, the application specifically said there was no change in use from the 2 apartments. Also, in 2017...
So you're telling me right now there is not a church there?
Correct. That's our contention.
Well, I'm not asking your contention. Have you seen it?
I'm saying the Department of Buildings specifically has not certified any of the applications that it's a church, and there are open items, there are construction signs still on the building, and the Liquor Authority, in fact, in 2017 issued a license to, an on-premises license to 417 Prospect, which is definitely within 200 feet of the church. It's across the street from the church.
Okay. I'll grant the reconsideration and send it back to licensing.
Thank you.
You just got to vote.
Yep, same here.
Thank you.
Next item, 2198, Philippe Liscano.
Good afternoon. My name is Felipe Liscano, and I'm here for a reconsideration of my license that was disapproved.
Yeah, I guess there was some confusion whether you represented yourself as the owner versus as a representative, and it's obvious that you have before that confusion existed, you actually had filed a notice of appearance as a representative with us. So
yes, sir.
I'll grant the reconsideration.
Okay.
And send it back to licensing.
So let me ask you, what's the next?
Got to vote.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'll grant recon as well, yes.
And what's your question?
Thank you. What's the next step for after?
They're going to just continue with the review wherever it stopped.
With the license?
Yes.
With my
Right, Jackie?
With my application?
Yeah, you'll hear from them at some point in the mail.
Within like maybe a couple of weeks from now?
No idea.
Okay, thank you,
Because
sir.
I don't know what part of the review they're at, so I couldn't even tell you.
Okay, so I'll check on that. Thank you for your time.
I'm going to call this one more time, 2154, Fantastic Restaurant and Lounge Corp. All right.
Let's just do it then. It's a CNC, right?
Yes, Mr. Cooper had signed in, but
I guess we'll see if he comes. Maybe he has something he wants to say.
Okay, next item, 2226 and 2227, which is one item, and then a separate item, which is 2233. The all with respect to capital.
Good morning, Alan Gardner, good afternoon. Alan Gardner representing the licensee, and I have with me Lamid Silla, who is the sole principal of Capital International.
Okay. On the first proceeding, I'll do 226 and 227. In the first proceeding, dismiss 1, sustain 2, dismiss 3, dismiss 4. In the second proceeding, dismiss 1, sustain 2, dismiss 3, dismiss 4. In 2233, which is just one proceeding, dismiss 1, sustain 2 and 3, dismiss 4, 5, and 6, withdraw 7, dismiss 8, sustain 9, and dismiss 10.
And Mr. Gardner, you can imagine, even after looking at the ALJ's decision, why this is obviously so concerning to the authority.
I'm sorry, but...
You can imagine why looking at this yourself and looking at the ALJ's decision, which I read your controversy, this is such a disturbing incident, even with what's sustained and what's not sustained to the authority.
The incident...
Well, the multiple incidents, the opinion, I think, speaks for itself, right?
Well, I think if you look at this overall, if you just looked at the conduct of the licensed premises, this place has been well run. There were only a couple of apparent.
Counsel, that's ridiculous. We have people that are entering in an unmanned entrance so that they're able to go past security, right? I believe that it's your client who is seen in uncontroverted testimony by the police, who is highly intoxicated while running this.
No, that was not my client.
The manager of the establishment.
Mr. Silla was the manager at the time.
Regardless, the person who's running the place, highly intoxicated, smelling of marijuana and alcohol, couldn't even close the premises when directed to by the police. There are problems that occur at the licensed premises all the time. The ALJ's decision speaks for itself.
It's not all the time.
It's only been open.
Yeah, no.
It was open in March of 2016.
But you're focusing in when you're talking about closing the premises. There was a very unusual incident one night when the place was literally overrun by people leaving a nearby nightclub that had been closed by the police.
Well, counsel, I think that the sustaining of a focal point charge by definition says it's not one night.
I understand, but I don't think
The testimony of the police officer clearly and convincingly showed that in addition to having police officers doing directed patrols, the police department has frequently had to engage time, energy, and resources in order to respond to events at the establishment. When there are large events scheduled on Friday and Saturday nights, 1 or 2 sector cars are assigned to the premises, and a supervisor and special operations lieutenant may also be assigned. Having 2 of the 8, that is 1/4, of the available patrol cars at the licensed premises diminishes the police department's capacity to respond to other crimes.
This is a large capacity premises in a sensitive area. The police are always patrolling that. We submitted a letter in our request for mitigation from a police officer, from a police detective with the precinct, which is tantamount to an endorsement. The police won't come out and endorse the place, but he made it clear that Mr. Silla cooperates with the police, is working with the police. This place, until the license was summarily suspended, was well run on most evenings. There was one incident of a real fight breaking out. There was another of the overrun from the nearby nightclub. And there was really no major incidents or disruptions on the other evenings, except the police at one point.
Well, I mean, I know that the disorderly premises charges weren't sustained, but those events still happened. So to say that there weren't events, that there wasn't disorder on multiple evenings is just incorrect. I realize that there wasn't evidence there to say that he suffered and permitted it to occur, but it did occur, right?
Well,
I mean, I got 625, which is the night you're talking about. Then we have 325. We have 1117. We have 13017. And we have, so those are three separate occasions, and he's not even open a full year.
Well, March 25th and June 25th, we explained.
Well, you can explain it all you want, but it happened.
Well, yeah, but that's not.
Counsel, I can actually also note, based on the other decision, that what had happened for a full year was over $100,000 of purchases of alcohol from an unauthorized source, which was found by the other ALJ.
I mean, just to come up here and tell me that this is a well-run place is just nonsensical.
I think what I'm saying is that it was certainly better run than the charges sound. I think if you were present,
I disagree.
There was security there. They responding properly when there were issues. There weren't the incidents of sales.
I mean, it's not just the fact that they responded, but the problem is the incidents themselves. And
Your security staff lost control of the door in one case.
Well, that was one very unusual night where we actually notified the police. They asked us to close, and we closed. I mean, we were cooperating. We saw the problem coming. We were keeping count as they were coming in. We said, wait a minute, there's a problem here, and we told the police about it. So, it was very unusual, and this seems to be.
Jackie? What was here before this?
What was here before that?
Yeah, did we cancel the license that was here before this, or is this brand new?
Can I talk?
Yes, Mr. Silla can tell you.
Okay.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you to come here. My name is Lamin Silla.
Speak to the mic, please.
Sorry. My name is Lamin Silla, and I live in the Bronx the past 29 years, and I'm married, have 4 children. And I opened this place. I'm a retired veteran, 40% disabled. When I come back, I represent the African community.
Revoked.
And they asked me, Mr. Silla, could you help us? Because I have a relationship with 44 prison. And I decide, if you look at the back, I have a cabaret license. I don't want to do liquor license and stuff like that, based off what I do for a living. But the community, with the law, if you come in, you have to have authorization to do beer and stuff like that. And I come to him, I said, Mister, I have a cabaret license. I've been here. Let's apply for liquor license. I went to the prison. Every meeting, I go to the meeting for the prison, and I have a good relationship with the police department. When I start, if you believe or not, there's more than 1 million people, West African, live here. I can guarantee you, you can check. There's no place for the African youth, which is the same. I'm very sorry for them. And they asked me to open this. I said, okay, I'll open it for you guys to come in. Now, kid who was born here, an African kid, they start coming to the place. I'm in the service. The people are put there. I don't have knowledge how to deal with your liquor and stuff like that. People started coming. I went to the prison. I talked to them. I said, I need a car to pull from there, because the African, most of them don't have a green card. I'm sorry. When they see police, they're on the way. And kids start arguing with the other kid coming. The sergeant was over there. I didn't comply what he requested for. Maybe he didn't like the way I act as a retired infantry guy. I don't have way to talk to people nicely like that. Sometimes it's the way they taught me. So come out, the incident happened, the first one he came in. Casablanca was closed. I was there myself. And I ordered the guy who there, do not let people come in. Sergeant Gagnon come say, okay, you gotta close. I say, okay, 2:30 we close. You go home, no incident. Second incident was the LBG party, excuse me. What I came for, everybody's equal. I treat everybody the same. They come to me and say, you know what, we are LGB, we need a party. Hey, I give it to them. 3 o'clock in the morning, 2 girls start fighting. The manager take them outside. 1 girl gets slashed. I pull up the radio. I call the sergeant desk. Say, listen, there's the LGBT, come over here. When they come in, I have 32 cameras, 16 undercover.
I understand what you're saying, sir, but it still gets back to the face, and I was just told by the Deputy Commissioner of Licensing that this place is not just a problem with you owning it, it was a problem before you owned it, because we revoked that license. And the biggest thing, as council's pointed out, to me, is not just the failure to supervise, but the focal point of the police. And in order for the police, I don't care whether you're asking them to be there or not, the bottom line is they're there. And that means they're not somewhere they're supposed to be.
Okay, I understand, Mr. Chairman. And after that, I had a meeting with the the police inspectors. He came to me and he said, let's put this work out. What are you willing to do next? What do you want to do to fix this problem here? Because
I think we're past that point. Okay. That's the message I'm trying to give you. So I don't know where you are, but I'm at revoke with a prescription.
Mr. Chairman, in all due respect, I think the letter from the police detective indicates we're not past this point, that he feels that we will work with the police and handle this better going forward.
Given the history of this place and given what went on here, and when I say the history of this place, I mean the prior place as well, it's obvious to me that this is going to be a focal point of police attention unless it's, the only thing I can think you could put in there is maybe a teen club with no alcohol in it. This is clearly a problem. And because it's been a repeat problem for us, I'm going to make sure it's shut for 2 years. So I'm doing revoking the prescription.
Can I say one more? If you're going to do that?
That's where I'm at.
And the point in what they was asking me what I want to do with the community board, I'm tuning into the restaurant bar, just allow people.
But not here. You're going to have to go somewhere else. So I'm at revoke with a
Combine both cases?
Yes, and a 2-year prescription.
And I already been suspended for 4 months without doing anything, Mr. Chairman. 4 months. 4 months I've been suspended.
I hear you. Will you vote?
I'm going to agree with the chairman and revoke with a 2-year prescription.
You're also going to combine everything for?
Yes, yep.
I mean, it just is too much, so I'm sorry, but that I just can't keep having, somebody's going to end up getting killed, and I'm not going to be part of that, so.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, the next matter are docket numbers 22, 30, 31, and 32, Vines and Hops LLC.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. My name is Jeff McKay. This is my wife, Christine McKay. We're owners of Vines and Hops.
So you guys did a little bait and switch here, which we hear about so regularly. You're actually the real deal.
Back when we had our original method of business, we were selling wine and beer. We did that for about a year, and we were unable to sustain keeping the doors open. So we had to apply to the Liquor Authority for a full liquor license, which we obtained. Time went by. Again, we were unable to keep our doors open financially. We remortgaged our house, and we had to make changes on the fly, meaning from week to week, to sustain that and keep that from being a complete loss. 2 weeks ago, we had a house fire. We lost our house. And Riverhead, downtown Riverhead, has been a blighted area for 30 to 40 years. When we first opened, we had our choice of 15 to 20 storefronts. Our landlord gave us a great deal that we couldn't pass up. We were happy with that. The revitalizing of downtown Riverhead never did occur. Volume is seeping out each year. And it's been 4 years. I have not taken a dime of salary from that business. And we've reached out to the local police department to help with that, with problems that do occur from people lingering on the street after our closing time. Our last call is at 1 a.m. Our doors are closed at 1:30. We do not have a DJ. We do not have live music. We do not have security. We do not have dancing. All we have is recorded music, and we're going to have to live or die with that.
Okay. I mean, I understand your problems, but maybe at some point it's time to pack it in.
And I just want to note, and I know that this is not before us today, but there are significant pending charges. I know you're aware of that, I've no doubt. And those charges are, just looking at them very quickly, incredibly serious, because it looks like it's just incident after incident after incident and after incident. And I've realized that you may be trying to change things, and I understand that you may be attempting to make some changes to the business, but even though we're only here on this particular case, I do think it's important to note that just looking very quickly, I can see what's coming down the road, and what's coming down the road, as I'm sure you're aware, from just things that have happened in the last few months is very serious.
We do realize that, but none of these incidences have occurred inside. It's outside when people linger, even beyond the
But
time.
you're responsible for that, too.
No, I
mean,
understand
that's-
that, but our doors are closed at 1:30. These are incidents that happen at 2:33 in the morning. We've talked to the police, and we said we can't patrol downtown when we're closed and no one is there.
Sir, and that's not entirely true. I mean, and again, these are pending charges, but one is a sale to minor, and I'm just very quickly looking at this. So I'm not necessarily disagreeing. Again, you have a right to be heard on those. But I just think it's important to note that.
I mean, what he's trying to tell you is that it might be time to make a financial decision. Because this is going to be very expensive, and it's going to continue to get expensive should those charges be proven. I don't know that they will or they won't. I don't know anything about them. But this is going to get expensive. And you're liable. I don't know anything about how serious they are, but if they're serious enough, we may end up taking it. So I think that's just what he's trying to warn you. I'm not going to take it today. So, Tom, in the first proceeding, dismiss 1, dismiss 2. In the second proceeding, dismiss 1, sustain 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7, dismiss 8, sustain 1 and 2. I had a really high number here, and I'm going to lower it because of the hardships you're going through. So I'm going to go 5,000.
Thank you.
Hold on just for a second.
I'll agree to 5,000 as well.
Good luck.
Thank you.
More to come, though.
Okay, the next items, 2234, 2235, Laikai Lounge, Inc., Leaky Lounge, Inc.
Good afternoon, Rob Bookman from Pazetsky and Bookman. Just here to discuss briefly penalty after you sustain the charge.
Oh,
on
yes,
both.
sustain, and first proceeding, sustain 1, and the second proceeding, sustain 1.
You agree, Commissioner?
Yes.
Okay. So briefly, just on penalty. These are two sale to minors, 2 weeks apart.
18 years old.
I understand. My only issue of mitigation, which was mentioned by the judge in her decision, is that there were no summonses issued by the police, no arrests made. The first time my client was made aware of this was when she received the decision, the notice of pleading from the Liquor Authority. As a matter of fact, we got the first pleading for the second case and the second pleading for the first case. So that was the first time she was aware that these incidents happened. She immediately took steps.
Was it the same salesperson?
I don't know. But she immediately, and by the time we went to the hearing, showed the judge that she upgraded her ID scanner to an expensive one. She installed security cameras. She had a meeting with staff to discuss, their procedures. She's requiring all staff to take alcohol awareness training program by November 30th. She's paying for it. She's already, done all of that. So all I'm asking is that you treat this as 2 one-time fines, which I believe you do 3,000 on a first, so 6,000 as opposed to 3 and 6 for 9, because it really wasn't the idea of a second penalty, and I'm sure counsel would agree, is that you've been aware once and you didn't do anything to stop it, so we're going to hit you harder for the second time. This was really 2 first-timers. That's all I'm asking.
Yeah, I'll agree to take that into account. So I think he had a number in mind.
Yeah, I was going to throw out 6,500.
I'll accept that.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
The next item, 2175, Pod BK F&B LLC.
Robert Bookman from Bezetsky and Bookman, in support of the applicant for a new hotel in Williamsburg, Brooklyn. With me is Richard Bourne, one of the principals of the applicant and a longtime licensee of this agency for currently about 20 different hotels. There may be one or two people here to speak in opposition if you want to hear them first, or I can go, whichever you like.
No, we'll hear from them.
Thank you.
How many people are here to talk about this? Raise your hand, please.
There are 5.
There's
that
more
we
than
know of.
5.
Well, they're standing. I don't know if all of them are going to speak.
And who are you?
My name is Matthew Moline from Barry Mallon Associates. We represent a group of the residents.
And
surrounding the
what
hotel.
is that group here?
Yeah, the group is here, yes. And we
Then
responded to
you're
the
speaking
500
for all of them then? 'Cause
I am, yes.
What happened here, and I understand there's a lot of opposition,
Yes.
and I get it. And we got a lot of letters in protest. We've read every one of them. Every one of those letters says the same thing. So I'm not going to march 30 people up here. They can come up and put their name on the record and where they live, and you can speak for all of them, because it's really the same message.
It's
and
true.
I don't want to hear it 30 times.
It's true, but we have just 5 speakers, and we've told them to be very brief, and they're going to just walk you through some of their exhibits that they have to give you a visualization of what's going to happen
Okay.
if this is approved. Since you said you've read all of the materials.
So
Go ahead.
before you get, is there anybody from the community board here? Who? You're on the community board? Can you come up? Or maybe you can explain this to me?
Perhaps.
What happened here?
Hi, James Stewart, Community Board 1. I'm also on the...
So just so I can put this on the record, my understanding is that you met with the applicant,
Correct.
or applicants, with their lawyer. You entered into an agreement with them on hours and stipulations, whatever you guys do. And that was, I'm assuming, on an agenda that was publicized before it happened.
Correct.
And, well, then that's their problem. But you also had a committee also that has an agenda and that also publicized it, as they're supposed to.
The SLA committee gave our recommendation to the full board. The full board voted.
And unanimously approved under those conditions.
I believe it was unanimous.
And then 5 months later, you all decided we weren't going to approve it?
I can explain this, I think. So at that time...
Well, he's on the community board, so let him explain it.
Yeah, so then...
Speak to the mic, please.
So then the residents organized and came back to the full board meeting and made it known that they were unhappy.
Weren't they at the first one and unhappy?
Yes.
You cannot be.
You might not have been there, but were there residents at the first one that were unhappy? Well, that's the community board's problem. You're not at the microphone. You'll all have your opportunity to speak. I just don't like what went on here. Because it really looks, I don't even know the word, do you?
Could I perhaps explain something?
Shady, that's a good word. This is the first time I have ever seen a community board enter into an agreement where there clearly was a presentation, there clearly was opposition to a building or a license. They entered into an agreement unanimously, 32-0. And then 4 or 5 months later, because more people came forward, half of the community board shows up and votes to not only not change the agreement, they disapproved and said, we don't want this now. And it just happened it looked like it came out of the blue.
Correct.
Okay.
Please, okay, you'll get a chance to speak.
So could I please address the board for a minute
Sure.
about that? So when this first came before the community board, the application had actually already been denied by the SLA. The authority...
Without prejudice.
Without prejudice.
And by the way,
yes,
there is no requirement, and it happens, and correct me if I'm wrong, Jackie, there's no requirement that there actually be an application within the SLA before they go to the community board. Are you aware of that?
I know that, but...
And the hotel was built, correct?
That's correct.
So you knew it was going to be licensed at some point, in some way, shape, or form.
I think it's a little unfair for the board or for the authority to reject an application, have it posted as having been rejected already, and then to have a community board hearing on that application.
It happens a lot.
After it's been rejected, so it gets rejected.
Without prejudice, yes. And it, just like the community board meetings happen when there's not an application pending?
There still should have been there's no communication to the local residents, they didn't know. In any
You have a
event,
community board. That's what their job is.
well, the community board, I don't think, understood, and then the community board, once they understood, reversed their decision.
Really, out of the blue. I've been
It's
here.
not- it's not out of the blue.
I've been here almost 3 years. I have not seen it happen.
It happened because their state representatives wrote to the community board and explained what had happened. In their new determination, they explained that they didn't know, that they didn't understand about what had happened with the prior disapproval. They weren't aware of it. So I think that there was some confusion here, and I think they did explain it. And the reason for it isn't.
I don't think they did
shady.
explain it. There clearly is confusion. I don't think it's sufficiently explained to me, but it's not my community board. I have no oversight over it, but I don't like what happened. And as I am supposed to take their recommendation into account, I can tell you this recommendation to me holds less weight. Because when I see a unanimous vote with an agreement with an applicant, and then 3 months later I see what amounts to almost a 50% vote to disapprove something that's already been approved, which I don't even know if there's a quorum present at that. And I think that's a question that has to be raised as well. So I can tell you that that recommendation, where I usually put heavy weight on it because I'm required to, I don't know that anyone would require me to on this one.
I would just also note there was a third community board meeting.
I'm aware of that too. I didn't
only
get into the third one.
You only mentioned the two. I was just making sure you were aware of the third one.
And this community board is, in my experience, very good at this. That's why this is extremely disturbing, because I have not seen this community board. We have a lot of licenses, as you're aware, that come through Williamsburg, and they're very, very good at reviewing these things and giving me their recommendations, and what I saw here was just an anomaly, and I don't understand it. So.
Well, I think they explain it in their third determination, or if not explain it to your satisfaction, at least try to explain it. I think they do bring it up and they mention it, some of these issues. But
then there's information in here as well that would indicate to me that the representative of the applicant actually called because they heard a rumor that, in fact, can I bring the community board back up again?
Sure.
In May of this year, well, he's on the community board, right? He's on the community board. Sir, so in May 9th, I don't know if you took the call or who took the call, but my understanding is that there was a rumor going around that there was going to be another hearing at the community board regarding this issue. The attorney calls the community board on the 9th, asks if that's the case and if this item was on the agenda, is told no, and then lo and behold, we get a letter on May 10th that you all voted on it, again. Having told the representative that their application was coming before the board, told them it wasn't coming before the board, and then lo and behold, it was. You get your chance. Is that accurate, or am I misstating something?
I don't recall, to be honest with you.
Well, were you there on the vote on the 9th?
Of
May?
Yes.
And was the representative there?
I don't recall.
Okay. Go ahead.
I don't have any personal knowledge of what was done in the community board or before the community board, but we have some residents here who at those meetings can speak about what happened with that and with the notices, and they'll do that in a minute. But first, I'd just like to talk about, you're aware of what this proposal is, which is an outdoor event space and bar on a building that is the same height or lower than the surrounding residential buildings around it. And everybody who is in the best position to know what's in the public interest, which is they've all opposed it, and that's the state assembly person, state senator, the city council member.
Initially, they didn't, but it appears that yes, they have.
Well, that.
Please. Go ahead.
And I don't understand that they ever approved it. I know that they.
No, that's correct. They never did approve it.
Yes. So, and then they came out forcefully against it once they knew more about it. And even the State Liquor Authority's own administrative law judges come out against it in their determination. Over 350 local residents.
Which 500-foot are you talking about? The first one we did, or the second one we had to do because of the community board screw-up?
The second one that was done. The first one, I believe, was held while the application was still denied even, I think not on notice to anybody. So I don't think that was even on the community board. But in any event, there's two community-based organizations that have come out in opposition to this. So there's a lot of opposition.
And there's also a lot of signatures in favor of it.
But the factory, that's correct, but the fact remains that this is a 4 or 5 story building with taller or equal buildings surrounding it that are residential. And normally outdoor spaces like this do not get approved. At the second 500-foot hearing, they did not
Normally approved by who? Us or by?
By most groups. It's usually not approved, these types of applications.
There's 50 hotels with outdoor porches on them throughout New York City right now.
Right, and almost all of those are well above the surrounding
Oh,
area.
you're talking about because of the height, okay.
Yeah, I'm talking about because of the height, the noise radiating up into the buildings. And we're going to have a presentation on that to give you some visuals to show you what the proposal looks like. But when they appeared at the second 500-foot hearing, they didn't have any plausible plan for how they were going to mitigate that noise issue. That's a serious issue, and it's going to bother the residents. And
Well, they do. Are you familiar with the plan that they do have now? Because it was, I believe we were given it.
Well, we submitted a FOIL request for it, but I don't know if there's been a staff turnover at the FOIL department, but now it's taking a much longer time to get those.
6-foot walls around the.
I mean, they brought in a sound engineer who basically wrote up a report, and
Is this after the 500-foot hearing they submitted this?
I don't know. July, he'll answer that question. It was in the report I have is from July of 2017.
So I think that was after the second 500-foot hearing, and we have not received a copy of that. We would object to that being entered into evidence because we haven't seen it and wasn't presented.
Well, you don't. First of all, you don't have any standing to object.
I know. I'm just letting it be noted.
And there's no evidence here. We're reviewing an application.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know that he's seen every letter that we have. Should we throw those out too?
If you want to throw them
No,
both
I'm
out.
not throwing anything out.
Okay. In any event, this is clearly a much lower space than the buildings surrounding it, and they're not going to be able to take care of the noise, even with the wall surrounding it, because there's residential apartments above it. And there's just no way that they're going to be able to come up with a plausible plan. Now we have some speakers who are going to...
Now, you say that based on your expertise in the way sound travel, or where are you basing that statement on?
I'm basing it on that they have...
Because I have a report here from a guy who does have expertise in sound travel, and he's telling me they can limit it.
Well, I haven't seen that. I can't...
No, I'm not asking if you did. I'm asking you what you're basing your statement that they're not going to be able to do that.
My statement was that they had ample opportunity to do that before the 500-foot hearing when we still
No, you
reviewed
just
it.
told me that there's going to be noise coming from this roof deck. It's going to bother the buildings around the perimeter.
Right.
And that there's no way that they can mitigate that. I'm wondering where you're getting your level of expertise that it can't be mitigated.
I think it's implausible that they're going to be able to mitigate it.
Okay, so you made it up.
I don't think that's fair. But
What's your
yes.
next?
So we have some presenters who are going to present about the location. They have some exhibits. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Tom Hamline. I'm a long-term Williamsburg resident. I live in the 4th floor apartment, looks directly down Driggs Avenue down onto the Pod Hotel's proposed rooftop bar.
Which is it there in a picture, your apartment?
No, it's not.
So where do you live?
On Driggs Avenue.
A block and a half in this direction.
You live a block and a half away?
That's correct, sir.
Okay.
I had prepared remarks, but I would like to reflect instead on the...
Is there anybody here that lives across the street?
Yes, and they will be speaking.
Okay.
I'd like to respond to some of your assertions about CB1 and about the community's process or lack of involvement in this entire approval and disapproval process.
I'm not, as I said, I'm not part of the community board process. I have no oversight over it. I don't really care what happened. I just have a problem with what happened, so I don't need any...
You made comments that this sounds squishy and strange. Therefore, you are tarring the community as a result of your understanding of the actions of community boards.
There's a process in place that these community boards run. They all run differently. I have nothing to say about how they run. But whatever happened here, the process that they use regularly, that I see regularly, that works for them regularly, did not work here.
Yeah,
and
I agree.
As he said,
I agree.
It happened out of the blue.
It did not happen out of the blue,
You
sir.
had three community board votes on one application.
Yes.
Okay.
There was a vote that was not on the agenda. We did not know it was taking place, therefore it's noted there was no community opposition.
There was, he just said there were community opposition there.
No, that was the
You
first
weren't
meeting.
there.
That was the first meeting. There was no community opposition because we were told by CB1 that it was not on the
Okay,
agenda
we're
for
past that.
evening.
I was just putting on the record that
I do
there
not
are
have the sense that you are agreeing with or understanding what I'm saying about that first meeting, and I have a sense that you
It's not
feel
my
that I'm
job to
lying
notify,
you.
I don't have a feeling what you're saying to me one way or the other, because I don't, the way they run their business is their business. I know they're required to have an agenda, I know they're required to post it.
It was not posted.
Then that's.
And it was not on the
But
agenda.
that doesn't mean you do it again, unless a judge tells you to. So, but go ahead.
But I feel like you are making comments about the sort of honesty and standing of the community, and also made comments about the electeds, and why didn't...
I didn't make a comment about any elected.
Yes, you did. You said they did, you said they disapproved, they approved, they...
No, I
approved, they
never said they approved it. I said that I have multiple letters from electeds here, and the letters seem to change in tone during the course of this. I never said anybody approved it ever.
Okay.
If you would like to make your presentation, make it.
Okay, thank you. I'm asking the SLA to deny the applicant's request for a license for 2 rooftop venues that can serve a total of 369 patrons. It is my opinion the proposed rooftop bar and event space is not in the public interest and will not provide any public convenience or advantage to our community. As you know, my opinion is shared by the SLA's administrative law judge in his report to the commissioners, Brooklyn's Community Board 1, State Senator Martin DeLon, State Assemblyman Joseph Lenthal, City Councilman Antonio Reynoso, and Williamsburg's premier community development organizations, Los Sores and People's Firehouse. Rooftop bars and event spaces are recognized as problematic by multiple community groups throughout the city. I will not give the examples, but there are many examples with hotels throughout Manhattan and Brooklyn. This problem is so pervasive that Manhattan's Community Board 4 has declared that rear yard and rooftop bars are, and I quote, inevitably disruptive to the surrounding residents. That's CB4. CB4 has stated they will rarely recommend approval of rooftop uses in residential areas and has adopted a formal policy that, I quote, permitted rooftops must be a minimum of 10 stories above abutting residences. The Pod Hotel does not meet that criteria. There are several problems. Again, you have them in your materials. I won't bother you by reciting them again, that attest to problems at other hotels operated by the owners of the Pod.
I'm just confused here, because I thought this was Community Board 1. You were reciting Community Board 4's?
Yes, I was giving
Is that of Brooklyn or Manhattan?
That's Manhattan.
Okay.
I was giving an example.
Okay.
Of
No, I
Manhattan Community
I
Board
thought in my
defines the
head that this
problem.
was Community Board 1. I didn't, and then I heard 4. I get it. Okay.
So as a resident of this community since 1985, I ask that the SLA deny the applicant's request for a license for these 2 rooftop venues. I also ask that you recognize that the applicant has tens of thousands of square feet in street-level commercial space that they are attempting to rent, and if they wish to operate more bars, they have ample footage and beautiful new space that they have built out at street level that will be much less disruptive to the neighboring residents. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
My name is Cynthia Wright, and I'm here in my role as an architect just to explain, I kind of need that. Can you guys hear me?
Well, the problem is that this is taped, so they won't be able to hear you on tape.
Okay. So my name is Cynthia Wright.
Maybe he can point to whatever you want to point to.
If you hold that, that would be great. And I'm here in my role as an architect to explain the context of the building, the context of the neighborhood, and the nature of the outdoor space. It is the rooftop space in the Pod Hotel that the community has a problem with. And the reason for that is the surrounding context is primarily residential. It is many old-time residents who have been here for generations. And the Pod Hotel is here, the entire roof extends from Metropolitan Avenue back in a block to North 4th Street. There is a number of people here from this particular building.
I live there.
Which is adjacent to the rooftop bar. And then there are 5 6-story residential buildings across the street here that are run by Losaurus, a community organization that provides housing for low-income residents and the elderly. This is directly across the street from the Pod Hotel. North 4th Street is primarily a residential street with more new-time owners who, and these are condos that have been built in the last 15 years. They are directly across from the enormous event space on the roof that is providing venue for, I think it's 228 people. They look out onto this. In the front, on the, yep, over here. On the, on the Metropolitan Avenue side, where the rooftop bar will exist, this space is covered. This is all open air. And this will provide a venue for 141 people. There will be a total of 369 people on this roof during, busy hours. I do not believe, as long as it's open air, that we will have any relief from the noise that will be produced on this roof. As Tom said, there are other locations for a bar in the building. There is also the possibility of enclosing the roof. Why it has to be an open-air space is beyond us and detrimental to our entire community. Thank you. This is a further photograph of what the outdoor bar is supposed to look like.
As long as I'm here, yeah, I live 12 feet.
Could you just put your name on the record, please?
Yes, Steve Gerbrick. I live 12 feet, and the hotel has taken out 75% of the light, but I like having windows open, and with this opening, the sound is going to echo and repeat and reverberate, and it's going to really make life very unpleasant.
You live above the bar that's right on the corner?
Right next to it.
Woodhull or something like that?
No, right there he lives. I'm a couple buildings over.
Yeah, and there's a bar right there on the...
Correct.
Yes. Yeah, I went there last night.
Not to the bar, the neighborhood.
Not to the bar, but I went to the neighborhood.
Doing your homework then?
I have all your pictures that you're showing right there.
Great.
So, because this is such an unusually large package here, that I wanted to go see it for myself.
Good.
And so I took pictures all around it. I looked at the building heights, so I have a really good perspective of everything you're talking about here today.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. But Woodhull has been very respectful. Everything is contained behind glass.
Yep.
And thank you.
All right.
Good afternoon. My name is Jonathan Gould, and I'm the president of the Board of Managers of a 31-unit condominium building at 149 North 4th Street across from the Pod Hotel. I'm here today to represent the owners of my building in opposing the application.
Can you just repeat the address for me?
Yes, 149 North 4th Street.
Is that on one of those pictures or no?
I may be able to find
Yeah, the bottom right.
This is my building.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm here today to represent the owners of my building in opposing the application of the hotel for a license that would allow for the operation of an open-air rooftop bar, dining area, and event space capable of accommodating up to 369 patrons. I want to begin by saying that as Williamsburg residents, the owners of my building celebrate the mixture of commercial and residential unit uses that contributes to the vitality of our neighborhood. It's in this spirit that we welcome the prospect of substantial new businesses like the Pod Hotel, not least because they have the potential to provide jobs to some of the long-term members of our community who are struggling to afford to stay there. But it goes without saying that any new commercial development on the scale of a 250-room hotel should be required to make a concerted and good faith effort to respect and accommodate the existing residential character of the neighborhood and the well-being of the people who make their homes there. Our building is one of three four-story residential apartment buildings that line the north side of North 4th Street between Bedford and Driggs Avenues. Our windows and terraces look directly onto the facade and rooftops of the Pod Hotel. The proposed rooftop event space is approximately 75 feet from the upper floors of our building. On behalf of my fellow owners, I am not here to oppose the granting of a liquor license to the Pod Hotel. Our sole concern is that any license the hotel receives be contingent on the requirement that all facilities for drinking, dining, and entertainment be confined to enclosed interior spaces that will minimize the impact of noise and disruption on the many residents whose homes, like ours, adjoin and overlook the building. All of us understand that a hotel needs to provide its guests with drinking and dining facilities. But if there is a difference between a hotel providing for the needs of its guests and a hotel providing a destination rooftop bar and dining facility that is designed to attract large numbers of non-guests and non-residents from outside the neighborhood. In our view, based on the experience of other hotel rooftop bars in North Williamsburg and Manhattan, including bars owned and operated by these same developers, that is precisely the intent of the rooftop facilities at the Pod. We consider the provision of these facilities to be a gratuitous amenity that serves the sole purpose of maximizing the use and financial return of the hotel by creating a scene and generating a buzz. There is ample space within the walls of the hotel to accommodate the needs of its actual guests. Finally, our opposition to the licensing of these rooftop facilities is further based on the impossibility of mitigating their impact by restricting the permissible noise levels, sight lines, and hours of operation. Any conditions of this sort would set up an ongoing enforcement issue that would place an added burden on local residents and generate a climate of ill will between the hotel and its neighbors. Other hotel properties owned by the principals in the Pod Hotel, most notably the Jane Hotel in Lower Manhattan, have a dismal record of compliance with restrictions of this sort. For all of these reasons, we believe that licensing the operation of any open-air rooftop drinking, dining, and entertainment facilities at the Pod is not in the public interest and will not provide any added convenience or advantage to a robust urban neighborhood that already contains an abundance of bars, restaurants, venues, and event spaces. Thank you for your time and your attention.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Denny Tompkins. I'm a longtime Williamsburg resident. I live on Driggs Avenue. I've lived there for 32 years. I represent the Fillmore Place Historic District, which is located 100 feet from the Pod Hotel. We are concerned with the oversaturation of liquor licenses in our neighborhood and its negative impacts, which have had a major effect on the quality of life. I'll spare you the litany of all the horrors because I know you've all heard it many times. But the concentration of bars is really seriously a problem. Our most current concern is the Pod Hotel, 247 Metropolitan Avenue, which is being open air, unenclosed, is going to be just add to this quality of life problem. A press release for the hotel states, and I quote, "We want to create a social college campus feel." We're not a college campus. We're a neighborhood, a diverse neighborhood composed of people of all ages who have the right to quiet enjoyment in their homes. 100 feet from the roof of the hotel is a senior citizens housing managed by People's Firehouse, a neighborhood organization. Directly across the street, 75 feet from the hotel, is some of the little subsidized housing we still have left in Williamsburg. CB1 has over 120 liquor establishments with more pending, plus additional wine and beer licenses within a 500-foot radius of the Pod Hotel. We already have 13. With the addition of 5 venues within the hotel complex, the total comes to 18. On Driggs Avenue, between Metropolitan and North 4th, every commercial building, every commercial establishment there, it offers liquor or beer or wine, except for one, which is an emergency care center.
Which is a what?
Emergency care facility. You've heard our elected officials, our community board, our neighborhood groups, we've all determined that the rooftop bar and event space most definitely is not in the public interest. The rooftop venues with wedding parties, bachelor parties, corporate events, bar mitzvahs will severely burden the surrounding community. The pod contains 16,000 square feet of enclosed retail space they have for rent on the ground floor, which can be used instead of the rooftop, which can hold up to almost 400 patrons at a time, within earshot of the surrounding neighborhood comprised of full-time New Yorkers. We are here today in hopes of preventing further problems for residents in Williamsburg and in our immediate community, and to get the hotel to conduct their business in a responsible manner, one that respects the heavenly residential community within which it is chosen to operate. We ask you to deny the Pods Hotel's rooftop event space. and
Thank
bar.
you.
Thank you.
My name is Hector Castillo. I live exactly 12 feet from the Pod Hotel. I have no vision in my backyard anymore. I am a disabled vet, Vietnam vet. I have PTSD. I don't sleep at night. I barely sleep. And then with this open bar, I'll be able to sleep even less. I ask you not to approve this. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, sir.
Can you point to the building you live in for me, if you can see it there?
Right here.
Thanks.
It's the Pod Hotel and it's behind me and around me.
My name is Nancy Wechter. I've lived in Williamsburg for 32 years. I live approximately 90 feet from the Pod Hotel. I can see it and probably will hear it from my kitchen window. I did not intend to speak today, but I am compelled to speak because I feel that the person who spoke for the community, I think, should be questioned about whether he was authorized or designated to speak on behalf of our community board. I spoke to him.
Ma'am, he's a
minutes.
member of it. I
know.
was just asking, which
But
told
he
me
is
he was
not
at the
here.
meeting. He doesn't need,
okay.
are you telling me the story they would give me would be different? That makes
No,
me
I'm
concerned.
saying he was not here in an official capacity. I asked him why he was here, because I know him. And he said he was here as an individual. At a community board meeting, he took me aside to when
Okay,
the
well,
hotel-
say what you have to say.
All right,
As
when the
far as I'm
hotel-
concerned, he's appointed to the community board.
But he
He's-
has worked for Mr. Bourne. He admitted that to me at a community board meeting, and I don't think his testimony should be considered at this
He's
moment.
on the community board.
I know.
He voted on this.
Yes, he voted for
times.
it. Yeah, I know. But I'm just saying that this, I think there's a
So to
conflict
me,
of interest.
there's a perspective there that I thought,
Okay.
since he's the
Okay.
only one that I
Since
thought was
it was
important.
informational, I will buy that, but I would also like to say that a rooftop bar is by definition a destination. And Williamsburg is saturated with rooftop bars. Every bit of the neighborhood is being swallowed up. It's turning into the streets of Ibiza or Saint-Tropez, or, I mean, I'm a New Yorker. I watched what happened to 8th Street in Greenwich Village, and what a horror that became. Don't let it happen to this stable corner of Williamsburg. We're a community, not a destination. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for hearing us out. We appreciate it.
Anything else?
Chair Bradley, Commissioner Ford. My name is Zella Jones. I'm president of the NoHo Bowery Stakeholders Association. I first met Mr. Bourne more than 15 years ago.
Are you in opposition?
No.
Oh, then
I'm-
why don't we, you can, when they give their presentation, you can give your presentation.
Fine.
Yeah. Right, she's, okay. Yeah.
I just wanted her
to
go. Okay.
Well, does she want to leave? I can let her go first if you want to leave.
You got a few more?
Oh, okay.
Before I get into anything, before you ask me any questions, I just want 2 seconds to correct a couple of points of contention which counsel who just got involved was not aware. I was personally, his timeline is not correct in that the Bulletin 589 did not come until obviously after we filed the application. You can't bulletin a 589 application until after it's filed. We were at the community board months before we filed the application. On numerous occasions, this is one weird community board where you actually go twice. Once you make a presentation, and it's on their agenda, and then you come back to their committee, and it goes through like the normal community board process. So we were there for this presentation in October 13th, again November 9th, and it was November 29th that the committee finally voted.
The SLA committee.
Committee, right, 9-1. I was there with Mr. Bourne at that committee, so I could tell you that there was opposition there that night. Most definitely there were neighbors there. It was on the agenda.
29th, right?
No, November 29th.
We were told that by...
Excuse me, I'm speaking, Sir, sit down.
There wasn't a public hearing.
No.
We didn't have anything.
He's not saying you were there, he's saying there were people there.
There were people there in a normal community board public hearing, big room, hot room, called one at a time. We were up there. They asked for opposition. Opposition spoke. The committee then asked us to compromise. They showed us not community board.
This is on the 29th still?
Yes. Not community board for Manhattan's outdoor policy. They showed us their outdoor policy. And they said, you're asking for more than our outdoor policy.
So there is an outdoor policy.
There most certainly is. It's in their stipulations. It's a whole section of it. And we had said yes to virtually all of it. There was one issue concerning hours that we were trying to negotiate with them. And at the end of that back and forth on the 29th, we agreed to 100% of their community board's requested stipulations, including reducing the occupancy for the proposed outdoor spaces as well as the hours. As a result of that, the committee voted 9-1 in favor. It then went to the full board. The full board, because there was already opposition, sent it back to the committee for further consideration. It went back to the committee for further consideration where they voted yet again to support. I believe it was unanimous that time. And then it finally went to the full board a second time where it was in March unanimously approved. I've been doing this for 30 years on and off. I've never experienced what we've experienced here, quite frankly. This is not some one-off hotel operator who didn't know the process. He hired a community liaison company, Capolino and Company, who long before we even went to the community board started meetings. The two groups that refused to meet with us were the Fillmore Block Association and Los Soros.
Please.
Nevertheless, we went through the whole community board process in good faith. If the process is going to mean anything, and I know you don't control it, and I know before Commissioner Ford or you says granting of a liquor license is you can assume it and it's not a right as et cetera. But when you go through a process like that on multiple occasions and you get approved and you agree to everything that they've asked for, and you have 20 hotel licenses, we know that he's licensable. We know that we have now gotten past the only unknown, which is the community board on a 500-foot case. Based on that, we made good faith contracts and over $500,000 for that roof, which we've spent already, which we've committed. I don't know, as I'm sitting here before you, I don't know what happened here. I don't know why the community board did what they did, but I've never experienced anything like it. I don't think what they did was lawful. The Manhattan Borough President's Counsel's Office had to get involved. Although I'm not under oath and I'm an attorney, what I put in my papers to you is never not true. I spoke to that community board. I called that community board after, I think, the second 500-foot hearing. Yeah, after the second 500-foot hearing where the ALJ said he understands that they may be taking this up again. And so I called, and I was told by, and I wrote the name of the person down in my papers that I spoke to, that we are not on the agenda for tonight. Yet they somehow took it up anyway under new business. It's an outrage, a complete outrage.
Was it on a written agenda? Did you see it?
I saw the written agenda. It wasn't on it.
Okay.
So I agree with you.
I mean, it is what it is.
It is what it is.
Yeah. Like I said, I have no control over them, so I'm not,
At the end of the day, will you please stop interrupting and sit down?
Sir, you have to, sir.
They were at the meeting.
Sir, you need to wait your turn.
Thank you.
He spoke already.
I understand.
At the end of the day, it's really our burden, it's our application, and that's what I want to, spend a few minutes addressing and then, answer any of your questions. I'd like Mr. Bourne to spend a few minutes addressing you. We believe in the written submissions that we've made, we've outlined why we believe this is in the public interest. The hotel is an entire project. Mr. Bourne will explain to you why the outdoor space is part of that project. This is an as-of-right hotel in a manufacturing zone. Let me repeat. While there are residences on other streets bordering this manufacturing zone, this is a manufacturing zone. A hotel is the best possible use that the neighborhood could hope for in a manufacturing zone. A cement factory could be on there with trucks coming in to 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. I understand that.
I wish it did. That would have been out of my neck.
And I understand that some people, when they border a manufacturing zone, would rather nothing be across the street, better than something. But nevertheless, this was as of right, that no variances were necessary and required. So we believe we've outlined for you, and I know it's a hot bench, you've both read the papers, why we believe this is in the public interest, why it's an entire package. We
not only did we read it, but as you heard, somebody went out there.
The last thing I want to say before Mr. Bourne takes a few minutes more of your time is that we're somehow being criticized for listening to additional comments made at the 500-foot hearing, which, by the way, tangentially, the community board officially chose not to come to the first 500-foot hearing, they chose not to come to the second 500 hearing, and they chose not to come here today. That's a fact.
But I read your papers and I disagree with you. It's always been our practice that if someone shows up at the 500-foot hearing, they can speak.
I wasn't going to get to, that wasn't my point. My point was that they didn't officially choose, if they were so animated about this one way or another, they should have come to one of the 500-foot hearings or here today, and they haven't. So we put them aside. But we heard comments at the 500-foot hearing concerning worry about noise, on the roof. And we read with very interest the 500-foot decision on the second one from your ALJ, which he recommends approval of everything below the roof. And then even says, however,
I think they do too.
Right, that's not an issue. But he said he was concerned that the noise mitigation that we had presented at that point was not sufficient. So excuse us for wanting to do more. Excuse us for going back to our licensed professional sound engineer and asking him, what could we do, that would ensure, given that there is no music on the roof, that's part of the CB stipulation, no outdoor speakers, obviously no DJ, no dancing, nothing like that out on the roof, just eating and drinking. What could we do to guarantee that we would mitigate it such that it wouldn't disturb anybody? And he said you can come up with a 6-foot glass wall which would extend throughout the premises.
Which we've already started constructing.
And he did different, based on his professional opinion and sound tests, it says that we would be in full compliance with all laws if we did that. So I'm sorry that we wanted to do more. As a result, I thought that's what we were supposed to do. I didn't know we were going to get criticized, by the opposition for that. But I know two of you and council understand that that's a positive thing that we've done, and we are proposing as part of our stipulating with you as to in addition to all, we agree to all the initial stipulations with the community board, even though they in this odd way reverse themselves. We're not stating that then we have no deal. That's not the way we play the game. We agreed whatever we agreed to with them, which is part of the stipulations. We continue to agree, even though who knows what their vote is. Plus, we would put.
Well, you know what their vote is.
Well, I don't know what their legal vote is. In my position, their legal vote is approval.
Okay.
All right. So that's all I wanted to say. Let Mr. Bourne have a few minutes.
So can you just well, first of all, there's Mr. Bourne, you can come up. There's parking here as well. You built a parking lot.
Yes.
And how many spots are in the parking lot?
I believe officially 86.
And is that public parking?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead. I mean, you can tell us about the whole place, but obviously the roof is the main issue.
I'll hold that. I'll hold it.
Well, let's take a look at it. Yeah.
Yes.
I wish you would have asked for.
I need you to speak, though, at the microphone. Here, you can.
You can talk into that microphone. Commissioner Ford, I know you were here, and thank you for taking the personal time on this. And I wish you would have asked for a tour, which we'd give you. But this just gives you a good three-dimensional view of what we have. What we're talking about is this area here and the area under this tent, just to put it in perspective. You had one gentleman testified who lived in this building, one who lived in this building, and one who lived in this building.
Two who lived in that building.
Two who lived in this building, okay. Let me go back and,
So what's all the grassy area? Here and there.
green roofs.
Roofs?
Yeah, environmentally friendly green roofs. Okay. Hi,
So,
my name.
just tell us about the hotel and then the roof.
Okay, well, I really wasn't going to tell much about the hotel itself because I don't think there's a lot of controversy in the hotel.
Well, how many rooms is it, and what's on the where's the restaurant going to be?
Okay, now I'll come back over to you. Here. The main entrance of the hotel is on Metropolitan, which is here. There's a restaurant here, which has about 70 seats. There's a garden in the courtyard down on the ground floor that the restaurant seasonally opens into. Nobody has an objection to that courtyard in there. There's retail on the street that comes around Driggs and around 4th Street, but the retail is not incorporated into the hotel. It's an adjacent property, but it's part of the structure. This is a modular building that was actually built in Poland and assembled here on site. There are 4 small interconnecting buildings with a glass corridor that goes through them. So you come to the 2nd floor and then you walk to your wing.
How many rooms?
It's a pod hotel, so the rooms are really small. There are 249 rooms, but the
Really?
average room size is about 110 square feet.
And what's the plan, obviously, the restaurant, I understand, what's the plan for the other space?
The retail space is.
No, the event space, what's your plan to use that? Because obviously you've already offered that you're not going to have music there, so what would you have?
Yeah, it would, there are a lot of daytime things. There are cocktail parties, kids' birthday parties. There are things you could do that are not less celebratory than doing a wedding or whatever.
So you're talking about no music anywhere? I mean outside?
We're talking about no music.
What about in the courtyard, music?
We stipulated to that, right? That's in the stipulation to the community board, right?
And then what about the courtyard? Is there music there or no?
No.
No outdoor spaces, any music.
Mr. Bourne? Mr. Bourne?
Yes, I apologize.
Is this area right here, that's the front bar, correct?
That's right.
And that's the wall around it, and is that the covering, where the covering is going to be for this bar in the front? Where that is?
Yeah, it's that. Excuse me. This is the old parapet wall that is only, I believe, 42 inches high. We are intending to put a 6-foot wall. If we get authority to serve liquor, we don't need to build it if not. But if we did, we would build a wall that would be 6 feet, would go about this high, and would come all around the fascia.
And that including the back?
Well, it would, not the back of the building, but it would include the rooftop, excuse me, here.
Right.
It would surround this, right? I don't need to, this is not populated area, so I don't need to do this, I just need to surround this.
Gotcha. All right.
And that July 3rd sound report, which we gave to you, takes those additional mitigations into account.
Oh, he's the one who suggested that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Let me see the picture.
Explain. This is the front.
So it's going to be 6 above that?
6 above that. That's the side, but that's not where he's saying it's going to be.
Okay.
I know, I have that right here.
All right.
Thank you. My name is Richard Bourne. I've been developing hotels and running food and beverage operations for 30 years in the city of New York. I have never had an application rejected. I've never had a license revoked. We have thousands and thousands of people visiting 31 food and beverage operations that I run on a daily basis. If you count the number of issues we've had with the SLA, you can do it on one hand. We served 8 million people last year in the 31 food and beverage operations. In addition, we're running 21 hotels. And the number of incidents we've had in that year is 2. It's astounding that somebody would question the fact that I'm not a responsible operator. I'm an adult, and all of my licenses are at risk for bad behavior in any other license. I've created 3,000 jobs, all with private money at my various businesses. No institution, no subsidized, no help, private money. Somebody suggested in previous testimony that outdoor bars must be high, can't be low, and can't be near residences. Well, let me just give you a list. The Bowery Hotel, been in business for 10 years, has a huge outdoor terrace on the second floor with residents facing us. We put up 6-foot screens, not glass, 6-foot screens. This was 10 years ago. We've had no complaints in our 10 years of any kind. We have a capacity of 1,000 people in our various food and beverage venues, which include 2 outdoor spaces and 1 that has a 250-person capacity. The Maritime Hotel has outdoor spaces on the first and second floor, both facing a middle-income housing project, and does huge businesses. Again, no complaints in over 10 years of business. The Ludlow Hotel has a backyard on the ground floor facing other residential buildings. No complaints. The Greenwich Hotel has a ground floor rear yard courtyard in a sound tunnel with other residences around. No complaints. In fact, several of these things I've mentioned have become beloved institutions in their community, whether it's the Bowery or the Mercer or the Greenwich. They're corner buildings. Their restaurants are almost community facilities at this point after so many years. Somebody mentioned the downfall of 8th Street, which occurred in the 70s and 80s into tattooed parlors and piercing parlors. Well, I recently opened a building on 8th Street with a rooftop licensed facility on the 9th floor, above the 8th floor, surrounded by 20-story buildings. And time after time, the Marlton Hotel was credited with the renaissance and turning around of 8th Street. So one can responsibly do things that in the hands of inexperienced or uncaring operators turn out to be problematic. I want to touch on a few things. I just want to touch on the sound studies. I don't think anyone looked at our sound studies. Nobody bothered at any opposition meeting. And this is my, I think, 11th.
And that was a question I had, because it's obvious that the sound study was, at least the report I have is from July, but Assemblyman Lentil, in several of his letters, indicated that you guys didn't get back to him about that.
Yeah, well, that was, well, let me just say one thing.
Which was, at least in one letter, the basis for his.
Yeah, let me come back to you about Lentil. We met with Assemblyman Lentil before the whole process started. He was very supportive. We went through that whole picture that I showed you. Very supportive. We went to the SLA committee. We went and we spoke to him afterwards, and he was supportive. And we went through 4 full board meetings to review this, and Lentil was fine. And sometime after the final approval, Lentil went rogue. And I don't know what it was.
I mean, his position is clear. It doesn't.
He was supportive before, and then when the community board gave us a unanimous approval, sometime after that, I don't remember if it's a week or a month, I don't know what happened. But just
he represents his people.
Okay.
And
right. Well, just to let you know, the sound study that you have is the updated sound study. The original sound study was done about 8 months before, was done a month before the very first meeting. That's an update that demonstrates the glass wall, which was not discussed in the first. The first sound study said that we should not be having any material problem without the glass wall. I met with Lentil at his request after we were approved by the community board. He thanked us for coming, saying, "You don't have to be here." I met him with several people who testified here. We had a cordial meeting and conversation. He said, "Is there anything to do to mitigate the sound?" We said, "We'll ask our architects and engineers." We did that study. We sent it back to him. And I don't know where the wires got crossed, but somewhere along the way, the wires got crossed. Shifting back to sound studies, if I represented the opposition and I was passionate, the first thing I would do is read my sound study. And the second thing I would do is hire my own expert to look at it. I don't think that anybody on the community board that voted to overturn their approval looked at my sound studies. I would challenge any of them to come up and say, "We studied the sound studies, and notwithstanding, we're rejecting." I'm going to go through something very quickly because I have a list where I have a list of a couple problems there are. There have been a lot of untruths going around here. And you see, I would challenge anyone behind me to say anything that I said that wasn't true. Well, we'll have.
I just said no.
You didn't agree.
Sir, let's focus on the issue.
Okay.
My job is to try to figure out who's telling the truth and who isn't, but I don't need you guys to figure it out.
Here is the flyer that went with the. Here's the flyer that went with the petition that you have, the neighborhood petitions. There are at least 6 things on this flyer that are untrue. And when things are untrue...
Oh, you mean this is an opposition flyer?
Yeah, this is... But I'm only saying one thing. If you have 100 names on a piece of paper opposing that came with this, and this is not true, then all those signatures are invalid. And if you want 2 or 3 examples, I can give them to you, or I can just hand this to you.
You can just hand it to me.
Okay. Clearly the yellow...
You're saying the premise of the whole thing is untrue. I mean, okay, I see what you're saying.
I'm simply trying to say, if you get a petition and you hand somebody a petition that says Mr. Bourne is an axe murderer, then the signature isn't true unless, in fact, I am an axe murderer.
Okay.
I'll tell you one other thing that's a little disingenuous. The Fillmore Block Association is in litigation with an affiliate of this company.
This is a total, absolute lie. You are in litigation only with Danny Hop, one building. We are not even an official organization.
Okay. Well, you identified yourself as an organization.
It's a loose
okay, that's not really, let's skip that point. It's not really relevant anyway.
Okay, skip my point? Yeah.
Okay. I think having read some of this, I can understand why.
500-foot hearing. Well, I could tell you that there was an individual at the 500-foot ruling who testified to a lie. He claimed his window faces the terrace. He lives on the top floor on the westerly part of the building next door.
At any rate, I don't think that was probably just one factor that the ALJ used. I'm sure he did not base his entire decision on that.
That's correct.
There was, I'm sure, a number of people testified at the 500-foot. So let me just get this straight. There's no music. How many people in the restaurant?
We reduced. I have the chart. We reduced based on the community board request for the rooftop bar and restaurant, 125 people total.
Including employees.
That includes employees, total occupancy. That includes employees.
And there's no kitchen up there, right? Is it, you're going to have to bring the food from the restaurant downstairs?
No, there is.
Oh, there is a kitchen?
There's a dumbwaiter and there's a pantry.
Okay.
So, and there is a heat.
And then the event space.
The event space, that could be as many as 220 people.
And what's your...
Closing time, based on community board, is 11 p.m. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. And based on their requested stip, Friday and Saturday is 1 a.m.
And note that in order to peacefully try to resolve this, we actually were willing to mitigate those numbers also on the event space. But
to what?
We were talking about bringing the event space down by 20% in terms of occupancy. And who knows if we had a favorable negotiation. But when this process started, nobody wanted to talk to me. Nobody wanted to meet with me. Nobody wanted to discuss it. And when I made the suggestion of a meeting...
Well, none of this could have been a surprise to you. You've done this for a living.
Well, I was taken aback when I had an approval.
Well, that's different, but I mean, yeah, you faced opposition before.
Right,
Yes.
right. But usually oppositions will, tell you the truth, I faced oppositions. I have never, and I'll give you the best example because we're going to sit down, and Zella Jones, who was fiercely opposed to me and a project I was doing 15 years ago, now is here to support me. And so we'll talk about how I work with opposition also.
Okay. Thank you.
We also had been willing to discuss limiting the number of special events, in that space.
Well, that was my question. What is the number? Like, what are you looking at, once a week?
Well, first of all, it's seasonal, so let's start with that. Second of all, it's in the middle of the roof, so actually, even though it's a little vaguer than a restaurant bar, which we all understand, it's farther away from
Yeah, but I'm looking for a number.
I think, let's say 3 times a week.
Okay. Now it's your turn, last but not least.
Okay, so I sort of started this before, and I've known Richard for 15 years, and we started off as opponents, really very fierce opponents, actually. But when you have somebody as formidable as Richard Bourne, you don't stand there and say, we're not going to meet. You get up and say, all right, let's start talking. And
what hotel was it that you opposed?
The Bowery Hotel.
Okay.
All right. I also sat on community board too when the Jane Street Hotel had issues, and I can get into that also if you need to do that. But so my name is Zella Jones, and I am now president of NoHo Bowery Stakeholders. I have mentioned I was a community advocate 15 years ago, and he was my opposition. The second time involved a stalled project on the Bowery, replacing a gas station. With a 17-story hotel, with a 2,000 square foot second floor terrace, as well as other terraces on other levels, only feet away from residences. And I represent a manufacturing zoned area. It's an artist in residence manufacturing area, but our stock and the transitions that we've had to make over the last 10, 15 years are very similar to some of the ones that the speakers have talked about and the conditions that they live in. I do understand what this is about and what a shock it can be to be faced all of a sudden with new projects in a neighborhood that really is going through transition. I'm here, however, to vouch for Mr. Bourne as a hotel developer and as an operator. The Bowery negotiations were long, they were detailed, they were passionate. Mr. Bourne attended every meeting, endured many hours of angered objections, returning time after time with modifications and solutions until we all got it right. He listens. 10 years have passed, and the Bowery the Bowery Hotel has built a reputation for being a neighborhood friendly and being neighborhood engaged. You can check with my compatriots over at Community Board 3, and they will verify that. 6 years ago, the neighborhood organization transitioned, that I was part of, transitioned to a full nonprofit community benefit organization. The founders, as a result of Mr. Bourne's constantly available consultation on a wide variety of straight development projects and F&B projects that we were asked to evaluate and negotiate. These people asked him if he would join our board. He has been voted chair by a diverse group of NoHo Bowery stakeholders. There are more than 400 members, and they represent nearly 1 million square feet in NoHo. They have voted him chair every year for the last 5 years. We have annual officer elections. There are other people who could have been asked to replace him. I can attest to the value of his word and his commitments. to making whatever neighborhood he is in a partner in the most neighborly way.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And you don't have to take our word or Zella Jones' word for it. If you look at the, if you notice the submission in our papers, every community board that we have hotels in, including our other pods, that community boards that do those letters, we've attached, I think it's 4 or 5 different community boards, all of whom agree that they have no complaints concerning any of our multiple hotels within their community boards.
Okay.
So, in summary, again, the hotel is not in question here. You know, we get that and we appreciate that. You know, that's not the issue, but it's given the nature of the pod hotel with the small rooms, there does need to be a variety of amenities because that's the nature of the pod hotels. It's not big luxurious rooms. There's no room service. There's no there's no mini bars. So the pod hotels, you know, it's very tourist friendly. Williamsburg is an area that is growing in tourism, needs the hotels. We cited how we lost the Democratic Convention because there weren't enough hotels in Brooklyn. The nearest, there are absolutely no hotels within 500 feet of us. The nearest one is almost a half a mile away. There is a cluster in that area, but not in our part of Williamsburg. So, yes, we will bring in positive economic activity, not just for our hotel, but for nearby businesses. But we need to have amenities within the hotel. It's standard to have some outdoor space. We've done everything we can, you know, to mitigate against it. There is no residences looking down, you know, at our roof. At worst, from across the street, they're even, but we'll have a 6-foot wall. They're not going to hear us. Given his history, I think, you know, and his excellent record with the department and his ability, the agency, and his ability to run outdoor spaces, you know, we think it's in the public interest to approve this with the limitations that we've already agreed to. Thank you.
The part of the roof that's between, on 4th Ave, between the event center and the 4th Ave, is that higher than this, or is it the same level as the roof?
I'm going to guess it's fractionally higher. I believe, I believe, yes, I believe this is 4 stories. This is 3 stories above retail. This is 3 stories on ground. So this is higher than this. I think the street is higher. From here to here. The simple answer to your question is yes. This is higher than that.
Yes. That was my question, yes. All right.
Can we hear that? So, we live there.
He said, yes. I asked him, is this the same height as this? He said, no, this is higher than this where the bar will be. Okay.
It's over a $70 million investment, you know, which is not insignificant. And
Could I see?
And we acted in good faith with the community board.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So looking at this, picturing pointing at myself where we're looking. I think this is looking south. This is looking from 4th Street. Yeah, but you're not looking at this building. This is the front of the building. This is higher than this.
Can I have a moment with council, please?
All right, we are back on the record after a conference with council.
Do you have anything else?
No.
You have anything else?
No.
Do you have anything else?
We do, actually.
Okay.
You really had to ask?
I don't want anybody feeling like they left here and didn't say what they wanted to say.
We do have a sound engineer who would like to dispute one of the issues that was brought up regarding the 6-foot wall. And we also...
Here?
What?
Is he here?
He's here, yeah.
Has he been on the hotel?
No, he hasn't been on the hotel. He hasn't
He
been
can
on-
speak, but I mean, that,
It's just for general information purposes. It's not an expert witness necessarily. And we have a dispute regarding the history of the meetings with Lento's office, so here's on that.
I mean, if you can go through that, I don't think it's pertinent. It's not. It's obvious what his position is, and it's, I'm not going to change it, so I'm taking it at what it's worth.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, no, this is mentioning it.
Hi, I'm Tristan Parich. I am a sound artist and classical music composer. I know a lot about how sound works. I had an installation at MoMA a couple of years ago, and we had sound issues there, and I've worked outdoors too. I can say that sound, a lot of people don't know this, but sound is very counterintuitive. It doesn't just get blocked by a wall. A 6-foot wall might prevent some sound going downwards to the street level, but we're talking about multi-story residences that are in the area. I think about the people who keep their windows open for ventilation at night, who are more horizontal, and they will be affected, there's no doubt. It's a lot different than sound coming from the street level. Also, if you...
But you agree it does mitigate it?
It will,
to a certain degree.
It helps, but
I don't know how much, but the fact that they're stating that it would mitigate sound, it does do that.
A wall will help, but what can also hurt it, for instance, as I just saw the canopy being proposed. If you think of anything that's in the path of sound, it can reflect it, it can diffuse it. You think about light falling on a matte wall, it reflects in all directions. That's what sound does. If you have 300-something people up there, even with a 20% reduction, you're still over 300. People...
Two separate areas.
Okay, I don't know how it lays out, but I can say that if these comments about the middle of the rooftop, that adds a little bit of distance, but it also changes the angle that the sound is approaching the wall at. Sound is a wave, it bends around obstacles, especially something like a thin glass wall. Even an inch or whatever the proposal sound bends around things, sound reflects off things. Sound will reflect off the building next to it. Sound will reflect off of the canopy. It will, short of fully enclosing it, you cannot, and even we know also from places that are enclosed and you can still hear the sound, but that's not as much what we're concerned about. This open air quality of the project is the main.
So just to summarize, there's no mitigation that you would be satisfied with. The bottom line is that any noise is bad noise.
I'm kind of an absolutist on that. Yeah,
Okay.
I believe that any construction like this will contribute to the sound noise pollution in the area, especially for residents up off the ground floor. And there's nothing that can sufficiently be done short of enclosing it.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. What type
And you wanted to speak, sir?
Didn't he speak already?
Yes, he did, but he obviously thought of something else.
Thank you. I know you don't have any influence over the community board, what they do, but I just want to...
Thank goodness.
Yeah, but I want to make a point that the original, the SLA hearing, the original meeting, we were told when we went there that there wasn't going to be a public hearing, that the community couldn't speak, and then it wasn't on the agenda. So we didn't show up to the first meeting. So we never knew what was going on at all. This was like a secret meeting between the hotel owners.
And then they had another one that they didn't tell them about, so it sounds like they were keeping everybody in the dark.
Yeah.
When they needed to.
Right. And also, I want to mention that we talked to a lot of other neighborhood groups that have opposed the other hotels that Mr. Bourne owns, and there's been all kinds of problems. There's all kinds of people have had opposition to their, and complaints about their operation.
That may be, and I'm not, I'm sure you did talk to them, and I'm sure there were people against him, but I go on what we have, and we don't have any.
Right.
And when he says, and I'm not saying it's 100% impeccable record, it's not, but for the amount of licenses he has, it's unbelievable.
Well, what can I say? But hush money goes a long way. What can I say?
Not in this place. I don't know if you see what I drive, but I'm not getting any hush money. I can tell you that.
You asked if anybody had anything to say. Could I start?
Yeah, you can speak. Go ahead.
The materials that were submitted to the 500-foot hearing actually detail multiple complaints, and often multiple complaints about the same location. So those are in your packet. They concern a number of hotels operated.
The point I'm making is none of those made it here. I'm not saying to me, I'm saying to our enforcement. They don't have any charges that were sustained that I'm aware of, and Chris, correct me if I'm wrong, that relate to noise or disorder or things that we would be concerned about.
I thought you were referring to the lack of information.
No, I have his entire record with us in front of me, and he does have one, as you would expect when you have 22 licenses, but what he has are not related to noise or disorder or fights or assaults or things that I get worried about.
Understood. Thank you.
I just have to say once again, just because it was said again, the November 29th Community Board SLA committee, whatever they call their committee and that board, that I was there, that Mr. Bourne was there, there was opposition there.
All right, it doesn't matter. We're past it. The community board voted against it,
And it was
on the
clearly
third
on
time.
the
That's the
agenda.
vote I have.
And it was clearly on the agenda. Do we need to discuss the sound artist's position on this? Because I'm a sound
No,
artist, too.
it's in opposite to yours, so I get it. And he clearly has a level of expertise.
I would say, our sound engineer is an engineer.
No, I know that.
Licensed engineer.
Yeah, no, I see that.
I don't think this fellow is licensed, although he may have had.
No, he didn't indicate he was.
I think he has had experience with sound.
So do I.
Me too. I went to a lot of
My entire life has been dealing with sound. So.
Oh, that's a good point.
I don't need an expert to tell me anything about sound. I got that.
I do.
So let me ask you something. This tarp that's going to go over these two open areas, what is it made of? Is it going to be acoustic material? What?
Yes.
Because I know a lot of studios, we have stuff that deflects sound down. A lot of stages I play on has material that deflects sound down.
It was designed for acoustical purposes. That's why it's there.
Please.
All right. Okay. Okay.
I have nothing else.
Nothing else to say.
The answer is, looks like a yes or no vote.
Think you're ready to vote?
I think so.
Go ahead.
Having been there, and I've looked at the height of the buildings around it, I don't recall any buildings being higher than your roof. There's a building across the street that has cellular antennas on the roof that's a little bit higher, but that's probably the furthest building away from you also. I was there, okay? Thank you.
Please, the members are voting.
I was there. So I think that with the sound mitigation that you're talking about doing, the tarp over the areas being enclosed, the fact that there's not going to be any type of music, it's going to be just conversation.
That's correct.
No recorded, no any other kind of music. You've reduced the rooftop bar to 125. I'm gonna knock it down to 100. The event space to 220, I'm going to knock it down to 200. And your hours, I'm going to say 9 o'clock during the week and 10 o'clock on the weekends. Take it or leave it. That's as far as I'm going.
Okay. May I ask a question?
Yeah.
If we have a good record, could we come back and discuss the hours?
You can always come back.
Right. Okay, but
It's always open. So And you have a good track record with this authority. You have other venues that you do have live music. That has never been an issue here with us. So I would think in a much more quiet, conversational environment like you're talking about here, that, you know, you should not have any issues. So we'll take it from there.
Okay.
So.
And you're requiring the canopy and the wall?
Canopy and the wall, absolutely, yes.
Okay.
For both areas.
Understood.
I will stipulate to both.
I'll agree to that.
Thank you.
The,
Clarify, the 10 o'clock is Saturday.
that's what I was going to say. I'll do Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, 10 o'clock.
10 o'clock. Thank you very much.
And the
Thank you
other
for
thing,
listening.
too, is you're not going to be,
And then the bottom is licensed till, what'd you ask for?
Whatever that, nobody had a problem.
Yeah, the inside, I forget what it was.
4 a.m.?
Yeah, I think it was the
So,
inside.
I mean, just for the record, I find that this is in the public interest. I don't see how it's going to affect traffic. I don't see how it's going to affect parking. In fact, you've built a parking lot, which is open to the public. And I think you've taken significant steps by or stipulating that you'll build a 6-foot sound wall around the premise area that's going to be outdoors. To mitigate sound, you've also agreed to put up canopies to mitigate the sound, and you've stipulated that there'll be no music, and we've limited the size of the number of people in both event spaces. I am going to say you can only have 2 events per week in the event space. Is that all right with you?
yes.
Yes.
Okay. I wasn't asking you.
Oh, okay.
Good luck to everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Tom, you can call the one. I'm just going to run outside for a minute.
What is it? What number are you? There you are. All right, while everybody's getting ready, 2184 O&O Inc. is going to be the next one the members are going to hear.
Oh. We have so many. Oh, you know it. Let you.
I told you it'd be a little while, so.
What's next there, Mr. Donahue?
2184.
Let's do a fun one, okay?
We'll keep it simple.
2184? I just throw everything away? Was that signed up early, Tom, or no? No.
In the middle, but they've been patient.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Valeria Kutmina, and I'm here with my father, Oleg Kutmin. He's the owner of O&O Inc., doing business as Ruskaya Troika. There was a stop work order due to a workers' compensation issue some time back, and there has been a $5,000 civil penalty.
So, yeah, so how did that happen that you don't have workman's comp for 10 years?
It's a mom and pop shop, and my parents are.
Oh, they had no employees, it was just them?
Have no employees, and the way that
Oh, then you know what, I'm going to cut that in half. 2,500.
You have it now? Is it?
No, do you have workman's comp now, is what
Oh,
he's asking?
yes. That issue has been handled. It was a matter of a family member helping out on a particularly busy day. They still don't have employees. Nobody is gaining money or being paid a salary there.
All right, so I'll cut it to 2,500, given your...
Same here, 2,500.
Thank you very much.
You'll get a letter in the mail about that.
Okay. Wonderful, thank you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
The next item is 2166, If Not Now, LLC.
Good afternoon. Joseph Levy here on behalf of the applicant, If Not Now LLC. One of the principals of the applicant company here with me, Shane Benson. The application before you is for a new retail wine and spirits store. but I would ask the members to actually consider this as something more of a removal. You'll notice that of the 4 closest stores, one of them is...
Are any of them here?
I don't believe we
Is
have...
there any opposition here?
We didn't receive any.
Oh, we didn't?
No?
Oh, okay, go ahead.
So one of the 4 closest is New York Vintners. That's Mr. Benson's current store. His plan is going to be to close that store and move into this new location, which is about 850 feet away.
Wait a minute, you're the closest store?
One of.
But he's a wine store and he wants to be full liquor.
And it's actually more about the patron experience. Right now, we have a lot of space that's used as a retail store. Unfortunately, you're only allowed to do so many things inside of a retail spirits store. Mr. Benson's vision is to do a little bit more, something that would cross over into more of an on-premise. So the space that we are looking at, the new space in question, 100 Church Street, there is an adjacent space for an on-premise liquor license application that's already been conditionally approved for Mr. Benson.
Wait, say that again? What is he doing?
So he's moving his liquor store.
Right.
From Warren Street, right?
To Church, right.
Church. Next door to this new liquor store, he has also applied for and received conditional approval for an on-premise liquor license.
Okay.
The idea being that he's got this built-in following and clientele for the liquor store, and he's trying to increase the amenities he provides to people by having a separate and distinct location, but right next door.
Can I ask you something?
Sure.
I'm confused.
Okay.
So, put the needle back to the edge.
Got it.
Explain it to me again, because you lost me someplace there.
This is an application for a new retail wine and spirits store at 100 Church Street.
Got it.
The principal standing here currently owns a liquor store 900 feet or 850 feet away from the proposed location. He's shutting that one down to open the new location. We think it serves the public convenience and advantage, not only because he's serving the customers that he has been servicing for the last however many years, and sales are doing very well, but he is also opening up an additional space that's not before you today, that's already been conditionally approved, right next door, with the idea being that with his great knowledge of wine, he can not only have this retail space, but he can also open a wine bar of sorts next door, so that his patrons who will come to his store to buy wine also have another place to go to grab a bite to eat and buy a glass of wine, separate and apart
Why
from this
wouldn't
one.
this be a removal?
Well, it wouldn't be a removal because we're changing the name of the corporation.
Oh.
That's the only reason it's not a removal.
Thank you.
Apologies for the
And
confusion.
he's getting full liquor instead of wine.
All right.
So you see the sales numbers of the 4 closest are all significant to very significant, and including Mr. Benson's.
Wait, has the place on Greenwich opened yet? 185 Greenwich? They were just issued, that was issued in August 30th?
I don't know that one.
That's the second closest, including his. He's the first, the one that's closest, the one that will be the closest now.
I think they just changed ownership, though. I think that's Frankly Wines.
Oh, it was, oh, it's a change in ownership, Jackie?
Hang on. This is that on the one on Greenwich Street?
Yeah, SKM Holdings.
They changed owners, we don't know about it.
I'm not sure.
I think we just approved it, right?
It is, yes.
Oh, no, not this year, I'm sorry, it was approved in August of last year.
2014 is when it was approved.
Oh, then why do we have issued 8/30/16?
No, it
Oh, I
was
think-
approved in 14, issued in 16.
Oh, okay.
Because I think we might have disapproved them for not meeting the conditions. Then they asked recon, they got back.
So they're not open yet?
They received the license, they asked for an extension, 2015.
And, you know,
Yeah, it was issued
It's Pure Liquid Wine and Spirits, it's called.
August 30th
You don't
of
even,
last year.
you never heard of it? It's a block away from you. Block away from where you are now.
well, our contention is that we're not adding a new store to the mix.
No, I get it, I'm just wondering why, they didn't respond to our sales request, so I was wondering why.
Got it.
Maybe we should check it out.
Yeah, we probably should check that out, since he doesn't even know about it. All right.
All right. You ready?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll vote to approve. I mean, since closest license is going to be surrendered as a condition of approval, the other ones seem to be not doing great. Well, they're holding their own, so I'll vote to approve.
Yeah, I'll vote to approve as well. The closest store now is Pure Liquid Wine and Spirits. We got no response from them, even though they've been open, or their license was issued over a year ago, so I don't know what's going on there. City Hall Fine Wine and Spirits has shown an increase, or steady sales, I should say, not an increase, but year to year, they're pretty stable. So I'll vote to approve, given the licensee's good history and the fact that he's closing one store to open another one.
Thank you. Appreciate
The
it.
next item, 2209, Good Luck Ribbon Corp. All right, hold on just for a second on that one. The next item is 2282, Eternal Deli, Inc.
Well, now we're on 2280?
2282.
I know.
Do we hear from the town on this one? Go ahead, you can put your name on the record.
Yes, yeah. Good afternoon, members. My name is James Wang, the representative.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jim Pan. I'm from Hampstead. My store located at the Main Street. So, yeah.
You right in the village in Hempstead?
Chairman,
Yes.
Just for the record, it looks like my staff did not get this notification to the mayor either.
Okay. Well, how long has your place been open?
It's from July 1st.
Of this year?
2017, yes.
And what was there before you opened it?
Before me opening is Courthouse Eatery. It's a business name.
Was it licensed? Did it have a liquor license?
No, there's no. Yeah, this is, I think I applied it first time.
But they did notify the Hempstead Town Clerk, correct?
Yeah, I think I talked to the village clerk. They said because they don't support any letters to us, and they said the first time because I didn't apply this license. Now I have it from the village.
Oh, let me see it. So they licensed the delis there, huh?
So I didn't know it's the first time, that's why.
Can we keep this, or?
Yes.
You can go back. What are your hours going to be?
Oh, it's from 7 to 8 right now.
7 to 8 p.m.?
Yeah, 8 p.m., yes.
And how many people will you hold? Does the place hold? Seat, how many people does it seat?
Oh, it's around 40 seats, yes.
40?
Yeah, we have 10, I think we have 12 tables there.
What do you have, like a hot buffet?
Yeah, buffet, yes. And
Oh, you got pizza as well, I see, okay.
Chairman, just so you know, my office did not notify the village of the board date, but I know the memo says the town clerk got notified, the village clerk got notified, so the village was aware of the application.
Yeah, I figured they were. Okay. I don't have anything else, do you?
No, I'm good. I'll approve it.
I'll approve with those hours.
All right.
7
Thank you, sir.
7 a.m. to 8 p.m.
Yeah, sure. Thank you very much.
Are you ready, Mr. Levy? Next item is 2209, Good Luck Ribbon Corp.
Good afternoon again. Joseph Levy here on behalf of Good Luck Ribbon Corp. I have with me the two applicant principals, Roberto and Tanya Passon. I believe we do have opposition here today, if you'd like to hear from them first.
Yep. All three of you, opposition? You come on up.
We'll work on that tomorrow.
Hi, good afternoon.
Hi. Can you just put your name on the record?
Yeah, my name's Elizabeth Mann. I live at 12 Bedford Street, which is next door to the applicant's place. We've been at this for a long time in the neighborhood. There are a number of other people who wanted to be here today, but for various reasons couldn't make it. There are any number of reasons why this should be denied, which is why the community board too came out in opposition to it. There has never, ever been a licensed premise in this space before, despite the claim of one of their lawyers that there had been at one of the hearings. There is a surfeit of licensed premises in the area, dozens. We certainly don't need any more. There's been a history of problems with noise on the street. I believe a gentleman earlier spoke to the fact that noise isn't all that predictable, and because this is a narrow, curvy, kind of quirky street, the noise amplification and reverberations can be crazy up and down the block. Narrow street, it's an R6, it's residential in no way is it zoned for this kind of commercial development.
And how's it there?
Huh?
How are they allowed to do it?
Your guess is as good as mine. I think the R6 zoning regulations state that that the kind of businesses that are allowed in an R6 should be the kind of thing that you need to go about your daily life, like get a shoe shine and, get your clothes tailored, that sort of thing. What's happened over the years is that a lot of these destination kind of restaurants have been moved in and made it ever so much more of a bar and restaurant scene. We've lost shoe repair.
I understand that. They must have either got grandfathered in or.
No, they weren't grandfathered in.
Then they must be within the zoning, because
No,
I
it's
can
an
guarantee you
R6.
that community board would not let this occur there if it wasn't zoned for this.
It's an R6, and to the best of my knowledge, I'm not exactly a pro at this, but to the best of my knowledge, the CB2 SLA committee is sort of the line of defense, and their area isn't really zoning. It's liquor license, forgive me. We've fought this for years, fought various licenses for years on the basis of zoning, and you're the first person who's ever said, well, how are they allowed to do it? So I can't answer that question. I don't have that level of expertise or knowledge. I do know that it's been a problem. The applicant applying for 14 also has a restaurant across the street, directly across from my house, number 12. And we jumped through a bunch of hoops working with them. They would schedule appointments with the community board and would organize people and come out, and then they wouldn't show up. So it's been kind of an annoying process. But in the end, they agreed to the stipulations that we as a community have made with other licensed premises in the neighborhood, just trying to mitigate some of the effects. They agreed to have sealed windows, which all the other restaurants do. They agreed to keep their door closed 24/7. Those are the few things that we can ask for that can physically mitigate the kind of noise. Everything else is incumbent upon them as owners in terms of crowd control and that kind of thing, and that's where things sort of fell apart. They want to open a restaurant, or whatever they're calling it these days, directly across the street from their first place, Katena. It was originally presented to us as a holding space for the overflow from Katena. Then it was presented to us as a restaurant on its own, and then it was presented to us as then it was presented to us as a sandwich and coffee bar, which we thought was great. And then it was presented to us as an event space, which is probably the worst possible use in such a small, narrow sidewalked neighborhood.
It's 16 seats. It's 16 seats, right?
Yes.
What kind of event?
You tell me. It's not my restaurant. It's not my restaurant. But I do know that 16 people standing in front of my house saying goodbye to each other for 30 minutes, it can be cacophonous.
Understood. Okay.
So I do think that the owners have acted in good faith to some extent, and I would not say that they haven't, but there are things that they're either unable to control or choose not to control that are problematic, and I don't see it improving by having them open another space right across the street. I don't see anything but a worsening of conditions. And I think that it's really.
What conditions are you talking about? Because we don't have anything on them as far as charges.
About noise?
Am I wrong, Chris?
In the community board record, nothing?
I don't have a community board record. We deal with complaints that we get.
This is from last week or the week before. This is the views from my house. That's just another letter from somebody in the neighborhood, but you see the issue.
You want us to keep these, or do you need them?
No, I don't need them, but I'd like you to appreciate the fact that this is their other establishment. This is Catena. The door is wide open despite our discussion about keeping it closed 24/7. There's a crowd on the street and there's a woman thinking,
Ma'am,
you
can
guys
you
need
step
to
back?
see it, I'm afraid I
No, ma'am, can you just actually step back for a second?
Sure, no problem.
Thank you. Just to
but I
make sure
can
people
leave
can
this. You're scowling at me?
So, again, forgive me if I don't know the procedure here. I was under the impression that you all knew about the noise complaints that have been put forward for 20 years in the neighborhood and have increased lately.
I'm not saying they didn't happen at the community board level. I'm saying that I don't believe we have any, do we?
With a C.
I'm sorry?
Is it with a C?
Yes, it is. Well, how would we have gotten them to you? I don't believe I've ever heard of that step.
We have a website that takes complaints. We have.
I did not know
that. You can mail them in. You can call and make a complaint anonymously. Every complaint we receive is investigated.
Do you get the 311 complaints?
We have, but they're not referred to us automatically.
So I'd feel like I'm at a loss here because believe me, there would have been a lot of complaints.
The police, if they get enough 311 complaints, will refer something to us. If they've actually had to go and make an action, like they wrote a summons or something, then that gets referred to us.
I guess I'm going back to the idea that we should have been complaining directly to you. I swear this
No,
is
you should also complain to your community board.
Have been, but I just have never heard of that before, and I feel like we're coming in at a big disadvantage.
Half of his job is enforcing places. So, but that's neither here nor there. I'm not saying those complaints didn't happen. I'm just telling you we don't have any.
Well, what can you do to verify this for you after the fact?
Right now, today, nothing. But we're not really talking about that restaurant. We're talking about a different one. So you certainly are welcome to make those complaints now, and we will investigate them.
I'm making. It does have to do with the restaurant across the street because it's the same owner, and they've failed to respect the neighborhood. And there's no reason to think, given their confused and not very clear business model, that they wouldn't just use the entire street as a hangout place for people back and forth. And we have no idea what they're really up to. They haven't been candid, and they've changed their story a number of times. So we have no way of knowing even what we're up against here in terms of the place and what their intent is. And
well, I think he's going to have to be specific now. So you're welcome to speak after he is specific.
Okay. So it's a big issue in the neighborhood. There's never been a license there before. Why in God's name would you want a new license? We all understand, I believe, that they originally asked for a full license and then realized that tactically that was a problem. So they're going for a beer wine, which is the baby step into a full license, as everybody acknowledges. So I just feel like the runaround, the whole thing has been kind of unsavory, and the potential impact on the neighborhood is just like, okay, enough already, enough. So that's kind of my point.
Okay, thank you. But before you leave, though, maybe someone else can clear this up.
What?
You're telling me that there was not a license there that expired in September of 2007?
No, there wasn't.
AOC LLC, what?
That's in the same building, but it's not the same property. That was what their lawyer tried to pass off as a truth.
The same address?
The address is 14-16 for the entire building. Their location that they want, I don't know how they divide it up, but it would probably be more like 14 because it's right next to me at number 12. It's the same building, but it's a different premise, you know?
Okay.
Do you understand that,
yeah.
The distinction? Okay.
Thank you.
Hello, Catherine Quinn, West Village Residents Association. And
what association?
The West Village Residents Association. And the information that I have to discuss with you today relates to the principals on this application and their existing restaurant, Aria, at 117 Perry Street. You may check that because we've worked repeatedly with the 6th Precinct. Detective Jackson has been there numerous times, and I believe he has contacted SLA enforcement. So you may have that one. And what I would like you to learn from our experience is I do not believe that representations made by these principals are credible, or nor that we can rely upon them. I was in attendance for a CB2 renewal meeting in May of 2016 for their existing license, and the 2 principals here today complained vociferously about our insistence, backed, of course, by the 6th Precinct, that their closing hours, for instance, 11 during the week, meant that there would be no more patrons in the premises after 11. They claimed they didn't know that. And I have with me today, and we alerted their attorney to the stipulation that they signed 2 years before with CB2, July 18th, 2014.
Is that made part of the license, Jackie?
Sorry, you got the situation. I'll look it up.
You can go ahead, ma'am.
Yes, whether it's part of the license or not, they testified in 16 at the renewal that they did not understand that they had agreed to have the last patron out by 11. And the stipulation that they signed and that was notarized by their then attorney who was in the 16 meeting states, written by hand, at closing time, no patrons will remain. We entered into a number of stipulations at the meeting on the 16th, and including, among others, that they remove benches that were on the sidewalk, and that they remove lights, Christmas tree lights that had been up on the trees outside. And their response to that was to post in their establishment following notice. This is a notice that they had in their front window for a long period of time. And where it stated that we were being unfairly treated, they were being unfairly treated, we were trying to close them down. And one of our members of our group...
I'm not following why that is a problem.
I'll tell you why. It was posted all over the neighborhood, along with what you see on the left, which is a letter from some anonymous source who was either overserved while he was in ARIA or was receiving misinformation from the principals. But it was posted, among other places, on the door of a member of the West Village Residents Association who happened to live across the street from him. So they have...
You don't know who did that, do you?
Well, we know that...
No, you don't know who posted it on the door.
No, we don't. But we do know who posted the flyer.
Yeah, but I don't see a problem with the flyer. Except that Mr. Booth probably got emails that he didn't want to get.
And his name
and
is...
it wasn't his... I'm assuming that's not your personal email. No.
And, well, it does contain a misstatement. Our new hours of
Just like the
operation...
community board is allowed to rally, and your group can rally opposition, the applicant is permitted to rally support.
Yes.
And that appears to be what they're doing, to me.
Yes, but the information on their flyer is incorrect. Our new hours of operation force us to close our doors at 11 p.m. That was always from...
Well, I don't know that, okay, I get what you're saying, but I don't see that as misleading. Because it sounds like it was new to them. They must have entered in a stipulation and either ignored it or decided that they didn't know. Was that part of the license?
Well, they testified in 2016 that they were under the impression that that would be when they served the last drink, in spite of the fact that they signed and had notarized a stipulation.
But if those and I'm not saying anything about the community board's position, because they enter into stipulations with them, and if they're violating them, then the community board can do what it sees fit. But if those stipulations aren't part of our license, and I'm being told they're not, then they're not enforceable on our end. Now regularly, I don't know what year that happened, now regularly, if the community board comes to me with stipulations, they become part of the license.
Well, then perhaps they are from May of 2016 onward, because they were repeated.
I don't know, because that would be, I was here then, and I generally make them part of the license. I think Mr. Booth will attest to that.
Do we have any confirmation that the 6th Precinct has in fact contacted SLA enforcement on this matter?
One case from 2013 and a late renewal in 2014.
So no.
Thank you.
Just on to what Ms. Quinn was discussing, you have a community board resolutions outline all the issues and complaints.
Were you, what was the restaurant you were complaining about, Aria?
Aria.
And that was 2016 that got, do you remember that?
I've two, if I can
Was
give
that
these
part
two,
of the-
these are two separate stipulations forms that were executed. Mr. Polillo, who's their attorney at the time, actually notarized
No,
one
but
of
I'm
them.
saying, what year was it?
First was from 2014.
So it's before,
And
okay.
second was from May 2016.
But that was, they'd
And-
already been licensed.
Right.
I'm trying to
and
figure out why the
this was based
stipulations
on
were
the-
not part of the license.
I'm not sure. The representations that they had made at the time that they had originally applied were to these conditions, and the issue
Okay.
was that they didn't. And in fact, I was in communication with Mr. Jones about this at the time, and this is not something new. That's why it's been raised. The issue here, I mean, you asked a good question about zoning. Why is this allowed? This is a residentially zoned street that has grandfathered commercial spaces. These commercial spaces,
So it was grandfathered.
as Ms. Mann had said, were generally occupied by small businesses, tailors, bookstore, little things. And what's happened now, and on this particular stretch, is there may have been one licensed premise 14 years ago, and now there are a whole bunch of them. And the issue that we have here is that you have two of the same owners that basically originally came into us and said, we're going to operate these two places in conjunction with each other, across the street from each other. That to us, as far as an impact on a residential area, rises to a level where it's a significant concern. And with these other issues that we've outlined in the resolution, really begs the question is, okay, what's going to happen here? I think that Ms. Mann, one of the people that in the picture that you got is drinking a glass of wine outside on the sidewalk. It's a big group to be in front, and this isn't this location, it's the location across the street. That's the condition that we're concerned about. And in our experience, it's been very difficult to for this particular operators following what they've said they're going to do.
Mr. Booth, when you say across the street, what do you mean, directly across the street, diagonally? Give me some perspective.
Yeah, I mean, it's it's like...
Okay.
This is going to sound really silly, but because of some urban renewal decades ago, number 12, my home is across from number 19, okay? Yeah, just grab that notion. So number 14 is across from number 21, something like that. So my house 12, 14, the place that they want to have is pretty much directly opposite 21, which is Catena. That's just a point of information.
Thank you.
And so where some of the concerns started to come up were when it was, we're going to have events here. We're going to have groups here. And so it's not a diner or two coming in and out, and just moving down the street. It's saying, hey, we're kind of already have a place. There's this great deal that came along. We want to operate these spaces together. We could send a guy over there. The kitchen, I'm not sure to the extent, but there's some discussion. It's an unvented kitchen, I believe. It's small. And on its own, maybe that's not so much of an issue, but it's how is this operated? And that's our concern. And the impact that this has on a residential community is pretty tremendous. I mean, this isn't an avenue. This is the issue. You keep hearing us come to these. These are the issues that really we're having a lot of complaints about, which are an area where, yes, there is a grandfathered space, but these spaces were never used after 6 to 7 p.m. And now suddenly the whole block or block and a half is being used past those hours. There are some places that are open late, but frankly, there's now that all these other spaces are coming in that start being later and later, you've really changed the whole character of the area to the point that it really begs the question of, okay, you have a full liquor license across the street. It's operating until later hours, and you're just going to bring in another place and just backfill those later hours of operation, and that's the issue here. And then on top of that,
What do you mean later hours?
Meaning that
You mean just past 6 o'clock?
Meaning in the evening, in the later evening, and it's bringing people onto a street that is generally a quieter street. There may be traffic on the street, but there's not a tremendous amount of foot traffic. The only reason there's foot traffic is because there are restaurants there in the evening. There wouldn't be foot traffic otherwise. And it's difficult because we were not able to get a clear sense what was going to happen here. And that's really the issue. I mean, you're right to point out, you pointed out to me before, we don't really hear very many renewals, but for some reason, the renewal issues we hear seem to come up here.
Say that again?
The renewal, when we have license renewals, when we call an applicant in for issues that we have, it very rarely happens, but it seems that they always end up here, and you have a perception that we always do this, when in fact we don't. And so this is a case where
I don't have a perception, to be honest with you, I don't have a perception about that. It's just the message I try to send you. For us, the renewal is a ministerial act. If there's issues, then we got to deal with those in enforcement. We don't deal with them on the renewal process.
Right, but you pointed out to me, well, you go ahead and do it anyway. And this is in the past, and we have, and it's few and far between. But, it's difficult when we sit and we have these and somebody tells us, oh, no, we didn't agree to that. Oh, no, what are you talking about?
Well,
That's
you
not
have it on
something we
paper,
signed.
so.
Well, we do, and that's really.
If you change your stipulations during the renewal period, we won't change those on our applications.
Right. That's what I'm saying is you really.
Agreements with them during the renewal process. Those generally are not reflected in our.
Well, what we do is when they're sent in, we ask that you add them to the license as a condition of us not opposing the renewal or, whatever it may be.
I don't think we can just do that without having a hearing, right?
But these stipulations represent the information that was provided at the inception of the license on why the application would be in the public interest. And we rely on those. And if there's changes to those, as you know, that's really an ongoing issue. And
no, but it is for you, and I understand that, but she's trying to explain why it wouldn't end up on the license, which makes us able to enforce them, if you've done it after the initial licensing.
And we don't know if they've agreed to those conditions also.
Sure,
so
I
we'd
have 2 copies here for your review, Mr. Pizzillo, stipulated.
But even if I wanted to, I don't think legally we could do anything, right?
Well,
they'd have to file maybe a change in method of operation. Right.
The reason that we've done this in the past.
See, this one, I don't know why your 2014 one is not part of the license. That's obviously before my time. I know Chairman Rosen used to do that.
No, that's exactly why. I mean, we didn't just come up with this out of the blue. I mean, that's.
But the one in 2016, that would not have ended up on the license because we don't have any process to do that unless you bring it here.
Our contention is that those stipulations are actually reaffirming what they had originally applied.
Oh, if they're the same, then they should have been part of the original license.
Right, but
And that's what they violated.
right, and the issue is the hours.
No, I understand that's the issues.
The general stipulations are there, but some of the ones,
Are the hours there, though?
You're talking about 228, right?
Yes. 11 p.m. Sunday through Thursday?
We could fit on the certificate, the hour.
So, and the point being is that.
Thursday to 11 p.m., Friday, Saturday to midnight, recorded music, no TV, no dancing, things like that. But doors shut at 9, but not everybody removed from the premise at a certain time. That's not in there.
Just to be clear, the issues that they're saying, oh, we didn't know those were our hours. And, having to discuss that over and over, I mean, you're faced with that all the time. And it's really difficult when you have something in writing and paper to have these discussions over and over. That's why we have an issue here. I've said to you before, we truly do not have that many problems with the licensed premises in our community board. That's why you don't hear from us. That's why Mr. Jones does not get a tremendous amount of emails from us. But when we do, we try to let you know about what those places are. And that's why.
But this one, I think, would have been helpful if we had known about it before.
I mean,
Because I think it sounds like the hours are on the stipulations, and we
I
could
mean,
have done something.
I've been in touch with Mr. Jones years ago regarding this, and I don't know if people have still made complaints, but we generally, as a community board in the past, have not, when we hear complaints, we don't turn around, and we're not an enforcement agency. And I've said that before. We are starting to refer people to you guys more and more. But in the past, if you go to the 6th Precinct Community Council meeting here, they'll say, call 311. They don't say, go to the Liquor Authority to make your complaint. Then it goes to 311 on a Friday night. And then the sector car comes 2 hours later because it's a Friday night.
Right, I mean, 311, and I have personal feelings about 311, but I don't know that it's actually the best.
I'm not disagreeing, I'm just saying this is where you hear Ms. Mann having issues, but what you have is Bedford Street, which not that long ago was a very quiet street without any licensed premises. Now there are a bunch. And the issues are clear in our resolution. It's a difficult one to discuss because our concern is when you operate two places across the street from each other, the movement of people, the movement of bringing glasses over if you run out of glasses somewhere, if you're preparing for dinner party for 6
Well, I got to hear, we don't really know exactly
Well,
what, and I don't think you know either, so why don't we find out what he plans on doing?
Good afternoon again. Roberto and Tanya Passon here with me, the principals of the license application before you. So before we talk about the application, you've heard about their restaurant across the street, how there was an hours issue where we don't follow stipulations. It seems to me pretty objectively, this is not egregiously setting aside the stipulations. This is a misunderstanding of what the stipulations actually meant. And my clients entered into those same stipulations again when they understood what they meant. And
But what did they think they meant? Because they thought it meant stop serving alcohol?
At 11, instead of everyone out. And then
But then they're still there at 2?
No, they're saying their staff, all the patrons are out, it's just staff that's staying there to clean up.
Oh, I get it.
That's their contention. So that's one issue at the place across the street. We heard about the loan issue at another location 4 years ago. No one's talking about the other 4 restaurants that they own that have no violations, 2 of which are across the street from one another. So you can see that this concept can work. This is not a new concept, not a novel idea to have a second location across the street or next door or down the block from an existing restaurant, and that's what we're trying to do here. We're talking about a tiny space, 16 seats. How many square feet?
It's about like
250 square feet.
400 square feet.
400 total.
No basement.
So we're talking about 16 seats, and what this space will be used for, this space will be used to accommodate larger dinner reservations, people who want to have a group dinner of 10, 15 people. That would put a strain on the existing small restaurant and cause there to be overflow into the street, people waiting for tables. Any concern that they've heard from the community has been that there are so many people waiting to get into the restaurant, what can they do about that? They take reservations, they deal with that, they turn people the best they can, they have staff assigned to keeping the place in order. They had an opportunity across the street which seemed to solve a few problems. It could be a place where people could go when they're waiting for a table, and it could be a place to accommodate a larger 10-top, 15-top for a bigger dinner that would put a strain and take up a number of tables inside the existing restaurant. We're before you today for a beer and wine license for this tiny little space with 16 seats that will operate, like I said,
it sounds like you have an unvented kitchen there. What's the situation with that, with the food? How are you going to serve the food?
So they have a properly licensed commissary. They have a rather large kitchen across the street as well.
So you are going to be funneling the food across the street?
The facility within the proposed premise would be suitable as a prep area to reheat, to plate stuff, to serve stuff. They have a commissary that services their other restaurants as well, so they can bring in food every day for certain dinners when they know events are happening, things like that. So again, you look at the hours of operation.
Where's the commissary?
In Harlem, 408 West 145th Street.
Okay.
So you look at the hours of operation as well. We're not talking about 2 o'clock in the morning, 3 o'clock in the morning, 4 o'clock in the morning. The original proposal here was 12 o'clock during the week, 1 o'clock on the weekends, same hours as the restaurant. When we were presenting to the community board and there was pushback on the hours, we lessened the hours to 11 during the week and 12 on the weekends, and we dropped down from full liquor to beer and wine license in an effort to try to garner community support here.
So is there any intention to use this for overflow? That word's been used a few times here.
Like I said,
Or is it to book separately? What?
It's going to be both. It's going to be both. There's not going to be a large dinner at all hours of operation. So when there isn't a large party, it will be used for overflow. This is not, we're not going to have a street party. We're not applying for, permits from the Department of Transportation to party in the street and take up both sidewalks. We're looking for a place, if there are people waiting for a table, that they can go to grab a drink and a small bite while they wait, or for a larger group for dinner, to have an organized dinner in a space that doesn't put a strain on the restaurant. Because when you have a small restaurant and you have someone who comes in for dinner with 15 people in prime time, that takes up a lot of seats, it takes up a lot of tables, it increases wait times, it pushes people outside or to wander around waiting for a table. This would be, a little escape valve of sorts, so that you'd be able to put the people somewhere not on the street, and you'd be able to accommodate the larger parties. And again, beer and wine license, not a 500-foot rule case, totally different burden than obviously the restaurant. And you've heard about a misinterpretation of the hour stipulation. You haven't heard of anything else about these guys being bad operators here.
Counsel, that's not necessarily fair. I mean, there is a pretty big blemish on the record. So I've realized it was
Sidewalk cafe issue?
We've got some availing and such from about 3-4 years ago that I know your client's probably aware of.
Yes. Previously, like I said, aside from the issue,
I've realized that that's in the past.
4 years ago.
I just want to make sure the record is clear.
100%. And what was brought up earlier also about the issues with the police precinct, as soon as that issue happened, they met with the police. There have been absolutely zero issues in the last year plus since that meeting with the police. Again, isolated incident here, isolated incident there, but 9 years of license history, 6 locations, many more to come, employing 200 people. These are pure restaurant people. This is early hours, beer and wine license, 16 seats, and it will be managed appropriately. We'll make sure it's staffed appropriately. We will take whatever measures are necessary to ensure that there aren't people partying in the streets and this becomes a block party every day. That's not the kind of place this is. This isn't a lounge. This isn't a nightclub. It's not a bar. It's a proper restaurant.
What were the hours again you were looking at for this one?
We originally requested 12 and 1.
Yeah.
We were willing to go down to 11 and 12 to strike a deal with the community board and drop down to a beer and wine license. They obviously weren't interested in that. Here we are 6 months later. We would like the 12 and 1 the same hours as the restaurant.
The restaurant doesn't have 12 and 1, though. I thought we just agreed. Oh, that's Aria I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right, 12 and 1 restaurant.
Something I just want to address.
Mm-hmm. In the microphone.
In regards to discussing this as a restaurant, they wouldn't have pursued this place if they didn't have the place across the street. It doesn't sound like they're going to operate it independently. It's really wouldn't exist unless they had the place across the street, and that's really our issue. Where is this overflow conversation going to occur if the other restaurant is full? It's going to occur on the street, and that's our issue. And so you have a location across the street.
So, that sounds like it's happening already.
You have a location across the street with an on-premise liquor license, and part of that is what's the impact on the community? What's the impact on noise? Now you have a place across the street, they're going to create more of an issue. While this is a restaurant wine, it wouldn't exist independently as a location. That's the issue, and that's the concern. And it's not like this is a commercial thoroughfare. That's where our concerns lie, and that's why when the discussion came to stipulations, hours of operation, et cetera, that's where the concern was, because that doesn't make the other issues go away. And
all right, now we're repeating ourselves, so I got you. I understand what you're saying.
So it's worth noting this is right off 6th Avenue. This isn't...
No, I've been on the street, though. He's correct. It's it's less residential than it has been, but it is residential.
Sure, and look, to the point that this isn't going to be operated independently, this this is a brand-new separate business. We're not licensing this under the other corporation. They're not going to be doing, I mean, this is its own application. This is a new beer and wine application before you, not an extension of another premise.
Okay.
And again, these are operators who've been around for a while and by and large have had a good history. There've been an issue here and there, but as you acknowledged earlier, when you have a lot of license, to have only a few issues over a substantial amount of time, I think is a good thing. And just the last thing I want to address is there was an allegation that we tried to pass off the fact that it's been licensed history. Chairman, your same point where you saw the address in the Liquor Authority database, that is literally what we brought to the community board's attention. We didn't try to dress this up in any disingenuous way.
Oh, I see. It was 10 years ago, so you didn't know what part of the building
Check
had.
the Liquor Authority database, the address was right, it was there, we disclosed it.
Okay.
What can you do to mitigate crowds gathering?
Well, we got to, go ahead, answer that question.
What can you offer to the residents to mitigate crowds forming in front of your place?
Reservation service that we use is Resi.
So
We already know what's going to happen before the day begins.
Right, so they've been incorporating a new reservation system at a bunch of their locations. Resi's the name of it, and that will let them know exactly who's coming when. Now, there's always going to be people who walk in without a reservation, and they'll just have to ensure that their staff is trained to keep the sidewalk clear and to understand what's happening across the street. And if there's room over there and there's people that need to wait for a table, to push them across the street as opposed to waiting outside. The idea here is to actually help with the overflow on the street as well, not just to create more overflow on the street.
Okay. We're going to take a minute with council.
On the record, ask for a conference with council on item 2209.
Okay, you have anything else?
No, I'm good.
You have something you want to add? Short, brief?
Yeah, I'm pretty succinct, I think. Just with regard to the crowd control, that picture's about a week or two old, so that not a whole lot has happened with the whole reservation thing, number one. Number two, it's not people waiting to get in as much, not that it's not instead of, but it's people coming out, they've had something to drink, they're saying goodnight to their friends for 45 minutes at the top of their lungs. That, of course, will be hugely increased by having parties of 12 or 16.
You've told us this already. I got your argument, you did. The more you say, it doesn't make it stronger.
It doesn't?
No.
I'm trying so hard. I want to point out one thing in terms of the trust factor. When the applicant was approaching the community board, they created a falsified petition that they presented to the community board.
I read that, and I don't know whether you've ever actually filled out petitions, but I have. And frequently, you'll get the signature and then fill in the address for the person. So that doesn't mean it's falsified.
No, let me explain to you why it's falsified. They got the names, and then they went and wrote in fake apartment numbers. I have photographs of the actual apartments in the buildings
Okay, well,
that they did.
unless you have actual pictures of somebody, we're going to let this go. I'm not going to talk about falsified. No, I'm not going
I
to.
have something to say about that as well.
I'm ready to go.
It's not my call, it's theirs.
Okay.
All ready to vote?
Yes.
I'm going to vote to deny. I just have concerns about people going back and forth. I'm not comfortable that's mitigated and some other issues, but I'm going to just leave it at that.
I'm going to vote to deny as well. I just don't like the setup. I mean, I don't know that, I think it can only be more disruptive by moving people from one restaurant to the other than even being out front. And I realize that's a problem too, which they should try to straighten out. But I don't see how that's going to be less disruptive if you're moving people because they're overflowing the street. You're moving them across the street. Now you're going to move them back when their table's ready, and now you have people crossing the middle of a residential street. The other aspect that I don't think it fits into the definition of a restaurant. I'm questioning whether that would be a restaurant. And I defer to Ms. Held on that, but I think that there are clearly questions about that, correct?
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
Mr. Levy, we had this discussion
but
before.
that's just inaccurate. I wanted to address it.
They voted.
I mean, my bigger concern is, as Mr. The hell's your name? Booth. As Mr. Booth stated, this place doesn't exist without the other place. So it's basically a waiting room across the street, or to have private dinners in, and there are going to be funneling people across the street, and to me, it just doesn't, it's going to increase traffic, not decrease it. So I'm going to vote to deny. That's my biggest concern. So I'm going to deny.
Okay.
Thanks.
Next item, 2158. Mr. Visaki, so we can get you to your closing. 2158.
Good afternoon. Neil Visaki, counsel for Poker Local Bar, Staten Island. I'm here with the licensee. My client basically moved, did not inform the liquor authority, and was handed a cancellation order. He's been closed for about a month and a half now, and anxious to go back into.
He is?
Yeah, because I told him basically, he came to my office basically like a day before the cancellation order was going to be effective, and this.
I thought I stated.
It was stayed. You didn't. They didn't get the license back to you?
Well, the license never left the premise. He basically locked down the place and never went into the place. So the license was never surrendered. It's the first time.
All right, so we got a check from this guy?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, I'll grant the reconsideration.
Reconsideration granted.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And accept the original penalty.
Yes.
Have a nice day. Thank you.
You too.
Mr. Levy, he's outside. All right. Next item, 2161. AV LIC Inc.
Good afternoon, members of the authority. My name is Marek Shvad. This is Arun Vazurev. We're here with an application was sent to before you. This is a catering establishment. It's been in the same pretty much form for...
So just to interrupt you, your father owns the place now?
Yes.
The father-
Oh, but the father was the former owner?
Correct. He's also a landlord.
And he lost the license because of a conviction. How come, did he get relief from civil disabilities or no?
We sent it to authority. I also have a copy.
Oh, so he does have it, he just is giving you, you're just buying the business from him?
Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
And what are the, what are the hours?
It's basically, it's not open to public, so it's weekly events.
No, but how long will the event go? What's the latest?
Typically till 2 a.m.
2?
It's usually like 6 hours.
But it'll go, to 2 will be the latest approximately?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Even on weekends?
It's mostly weekends, actually.
I mean, I'm not going to hold you to that, I'm just wondering. All right, I'm okay with this. So-
You said,
No, I'm not even going to hold him now.
Yeah.
you say certificate of relief was?
Yeah, I have it with me. I copy if you
Oh,
like to
it's
see
all
it.
right. Yeah, it's not on the license anyway.
Yeah, it's completely removed, yes. It's in the corporation.
I'll approve as well.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, members.
Next item, 2162, 76 North Franklin, NY Corp. You, Mr. Ramirez?
Yeah, good afternoon. I'm Luis Ramirez, the new owner of Franklin Deli, 76 North Franklin, Hempstead.
Everybody in Hempstead notified there, Mr. Donahue?
This one is on the last page, Mayor Ryan's office. The confirmation email was sent.
The place is currently licensed and doesn't have any history, so.
Well-
All right, oh, they do have a little?
But it's pretty old.
It's what?
It's pretty
Oh,
old.
it's gambling, okay. You're not going to run any gambling in this place, are you?
Not at all, no. I've been in this business for 20 years, and that's not my concern at all.
All right, I'll approve.
Thank you.
Approved.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Good luck.
Thank you so much.
Leave you back yet? No, okay. 2152, Mamamoo Hilarious Kitchen, Inc.
Oh, top of the pile.
2152?
2152, it was an over from the 13th.
Good afternoon. My name is Sam Park, representative for Mamamoo Heroes Kitchens. He's the owner, Mrs. Kim.
So the community reporter objected because you didn't meet the deadline.
Yes, actually, the last night, we had a meeting with the community before.
Okay.
And then they had issues. They just approved everything is okay, operation hours, and then method of operations is everything they accepted. But only thing is that they want to send the email, community board, the neighborhood send the email, and then they just want to waiting for so make sure they have no complaint for the neighborhood.
Okay.
Get it figured out.
So they're waiting to see if they get any feedback first before they issue an
Yes.
official notice to us that they've met with you and what their decision is?
They don't have make a decision yet, and then they're gonna make the decision November 14.
Okay.
They told me so just come back to November 14, and then we're gonna give you approve at that time.
So when do we meet in November there?
After November 14th would be November 21st. It's a Tuesday.
So we should probably carry this over?
Yes.
We're going to need to hear it anyway, so we'll carry this to November 21st. We should hear from them by then?
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
First over of the day.
Mr. Levy's still outside. You should, yes. Next item, 2252, Ambassade of Lenox, New York, Inc.
Wasn't that just 2252?
No, that was 21.
2152, okay.
Next one's going to be 2352 and then
Yeah.
2452.
22.
I'll accept 2,000.
Yes, sir. And I just want to mention that the reason why I agreed to that, because I have a pending application, but what really happened is like there was two women that dressed appropriately and was having dinner, and at some point they started getting loud, and I asked them personally to keep it down, and they did kept it down. Then after they start shouting again, then I asked them to leave, which they said, okay, we're not going to pay the bill. And I said, okay, you don't have to pay the bill. Just leave the establishment. And one of the girls went to her car, and the other one went to her, and they start getting physical. Then we called the police, and the police forward that complaint to you.
Okay. I'll take the 2,000 then.
2,000.
Thank you, sir.
Next item is 2210, Balboa Liquor Store, Inc.
Timothy Alnick for the applicant. Good afternoon.
Is there any protester here, opposition?
I don't think so.
We did get a letter from Great Wall.
Now, that's over 2,000 feet away.
And their sales have gone up significantly.
Yeah, this is, none of them are on the same street.
So can you or your client explain to me what is going on with Borough Park Wines and Spirits? They had sales in 2015 of 220,000 and sales of 2,000 in 2016 is 750,000.
750,000. So they're doing well. But, so that's the closest, and that's.
I just don't understand. Is there any, does he know what the reason for that is?
No, our point on that is it's a kosher store. It closes at sundown on Friday. It's closed on Saturday. It's closed for all the Jewish holidays. It caters to the Jewish community there. He's not in that segment. He's run a Polish deli at two storefronts, and he's going to take one of the storefronts that, you know, are next to each other and turn it into this liquor store. He's been there for 15 years. He's had the grocery license for most of that time with no violations. And, you know, he sees a need from his customers for a liquor store there.
So what type of need are we talking, like, is there?
Well, you know, so he has a lot of Polish, Russian, and Hungarian clients, and, you know, the different products that they're looking for is something he's going to try to cater to. You know, Polish vodkas, Russian vodkas, and he's not going to be stocking up on kosher wines. He said in his grocery store he doesn't get many of the Jewish customers because they have their own, you know, they have their own groceries.
All right, I mean, I'm going to vote to approve. There's 5 stores within 0.8 miles. The closest store is 0.2 miles away. Its sales have gone up exponentially over the last 2 years. I don't know how or why. And as you mentioned, it's a kosher, 100% kosher store.
I believe so.
And then that leaves 4 closest stores, and of the 4 left, 3 of them have shown a consistent increase in sales. Plus, they're 0.5, 0.7, 0.7, and 0.8 miles away. So I'll vote to approve.
I'm going to vote to approve as well for the same reasons. Your store is an open floor plan, by the way?
Yes.
All right. I approve.
Thank you.
Next item is 2155, RSVP 38th Street Venture and Rooftop 63 LLC and Refinery Lobby Bar LLC. I think I got everybody there.
Joseph Levy here again. With me, I have General Manager of the hotel, lobby bar, rooftop bar, and all food and beverage. The application before you is for a changed method of operation. The original request is for an additional 2 hours for the outdoor portion. This is a bit confusing. The hotel in its entirety, in the interior as well as the roof, has 4 a.m. 7 days a week. There is a portion of the roof that is unenclosed. That portion, the original stipulations called for a hard close at 11 during the week and 12 on the weekends, meaning shut down, all people inside, black, not stop serving. Place has been in operation for over 4 years. The application before you is to extend the hours for just that outdoor portion of the roof. The original ask was to increase it by 2 hours across the board, which would put us in line with the hotel and roof terrace that is just a few doors down from us on the same block. There was some pushback, so we said we'd be willing to take 1 hour across the board. I believe you have some opposition here today on this as well.
We do. Oh, come on up. I didn't even ask, because I thought you'd jump up. Go ahead.
My name's Anthony Grimaldi. I'm the property manager for the building across the street. We have several hundred apartments that are directly across the street from this facility, facing it directly across the street, and we've had several complaints, some of which has been sent over. And I believe we had a letter from two politicians.
Yeah, Senator Hoylman and Councilmember Garodnick.
Right, in opposition.
What are the complaints you're getting from your building tenants? Is it the roof?
Loud noise.
But from the roof or from the front of the building?
From the roof. And from the front of the building, a gathering outside of loud people. We've had people kind of migrate over to the front of our building and hanging out there.
Well, that's a different problem. I'm more concerned about the roof right now.
Right. So the roof would be the noise issue from the roof.
Do we have any complaints?
Loud conversation.
How many?
At least 2, 3.
I think one of the patterns that we were seeing in the complaints is that as the evening progresses, it goes from normal dinner conversation and it escalates to loud shouting. And as the people, I guess, have a little bit more to drink, they start getting louder. You know, our residents are professionals. They live, you know, they go to work every day. To the idea of having this going on, directly below them at 1 o'clock in the morning on a weeknight, you know, obviously is an issue for them. I think, you know, I know in the case that was heard here before, you know, it was said that an outdoor space, you know, the hours, you know, may need to be earlier just for those people. We are actually in a position directly above that, so I would hope that you would take that into consideration.
All right, thank you. Your building is taller than the hotel?
Significantly taller, yeah. So we're 46 floors.
Okay.
And
I know, I know how tall the hotel, I mean, I've seen that hotel.
So we have many residents
above
and
it, okay.
stakeholders who would be directly affected by this.
So when this hotel first opened, when we first started operating this hotel, we did get some complaints. It was not run very well, admittedly, at the outset. Still trying to get a feel for how to do this. New security guards, beefing up staff, training staff, understanding the hotel business, the roof deck business, the lobby bar business. So it was a bit of a learning curve at first, but I believe things have been straightened out. Any complaints we had from people nearby have been addressed swiftly. So much so that when we first had our meeting with the gentleman you just spoke to on behalf of the building, we had not gotten any complaints in years from that building. As soon as we had that meeting, we have some people who are regulars at the hotel who actually live in that building who forwarded us emails from him and colleagues of his saying, hey, get your complaints together, this kind of thing. So it's strange that now all of a sudden we're getting complaints when we didn't have them previously from neighbors. These are good operators. They have a number of locations. They take steps to do things the right way. The reason we're asking for the extra hour is because it takes about 45 minutes to close everything down, which if you take that, you know, hours of 11 and 12, now we're talking about 10 and 11. The place literally 2 or 3 doors down from us, which they told us was a different neighborhood, has 1 and 2 unrestricted for outdoor space.
Who's that?
What are they called?
It's Archer Hotel. And I
So-
think it's called the Spyglass Rooftop. I don't know what they operate under, but
So it's another hotel with a rooftop, our side of the street.
I think it's 50, it might be 54 West 38th Street.
Okay.
Or West 38th Street.
So what we're asking is to.
You want it to go from 11 to 12 and then 12 to 1?
We'd be happy with an hour increase across the board. The original ask was 2 to be in line with the other hotel on the block that has a similar setup to ours.
Right.
If that was an issue
What's
for
the
the board.
most recent complaint?
I was going to note it's 2 years old.
Okay.
Almost exactly.
You wanted to go from 11 to 1 Sunday through Thursday and 12 to 2 Friday and Saturday.
Correct.
Right. So I'm willing to give you Sunday through Thursday till midnight and an extra hour, not till 2, but till 1 on Fridays and Saturdays, since you've got a clean record for the past 2 years.
Could we get 1 o'clock on Thursday as well? You know, the nature of the events that are happening on this roof are more in line with weddings than with frat parties.
That's a luxury experience, if I may. My name is Robert McGovern.
Into the microphone.
Sorry, my name is Robert McGovern. I've been the Director of Operations for Food and Beverage at Refinery Hotel since opening. I do want to note that on numerous occasions, we have provided our personal cell phone numbers, both myself, one of my primary business partners, as well as our head of security with our direct cell phone numbers to any of the building residents that we have met or come in contact with to call us directly. There have been, over the years, a few residents that have taken us up on that, and any of their concerns have been addressed immediately and to their satisfaction, and we always appreciate any of their input because, quite frankly, the neighborhood is our first concern. And by nature of our location, I would say our primary heavy volume of business would be after work, and then during the evenings, as the evening grows later, our volume of business tends to dip, as you would know most Midtown locations are, and we turn much more into that lounge and food service and seated venue as opposed to a standing cocktail venue. Thank you for your time.
Thanks.
No, I don't know where the chairman stands on it, but I'm still sticking to 12 Sunday through Thursday and 1 Friday and Saturday.
All right, I'll agree to that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Next item, 2266, La Cucina Restaurant, Inc.
Good afternoon, members of the authority.
2266.
Mr. Riano, Ms. Sobremski.
Just a second.
Hello.
Oh, sir.
All right.
Thanks.
What happened here?
We
You had a DJ and dancing?
Dancing, DJ, and noise.
All on the same day, yeah.
Then why didn't we charge noise here, Chris?
I do believe it isn't.
Oh, we did, okay, I got it.
Good afternoon,
Hi.
Chairman Bradley. I have the manager here, Dominic Santiago. They've since ceased the dancing. That was, they hadn't been charged with that ever before. They've beefed up the security and they are soundproofing the location so that sound will not be an issue going forward.
But the reason sound was an issue,
That's
I'm
because of the-
guessing, is because of the DJ.
Exactly.
So they're not going to have a DJ anymore?
No.
Uh,
And this is the first impression on them.
Yeah, so I'll give you 3,000. I think the 2,500's a little low.
Well, considering that dancing might be eliminated completely in the state of New York.
When that
or the city
happens,
of New York.
marijuana may be legal too, but until that happens, it's not.
Okay.
So
3,000.
it'll make my life easier if it is eliminated, but
And Mr. Veras, as long as you're here, just to note that I don't, there's pending charges.
I know, there's something
Okay, so
coming
okay.
down the pipe
As long as you're aware, because I could see they're kind of recent, so.
Yeah, I just wanted to introduce you to Dominic Santiago, new administrator. He's helping them get it in order. He's a consultant.
this isn't
He's a
your-
restaurant consultant. And
He's not your client?
No, no.
Oh, okay.
She wasn't feeling.
Well, good, I was giving you the evil eye before.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Good luck. Thank you.
Mr. Pillillo, come on down.
Come on, Frank. We've been waiting for you all day.
2238. God save the chairman.
I think your name was being thrown around earlier.
I heard that. I heard that.
And not by me, so.
No, that was actually more flattering than other times. Frank Pallillo. It's an offering
20
compromise.
what, Tom?
2238.
If you're ever bored, get on YouTube and watch his performance at community board meetings. I do that occasionally, yes.
Oh, ho, ho, ho. Ho, ho.
I had no idea. We have a star in our midst.
I don't think you do.
All right.
I'll accept.
2,500 accept.
Thank you. Have a good day, folks.
See ya.
Now it's Mr. Flynn.
That's all we get of Frank Pallillo today, is just I accept and he leaves? After all day? All right.
2255 and 2256.
Good afternoon.
Hang on a second.
Sure.
56.
This is an offer of compromise to resolve the charges.
2255 and, 22.
One page. Yeah.
Right. I keep getting 22 and 21 mixed up. I'll accept. Bribe the security guard, though.
The security guard.
How much?
Who works for an independent contractor went and bribed.
$20, you can get yourself into a bar. I think I paid more than that.
Accept.
Just to get in, not because I was underage.
Depending on the bar, yes.
Right.
Did you accept that, Chairman?
Yes.
Next item, 2284.
Nope, that's it. Yep.
This is also an offer of compromise.
I'll accept.
Had a couple questions, but it's late, so I'll accept.
Thank you.
Next item, 2285.
This is also an offer of compromise to resolve the charge.
I'll accept.
Pool table, huh? I'll accept.
The next item, 2286.
This is here as a default, I believe. I requested that the matter be reopened. I actually have two cases with this exact licensee on, I believe it's next week or the following week. If you were so inclined, you could even tell counsel's office and it could go on the same day. I have no problem. I'm actually going to try and get rid of all of them. This premise may be closing down, and if that's the case, we're just going to put in an offer to cover all three cases. Yeah, cancel.
Okay. I'll send back to counsel's office.
2286, back to council. Do I need to save this and it's going back to council? Is it?
No, you can give it to me, or trust out. 2293.
This is an offer of compromise to resolve the charges.
Is it all fixed?
Yes.
2293?
93, yep.
Alex, that was kind of hardcore. Who got him on the trade name 2 days in a row?
Yeah.
I'll accept.
Vigilance.
I think we have another word for that.
I do. I don't know. if you-
No, I probably do too.
3,500 accept.
Next item I have is 2204 Poorhouse Inc.
Yes, that's also an offer of compromise to resolve the charge.
Accept.
Oh, yeah, that one I got.
Accept.
Thank you very much. Have a very nice day.
Thanks, Terry.
Do you have something else? I have nothing else signed in. Well, then go away then.
What, like Fourth Avenue Mini Mart?
Oh, yeah.
Hold on.
Go, yep, pour away. I had a muffin. Last night was vegetables. I'm like, what was I thinking?
2199.
I cancel my.
They're all together.
No, it's a paper.
Did we hear about the permit yet? Still?
Right, hold on for a second.
With Kevin McGrath. Why is he calling?
I usually have an alphabetical.
Are you sure it's about that? Okay.
Yeah, 20 Cheerios.
But I know there's still
I remember I added these to the calendar.
waiting for the judge.
Yeah, all right, we have 3 more items. 21, it's all the same licensee. 2199,
Be 21.
2292. Find that one. And 2295A. They're all for Fourth Avenue Mini Market Corp.
I just noticed these were on the calendar, and that's why I didn't sign them in. All three, I believe, are defaults. The license was just revoked 2 weeks ago.
What was the last one? A?
A, yep.
Okay.
I would ask that the license be canceled on these.
I just have revoked. Okay. I mean, we already revoked it though.
Revoked it.
Right, so I'm going to
But,
ask.
I mean, imposed a 2-year prescription.
I'm going to ask for reconsideration on that.
On okay.
On the other one. So on these, I would ask that you just cancel for the record. That's
Well,
all.
wait, I mean, hold on, I'm gonna see
Yeah.
what the date of it. Yeah, I know, I just, oh, this is the bodega that they were going down in the basement and the guy died in?
That charge wasn't sustained, though.
Come on. Well, the guy died. That was sustained.
The testimony
It
is.
sounds like it was a homeless guy, I will
Felt bad
say.
for him. He
Yeah.
was cold. He asked to come
That was
down.
some story, though. No, I can't.
You can't what?
I'm not gonna cancel this, I'm gonna revoke him.
You know, on the other charges, I think there were 20 charges, and 14 were either withdrawn or not sustained.
On the revocation.
Right, on the revocation. On these, I haven't even seen these. I don't know what they are. But,
I mean, they're all similar. Some of them aren't serious, but he's got extension of premises, which was on the other thing. He's got a sale during a suspension period. Unlicensed storage and warehousing. No, I got to revoke on all 3 of them.
yeah, just got to add it to my reconsideration.
Pardon me?
Just have to add it to my reconsideration.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks, Tim.
All right, I have no more
Ready?
matters signed in,
Yep.
thankfully.
All right.
Ready to go?
Yep.
I think it's the first.
Yes.
Okay.
2154,
Accept.
Accept.
2156,
Accept. That's another 10-year workman's comp violation. Unbelievable.
Accept.
2165,
Except they sent a mitigation letter in trying to shift the blame on the promoter over booking an event. That's not going to fly. I'll accept.
Accept.
2168,
5,000. Is this place open?
Oh, no.
I had a
license
question.
is still active.
Yeah.
I had a question about the dates being in order.
The what being in order?
Dates being in order.
Well, 9 years without workman's comp.
Stop order, okay, yeah.
Do you have another case open?
I think we
Counsel?
have another, do we have another case?
So what did you say for this one there? Chairman?
5,000.
I don't think so, Jackie, did I miss something?
I see 2 open holds in workflow.
5,000.
2169.
1,500.
1,500.
2170.
1,500.
1,500.
2171.
Accept.
6,000 accept.
2172.
Accept.
$100 accept.
2173.
Accept.
500 accept.
2174.
Class change from RW to OP in hours. No negative history.
Oh, there's a mistake on the memo. The question to be considered, that whole part is about changing hours was copied from something else. It's just Community Board 3 is concerned about the oversaturation of liquor licenses, and they've recommended denial of the change in class. That's what's supposed to be written on there.
So they're not worried about the hours, just a change of class?
Hours was copied from another memo.
Based on the information they have in their thing, it appears there's only 3 other licenses within 500 feet. Not that that's a small amount, but we've clearly seen worse.
ALJ says they've met the burden too.
I'll approve.
I'll approve too, which is unusual since they're not here.
Well, I think the
2176.
No complaints.
So they want to go from 7 to 12. Is there a reason that we limited the hours to 7? That seems like a very arbitrary number.
Maybe they asked for it.
Ah,
Hang on a
I
second.
never thought about that. I'll approve.
Yeah, I'll approve as well.
2180.
Except, oh, I'm sorry, 6,000.
6,000? Okay, 6,000.
2181.
Cancel for the record.
Cancel.
2182.
I'm going to counter at 11,000. It should really be 16,000. I mean, this is not a week apart. It's a month and a half apart. And it's the second and third. So I'll counter at 11,000.
11,000.
Oh, if you just want clarification on that 7 PM closing time, when you approved their license initially, one of the principal's prior license was revoked for disorderly. I think you were limiting them so that they wouldn't have a night, kind of an evening crowd.
One of the prior licensees, though. Okay, we'll see what happens here then.
2183.
Accept.
Accept.
2185.
2,500.
2,500.
2186.
Cancel and bond. Unless we got the check.
No.
Next one, Bob.
2187.
Cancel and bond.
Next one, Bob.
2188.
1,500.
One-time event, yeah, 1,500.
2189.
Yeah, but there's a huge number of underage people in there. I'll accept, but they're heading down for trouble.
Accept.
There's no other cases good with renewing?
Yeah, you can renew them. Unless, you don't have another case, do you?
It's upstate.
I don't see.
There's no other. Yeah, I don't see anything.
2190.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
2191.
Cancel and bond.
Ditto.
2192.
Cancel and bond.
What a mess.
2193.
Accept.
Accept.
2195.
Accept.
Accept.
2196.
Accept.
500 accept.
2197.
Accept.
4,000 accept.
2200, 2201, 2202, 2203.
Cancel for the record.
No bond? No bond available. Yep.
2205.
I would ask that this is revoked and prescripted,
Yeah,
considering the fact
yeah,
that they continue to sell even though they're under summary suspension according to information and belief.
Really? Sustain 1, 2, 3, withdraw 4, withdraw 5, sustain 6, withdraw 7, sustain 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. That's a pretty good average. Who was that? Jared. Revoke and bond with a prescription.
Is this the summary that I wasn't at? Okay, all right.
Yes.
All right,
You can obviously state that we have to get that had to be.
no problem.
You're okay with all that?
Yes.
Okay. 2206.
Accept.
Accept.
Bad
20.
evidence.
2211.
So this is the one I think I've asked to have held over for
Right.
the next board meeting, right?
Okay, so it's going to be over till the 25th.
Yes.
2, 10,
1025.
25. My notes for that one said a lot's missing here, so I guess.
Yeah, we need more info. Is that why you're doing it? We don't really have the improper conduct described to us.
I can have.
But whatever, we can figure it out.
2214.
2214?
Yeah, they offered 500, I bumped it to 750. I thought it should be more.
Okay, 750. How many of these improper EBT card charges are actually ATM machines? In liquor stores? No, are we charging every one of them with second business?
Depends.
Why?
Because sometimes you don't find out.
Oh, okay.
Fact, and then you just tell them to discontinue it.
Okay.
Yeah, for the EBT card, and second was a second business on premises.
Yeah, okay. 750, I'll take two.
2215. Stacy was here today.
I'll grant the reconsideration and fine $3,500.
Police said no rates inspect a private club. 3,500.
2216.
I'll accept.
Accept.
2217.
Accept, yeah, I'll accept canceling $1,000 penalty.
Cancel and bond.
No, cancel and civil penalty.
We're getting a check instead.
Cancel, okay.
2218.
Accept.
Accept.
2219.
I'll accept, but that's not a good start. 6 months.
Not just disorderly, but disingenuous, fraudulent. Not a good way, yeah. 2,000.
2220, 2221, and 2222.
In the first proceeding, sustain 1 and 2. In the second proceeding, sustain 1 through 6, dismiss 7, sustain 8 through 13. In the third proceeding, sustain 1, revoke for the record.
Ditto.
2223.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
2224.
Withdraw charge 2, okay, letter of warning.
Letter of warning.
2225.
Counter offer 1,000.
The temporary license was there, oh, they still had unlicensed cards, 1,000, yep.
2228.
Accept.
Accept.
2229 and 2240.
Accept.
I think we're withdrawing 3 of the charges.
Oh, I'm sorry, you're right.
Just sale to minor, so it should be just.
So withdraw 2, second proceeding, withdraw 2, 3, and 4. And accept the 7,500.
Oh, we still got disorderly premises there. Sorry.
2236.
Revoke for the record. Oh, no, they're offering cancellation for the record. What does that mean?
Means pretty much nothing.
This place is.
No, but I mean, I can't, all right, so cancel for the record. Yeah.
$22.37.
Yeah, cancel for the record.
$22.39 and $22.41.
Accept.
Accept.
$22.42.
Accept.
2,000 accept. It's the third time, though.
$22.43.
Accept.
4,500 accept.
$22.44.
Accept.
2,000 accept.
$22.45.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
$22.46.
Cancel for the record.
$22.47.
Accept.
Accept.
$22.48.
10,000.
Yeah, that's exactly what I had, 10,000.
$22.49.
Revoke for the record.
Vote for the record.
$22.50.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
$22.51.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
$22.53.
I would ask that, considering what this looks like, that this is revoked.
Yeah, I got, let me go. Sustain 1 and 2, dismiss 3, sustain 4, 5, 6, 7, dismiss 8, and sustain the rest of the charges through 15. I'm going to revoke and bond with a prescription because the previous license was canceled, and this guy was warned, this particular licensee was warned by the police department numerous times, and the police had to do numerous inspections, so it's over.
$22.54.
What is he doing here? Oh, this is a recon?
Yeah.
Yeah, the
Those are
memo didn't
default.
reflect
We
it.
post cancel and bond claim.
Yeah, I'll grant the reconsideration and take the 14.
Attorney makes good case for
Because it's the combined with.
That's all he's asking for, right, is to accept his 14,000? Yeah, I'll take the 14,000 and reconsider.
$22.57.
Accept.
Accept, yep.
$22.58.
Accept.
Accept.
$22.59.
Accept.
50 accept.
$22.60.
Accept.
3,500 accept.
$22.61.
Accept.
Accept.
$22.62.
Accept.
Accept.
$22.63.
5,000. This is 10 years as well, with no workman's comp.
5,000, yep.
22.
Wait. There's already this guy's already canceled?
Yeah.
But it's been paid, it's been stayed paying, well, hold on for, what you do on the reconsideration request? Hold on for a
I
second.
just took the 14,000, all right.
Yes,
So
so
I'll,
he's uncanceled.
all right, I'll take 5,000.
All right, then they're both cases are done. I'm going.
Yes,
Okay,
yeah.
yeah.
Well, no,
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's a conditional, no, that was a conditional no contest, so we're countering. You know what, I'll take the 3,000 and let the renewal go through. I'll accept the CNC.
So So it's 3,000 in that one, 14,000 in the other one?
Yeah.
Okay.
You good with that?
Yep.
Okay. 2264,
Counter 6,000.
6,000.
2265,
Is this place open?
I'm assuming it is because they're waiting for the other sale to go through.
This just,
Yeah, they're operating under SAPA.
seems like this is a place that something's worse is gonna happen sooner or later.
Oh, and this guy got a gift the last time. Is this case any good?
This case is it's yeah, it's possible that it's not, if that's the number.
I'll accept them.
All right, then that's it for this. I'll renew it.
10,000 accept.
Okay, 2267,
Accept.
10,000 accept.
2268, 69, and 70.
Accept.
Good with that, Chair, Commissioner?
Yes, so Councilman Mon.
2271,
Good morning.
Accept.
$22.72,
Accept.
7,500 accept.
$22.74,
Accept.
Accept.
$22.75,
Accept.
3,500 accept.
$22.76,
Accept.
3,500 accept.
$22.77,
I'll accept, but it sounds like that there was also untaxed cigarette charges in July and August? No, I'm sorry, June and April, June 2016 and April 2017. We should get referrals for those.
This is the third time, but the first time by us getting charged for it, so.
Right, we'll get them on the next one.
So 5,000 accept.
Yep.
$22.87,
This is all the same 20-year-old.
Oh, it's old.
22 what, Tom?
87. He was thirsty.
What happened to 2279?
It was taken off the calendar.
2287, accept.
Accept.
You know what, I didn't.
88.
We put one over and I threw it away, son of a gun. 2288, owner, son beat up bartender, her brother also seems to have broken every ABC law out there. Oh, this occurred.
This is all 4 years ago.
Sustain 1, sustain 2, sustain 3, sustain 4, dismiss 5, sustain 6. I got canceling bonds. Oh, no, I'm sorry. I got 17,500. Based on the type of altercation and assault and the fact that they were all involved in it.
17.5?
Yes.
All right.
2289.
Accept.
Accept.
2290.
Accept.
Accept.
2291.
Accept.
Accept.
2294.
Accept. Is this 200-foot exception going back on the calendar next time? Okay.
I have nothing else, Chairman, unless you have anything else.